New Hampshire Motor Speedway, a fan favorite racetrack as NASCAR visits the Northeast for the first time this year. The race to Daytona continues at the Magic Mile with just 7 races left to decide who makes the 2022 playoffs. Welcome, everyone, to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. The action on the track in the Cup Series has been pretty thrilling lately, but it was the off-track action this week that stole the headlines to that point. Here's what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. Tyler Reddick in 2311 with the shocking news this week that Reddick would leave RCR after 2023 to drive for Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin. We'll break that down coming up next. Chase Elliott with a big win at Atlanta. Is he now the championship favorite? Probably is. And lots of heavy hitters without wins so far this year that think today might be a good shot for them to get that win and seal their spot in the playoffs this year. Hey, pit stall 26 through 28 is where you find the Peacock pit box today. They gave us 3 stalls. How about that, guys? A little room to spread out. I love it.
Yeah, Brad finally told him who he was.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
to figure this out.
We have perfect spot, start, finish line right there. Victory lane right over there. Marty Snyder, the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, Brad Daugherty, the big guy, joining you here. Wow, DJ, the news with Tyler Reddick this week. Let's talk about it from the driver's perspective. Do you agree with this move by Tyler Reddick?
I agree. You know, Tyler Reddick is the only one that really knows what's best for his future, and so we can all speculate. Some are going to criticize because they're saying he wasn't loyal to Richard Childress. Trust me, he's very appreciative of what the opportunities that Richard Childress and RCR gave him for his career. But you have to look ahead. You're always planning, and great opportunities don't come along all the time. So I can't say that this was wrong. I think that he's going to be successful wherever he goes. Brad, my one thing is the timing of the announcement.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And from the ownership side, that is the most important thing, the timing of the announcement and the timing of the situation. But I will tell you this, as you guys know, everybody in this sport, they kind of know what's going on. And if you own one of these race teams, you know what's going on. You kind of know what's coming. I don't put it all on Tyler when we're talking about the timing of this. I'm pretty darn sure that the folks at RCR knew this was coming in some way, shape, or form. Now, it may not have played out as well as they would have liked to, but there's no way they were blindsided. So I think we got to step back from that and not box him into a corner. Yeah, it would have been better if it got to the end of the year, sponsorship-wise, responsibility-wise, all those types of things. But did they not know it's coming? There's no way.
Does Tyler Reddick, real quick, wind up racing for RCR next year or not? What do you think?
I say no.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's going to be highly improbable. I think they'll find another place for him.
As of now, he is supposed to be racing. That's the RCR side of things. For the 2311 side of things, let's go to Parker Kligerman, who's hanging out with the co-owner, Denny Hamlin.
Right, Marty. Let's ask him about the reception of that big announcement this week, signing Tyler Reddick for the 2024 season to 2311. So what has the reception been like?
Really good on our end. Obviously, got a lot of texts about, wow, I never saw that coming, but you know, it's just something that's kind of been in the works for a while, and conversations that started with Tyler, you know, a year ago, you know, just about, you know, what we were doing as a team. And obviously myself as a driver, as a fan of what he's doing on the racetrack. So, you know, just one thing led to another, and eventually you get to those important conversations that lead to where's his future.
So that's Denny as the owner. Let's go to Denny as a driver. What can we expect today at New Hampshire here? A lot of discussions about multi-groove, being able to pass. What do we expect?
I hope so. You know, we didn't have the best car yesterday in practice, but we did get it better for qualifying, and I think I underdrove quite a bit. You know, not being able to expect what the grip level I was going to have, but it's good to see our Toyota teammates up towards the front. Hopefully that's a good sign. These are the types of tracks I really think we need to work on to get better, to make ourselves a contender once we get to some of these short tracks and road courses like we've been struggling at.
Well, you heard it from the owner and the driver's perspective. Obviously very excited about that signing and optimistic about that car, Marty.
Yeah, Parker Denny with the owner hat on there. How about his newest driver? Tyler Reddick is hanging by his car with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the mayor, Jeff Burton. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, guys. They were just talking to Denny Hamlin. You know, you are one of the hottest free agents on the market, period. Any driver, any owner you call, they're going to pick up the phone and talk to you. Why did you decide 2311?
Well, it's just there's a lot of great people over there, and I could, you know, in the short time that they've been in the Cup Series, they've been able to do a lot of great things, and you know, it's just really exciting that Toyota and Denny and people that are associated with 2311 wanted to have me as bad as they did. So it just made it really exciting for me, and I'm glad that we got it taken care of and can go back to racing and get back to business.
Well, you got over 12 months before you ever get to see kind of what that opportunity is like. So how do you stay focused, not only today, but going forward over the next year and a half before you actually step into 2311 equipment?
Well, for me, if anything, I feel like, I'm on the clock now. I've got a year and a half to go out there and give RCR everything that I have. And, well, we went through this situation going from junior motorsports to RCR. Once I knew that this was all the time I was going to have left, me and Dave Ellens put our heads together and we got to work, and we went on that championship run. So for me, it is difficult, but I look back and remember that, and I was able to get in the right mindset and go out and do what I needed to for my team. So I feel like I'll be able to do the same thing here. And again, I got a really great group of individuals on my team. We all have each other's back. We're a really close group, so that definitely helps a lot too.
Well, speaking of mindset, it's going to take a certain mindset to get it done today. Very difficult track. What's your biggest challenge going into today's race?
Well, for us, challenge, it's a bit of an unknown. Our huge challenge yesterday was we were just really, really loose taking off. I tried to wreck this car about 3 or 4 times off of turn 2 and off of turn 4. But thankfully held on to it so we could make some right adjustments on this car. Made huge improvements. I think we were in the 30s on speed. We got it to being around a top 10 car. And so to qualify 13th and make the mistake I did in 1 and 2, which tells me that we got a good piece. I think, when you do race side by side, you have to be really intentional about completing those passes. So I think you have to be aggressive. But it seems like our car is right where it needs to be. I can really attack the entry, so hopefully that is an advantage for us in the race.
Tyler, thank you so much. Some great feedback on where you are mentally and what your preparation is for today. Marty, I think this guy's ready to go.
All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit for the call of the race. So, Brad, your reaction from hearing Denny and Tyler speak. I thought it was interesting that he said, I've kind of been through this before when I was in the Xfinity Series.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And if you think about it, man, think about this 2311 race team, what they're going to be in a couple of years. My goodness, Michael Jordan and his group and Denny Hamlin are putting together an exciting lineup. They're going to be a powerhouse organization. They're building and building, and this is a critical key. This young man is so talented. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, and listen to him talk is as impressive as he is good on the racetrack behind the wheel of that race car. So I've been in a situation similar whenever in 1994, I made a decision. I was leaving Joe Gibbs Racing. I was going to Robert Yates Racing, got a lot of criticism from it. They hired Bobby Labonte to follow me at Joe Gibbs Racing. I won the championship where I went at Robert Yates Racing in 99. Bobby Labonte brought Joe Gibbs Racing their first championship the next year in 2000. So things work out. But I applaud this young man for looking at his future, being in control of that, and doing what he thinks and what he knows is best for himself. Plus, he is going to give 100% continuously throughout the entire career, the time that he's going to be at RCR, because he is a driver, and that's what we expect from him.
So today we have our racing team broadcast. You know, with Dale Jr., Steve Letard, and Jeff Burton in the booth. So we thought we would mention every driver in the field throughout the day. You can keep track at home. Brad has promised to keep track as well. So
I got
keep
my
track,
shoes
Brad.
off so I can count.
When we come back, let's talk about some of the underdogs. Corey LaJoie, one of the great stories from that last week. We'll hear from him next. Next weekend, the NTT IndyCar Series is on NBC for a short track doubleheader at Iowa Speedway. Race coverage starts Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. That guy, Joseph Newgarden, is going to be tough to beat next week. Hey, today, IndyCar exclusively on Peacock, Brad, so you can have the double screen experience. The TV on USA, the computer on Peacock.
Once again, who's going to go to the refrigerator and get my beverage if I got to do all that?
I see what I'm going to be doing here.
Yeah, exactly. One driver so many fans were pulling for last week in Atlanta, no doubt, Corey LaJoie.
Corey LaJoie, 182 Cup Series starts. No wins. Will today be the day?
LaJoie dives down to the bottom of the racetrack, gets right in front of the 9.
Swinging for the fences to make the playoffs. I've had some fun. I know that. Hopefully we can have that 7 car up front more often.
And Corey LaJoie was very close to getting his first Cup Series win last week in Atlanta, leading in the closing laps. You know what you're capable of, but how do you think that run maybe opened the eyes of others and your potential here in the Cup Series?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody, it proved something to is myself that you could do it, right? It's hard to garner that confidence if you've never been there and done it before. So it was a lot of fun to see our 7 car up front. Hopefully we can get our built bar car up there today. This
place has been good to me. It's been bad to me, and everywhere in between. I think we have an okay car. This race is a little bit different than Atlanta, obviously, but nonetheless, I think it proved to a lot of the fans what we're capable of as a team, as well as myself as a driver. So hopefully we get to show that more often.
Corey rolls off here 21st.
Thank you, Kim. Fair to say Corey LaJoie, DJ, one of the many underdogs in the field. You know, you have drivers like J.J. Haley. You look at last week, Justin Haley, I mean, he was a real contender at Atlanta for a long time in that race.
Absolutely. Ran a great race also, had himself right in the mix there and could have easily won that. You know, Marty, there are certain places that are just made for the underdogs to possibly go out there and get things done. Todd Gilliland right there having a great season. You can see the improvement in this young man. But if you save your money this week on the underdog bet, there are better tracks and better weeks for that to happen.
Ty Dillon may be fighting for his career. The announcement this week that he's out at Petty GMS, so certainly a free agent. You got drivers like Cody Ware, Josh Bilicki, but one of my favorite guys to hang out with, Brad, in the garage area, unquestioned, B.J. McLeod.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, B.J. McLeod is a legendary super late model racer out of the Southeast and absolutely an astute businessman and is a legend in this garage. Really cool guy to hang out with.
Yeah, he's always fun to hang out with and certainly has done a terrific job on the business side, as you mentioned. DJ, I think all of these drivers, all these underdog drivers think, man, if I could just have one day in a Gibbs car, one day in a Hendrick car, I could show what I could do.
Yeah, that's all that you ever want, whether you're in this sport, having just that opportunity to get in the very best equipment, the best pit crew, have all of that behind you and be able to showcase that and see if that will get you where you want to be on a weekly basis. No different than trying to get in the NBA and get that opportunity, Major League Baseball, whatever it is. You just want to be able to showcase your
No doubt about it, but it ain't going to happen because there's a reason why it ain't going to happen. Those guys that are in those seats are the best in the business, and they ain't letting go for a long, long time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, when we come back, let's talk about the Xfinity Series champions in today's field. Drivers like Austin Cindric, Ricky Stenhouse, and William Byron, they're coming up next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Sonic Sour Patch Kids Slush Float. Only $2.99 for a limited time at Sonic.
Welcome back to New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A little rain cell has popped up just west of the racetrack. A very small cell moving through that's got us delayed just a little bit for weather as the fans settle in. We're going to show you the points here. Taking a look at the playoff standing as they sit right now. You see the drivers there that are locked in yellow. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., Christopher Bell, all winless, but above that cut line. If somebody below that cut line wins today, some of those guys have great speed. Harvick, Almirola, really, really quick here, as they usually are at New Hampshire. Let's see how this plays out once we get the weather through. Let's go down to Parker with Austin Cindric.
Catching up with Austin Cindric here. First race at New Hampshire in the Cup Series. What are you looking forward to?
Moving forward. That's probably the biggest thing for us today. Hopefully a little weather passing through, I guess. But no, obviously a challenging racetrack. I think it got wider quicker than I thought it would in practice. So pretty interesting. I would say one of the probably more challenging tracks we've taken the next-gen car to. Just bumps into three are pretty massive in this car. So trying to navigate that all day, and track position I think will be just as important as Gateway.
We always talk about drivers in their first full season in the Cup Series. There's that moment that says, welcome to Cup Series. You won the Daytona 500. So what's the rest of the season been like for you as being a first full-time driver in the Cup Series?
I think there's highs and lows for sure. I mean, there's weekends where I qualify 28th and have to. I always tell myself on those days that, well, you're the 28th best in the world.
Of course.
Sometimes you have to give yourself some perspective on what you get to do. But otherwise, I know there's been some good weekends, and recently we've got a string of top 10s going, and that's nice. That's been good for points, but it's been good to get consistency.
Very positive first season full time in the Cup Series for Austin Cindric, Kim.
Daniel Suarez will start 19th here today at a place where track position is so key. How does that make you adjust your first stage and the strategy you guys play?
Well, we'll have to push hard. It's a fairly short race, so it's very important track position, as you just mentioned. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with my car. We showed pretty good speed, especially in the long run. And hopefully we can start passing cars as soon as the green flag drops.
Daniel Suarez confident in his car despite starting 19th here this afternoon.
Yeah, Daniel's been looking for a little bit of speed at this racetrack, but that qualifying effort has him pretty confident that they can move forward from there. Great words from Austin Cindric, a guy who's been trying to find some consistency throughout the year. As you know, Marty, DJ, and Brad will be coming up to the booth to continue the show in a minute. Hope you'll stick around. Fans still filing into the racetrack, waiting on this weather to pass through.
When I race guys, I want it to be for the win.
Denny Hamlin has had enough of Ross Chastain.
He's an idiot, and he knows it.
When they race me a certain way, then I'm going to do something about it.
Chase Elliott goes for a spin.
I think the one car had something to do with this.
One gets into the back of him, turns him around.
We're just a casualty of Ross Chastain once again.
I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to just blend in completely.
He better hope I don't see him at food line.
You know why I'm here. You know what I came to do. If he forgives me, no, I ain't gonna know why I'm here.
Ross Chastain's definitely had an incredible season. A lot of great things have happened for this driver, a lot of wins, but he's also had some struggles, ruffled a few feathers. Some people actually compare him to one of the drivers from the past. Nate Ryan takes a look.
The NASCAR Garage is a close-knit community where everyone's your neighbor. One resident who is having the most problems with the NASCAR HOA is Ross Chastain, and it's been a long-standing problem.
That's just a really inexperienced racer.
Decides to hang a left because he's aggravated.
Chastain moves up, shuts the door on him.
And he just stepped over the line a little bit just now.
Yeah, we all have learned the hard way. Just another unfortunate circumstance for him.
Chastain is not the worst neighbor or the first neighbor to have had problems in the cul-de-sac. Dale Earnhardt Sr., Jimmy Spencer, and Joey Logano, to name a few. But then there was Ernie Irvan.
Car 4, Irvin makes contact.
Irvin was over-aggressive.
And Ernie Irvan got into Kyle Petty.
That led to multiple incidents and injuries.
This looks like the kind of guy that could hurt you.
Damn, I'm getting tired of getting swept up in all his accidents.
In May 1991, NASCAR asked Hall of Famers Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip to change Irvin's course.
I've drove a little bit over-aggressive some, and I definitely want to be everybody's friend in here.
Is Chastain the modern-day Irvin? Is he at a crossroads in his career? Or are the rules for the 21st century driver just different? How will Chastain's neighbors respond with the playoffs looming?
We take a look at some of the accidents and incidents that Ross has had this year, and you could be your own judge on whether these are beef or no beef. Some of these, I don't know. I don't know if these are really issues for him going forward, but he's absolutely got some driver's attention. And it's a great comparison to Ernie Irvan. I'm not sure he needs to stand up in the driver's meeting like Ernie once did to apologize to his competitors, but there's definitely some similarities in how they race on the racetrack. And so pretty interesting to see. But Ross, I don't know if he needs to change. I mean, the guy's winning races, one of the best cars on the racetrack, has a great pit crew. Let's take a look at some of these accidents out there on the racetrack or some of the things he's been involved in. This was for a win. I call this even. Guys just racing hard on the last lap. Ross gets his first victory. What are you going to do for your first victory? Anything. It's right here. He annoyed Martin Truex Jr. just a little bit with the way he raced him late in the race. And these two would have more incidents later in the season. And then obviously a lot of people remember this one, St. Louis, where he puts the 11 car Denny Hamlin in the wall, contact with Chase Elliott also, that makes Chase Elliott's day really long. That will continue throughout that race. And then in Atlanta, again getting into Martin Truex Jr. and again getting into Denny Hamlin. These are some tough incidents to explain once they continue to happen, Jeff Burton.
I think if you're going to be critical of Ross, you got to go back and take a look and realize how he got here. Like Ross, it took a lot for him to get here. He's been fighting, scratching, clawing. He's lost his job. He's got his job back, and now he's in the best equipment he's ever driven. So I think you got to look at that whole picture. I do believe Ross is going to have some decisions he's got to make, right? If you keep making so many people in the field mad, and Junior, I heard you mention Ernie Irvan. I think that's a great comparison. Ernie was able to stand up in a driver's meeting and say, hey, I'm sorry, and then back it way off and not continue to have problems with people. We all focus on just Denny, but it's bigger than that. There's a lot of people that are upset at Ross. But Ross he's got to be himself. He's winning races. He's knocking off top fives. He's a championship contender. He can't change too much or he won't be able to do those things. So difficult position that Ross is in, but he is more than capable race car driver, and I believe for sure he'll work himself through this.
Well, I got my buddy Steve Letarch finally joined me up in the booth. Man, we're musical chairs here trying to wait this rain out and get through this, and I think we will. We got some great clear sky behind us, but we're talking Ross Chastain and all the things that he's been through this year, and Jeff brings up some great points. Nate had a great essay on the comparison to Ernie Irvan and some of the things that Ernie went through. But a lot of people, and I think you included, nobody really wants Ross to change. We kind of, he does bring a new personality, a new element to the sport.
And I believe Ross only needs to change if Ross thinks he needs to change. When he steps back and evaluates his own performance and looks in the mirror, is he happy with what he does on the racetrack, or does he want to have some other either reputation or kind of signature to his event? If that's the case, lean on his team, lean on his crew chief, his spotter, be like, hey, man, I'm trying to be a different guy. Coach me through these situations. If I'm his crew chief, I'm having a sit down with him because, listen, man, we love you. You've won 2 races, and you've done it your way. We don't want to change who you are, but I do believe we might be making more enemies. So it's kind of pick and choose your spots. Listen, Dale, if I'm going to race you for the win and I'm going to move you out of the way for a trophy, you may not like it. That's a great example of good aggression. But should I move you for 3rd or 5th or 10th? I don't know. Those are the ones I question, are the ones deep in the field. The only thing I want Ross to do is just be Ross. Just own it. Like, I'm okay if he's going to be that guy. I'm not a driver. I'm not going to judge your aggression. But get out and tell me you did it. Don't give me the, I'm sorry, I want to be better or do better. If that's who you're going to be, I'll support it if you believe in it. Get out here and say, man, I hit you on purpose. Sorry,
Yeah, I think Ross is absolutely evolving into that type of guy. He's starting to, really get out and just kind of say how he views the experiences. I think it's, St. Louis, he felt like he needed to apologize, did a lot of excessive apologizing, but then there was a little bit of a different tone in Atlanta. He said, hey, that wasn't an intentional thing. I made a mistake, and that's just what happens. We're racing, And so it was interesting to see him. It's fun to watch him navigate through this. This guy, anybody that comes into the sport, has this type of success so quickly. They're polarizing. They're going to be they're going to be in front of the cameras. We're going to talk about him, and he's put himself in other situations that absolutely warrant discussion. And I think with a guy like this that's going to go deep into the playoffs, have a chance to race for a championship, there'll be more moments that we will be discussing in the future, and I can't wait. So we finally got Marty, Brad, and DJ. I think they're over there in the B booth. Guys, thanks for coming up here.
Oh, listen, I saw them. They were walking as slow as they could.
No, I was going to say, did you know in addition to being an all-star in basketball and in the NBA, Brad was a track star. The 400 hurdles, I mean, man, he got to the booth so quick. So this Ross Chastain conversation, DJ, is fascinating to me. As a driver, has Ross gone too far? And you saw the Ernie Irvan comparison, right?
Yep.
You remember those Ernie Irvan days.
Yep.
Has Ross gone that far where he maybe needs to get up and apologize to everyone in the driver's meeting?
No, I don't think so at all. Matter of fact, I didn't really think that Ernie needed to apologize to everybody. Okay. Everybody has different styles. If everybody out here drove the same way and had the same reaction to everything, then this wouldn't be a lot of fun to be around this sport. This sport was built on everybody being individuals and the way we think and the way we drive, the way we went about things. This is how Ross drives the race car. He's always had to battle. He's never been, until now, in the very best equipment, except for a few times in the Xfinity Series, which is where everybody saw what he could do. So he's continuing that. He's not changing. We don't need him to change. Nobody needs to be telling him that. The biggest thing is his sponsors and Justin Marks and the other owners are not telling him to be that. So the thing is as Steve just pointed out, he's going to have to own up to it whenever he does it. And Dale Jr. we're talking about, own up when you do it. Hey, it's fine to be like that. There's not a problem with that. The problem could come whenever some paybacks start happening. And I won't say they're exactly paybacks, but when people start racing him the way that he races them, then that could cause some problems. How does Ross react to that point in time? If he's like, hey, this is the way that we race, then I understand that. Not saying he has to be happy about it. I'm just saying he can't turn around and say, what the heck is going on here now?
Boy, Brad, the success is unquestioned, right? The 2 wins this year, the first one coming at COTA earlier this year, and then Talladega after that. The success, terrific. The method in which he has gotten the success, though, is no doubt under the microscope. So as an owner, I'd love to get your perspective, because Justin Marks, after the first few things that happens at Gateway, he was very quick to defend Ross. He did not this past week. He didn't say anything in social media, and he said, I wanted to back off of that. So as an owner, you don't want your driver to change. You don't want him to not be aggressive, right? No. How would you manage it as an owner?
Yep. You want to pull those reins, not push them. And I have no problem with Ross Chastain and the way he approaches racing. If you go back and you look at his his Xfinity Series races. I mean, he's very aggressive. I mean, heck, he got into his own teammates a lot of times and upset the apple cart. Got no problem with that. I think DJ's point is absolutely very, very valid from the standpoint of it's going to be how he reacts when the retribution comes. And if he handles that well, then it's game on. Several years ago, we all remember Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski as well. They got tired of getting run over, and Joey got tired of getting pushed around, and they decided when they started at Daytona, they were not going to lift. If you were in their way, you were going to get run over. And we've heard Joey say it since then, and he's won a championship since then. You're not taking the bread off my table. And I have no problem with the aggression of Ross Chastain. As a matter of fact, maybe the greatest stock car driver we've all ever seen in our lives was Dale Earnhardt. And he did not give he didn't care. He didn't give you an inch, but he would take a mile, whether you liked it or not. And he dealt with the other side of it. And I think that's what Ross Chastain's going to have to learn. We're going to find out a lot about him because it's coming. And if he can take it as well as he can deal it out, you got something there.
He knows Dale Earnhardt Sr. pretty well.
And was 6'2" and ready to whip your butt if you came over and had too much to say.
Hey, real quick, do the other drivers let Ross Chastain advance in the playoffs? Do they even let him make it to the championship four, DJ?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be anything where every week that's going to happen. He's got a fast race car and he's got plenty of talent. I think that they're going to, you know, he also has some respect out there because he is a good driver.
I think that payback may be coming at an inopportune time for him in the playoffs. Maybe a cutoff race, who knows?
Possibly.
Hey, coming up next, a driver who leads every one of them who has not had a win yet this year, Ryan Blaney. He'll join us next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Sonic Grilled Cheese Double Burger. For a limited time, only at Sonic. This is the advantage, guys, of being right beside the NASCAR booth. We just checked in with them, and it still looks like we could be on time for a start today. Yeah, the rain has stopped here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, so we're still hoping to get the green flag on time. Ryan Blaney, certainly a potential threat for the win this afternoon. He is today's Mayor's Guest.
Hey, Ryan, thanks for joining us. Tell me, as a driver, when there's zero chance of rain and all of a sudden it starts raining, what does that do to your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this happens a lot. You know, we kind of get ready to go, and whether it's, you know, just when we sit in the car and about to roll out there, it starts raining, or, you know, we get going with intros and it starts raining. So, yeah, I mean, you have to learn to kind of, I feel like as drivers, you're able to adapt pretty quickly and kind of move on and change your mind up from kind of game mode to, all right, there's going to be a little bit of a break, and let's, you know, just figure out what we're going to do and then get back in game mode. So it stinks for sure. It stinks for us. It stinks for the fans. But I think hopefully this moves out really quickly. I think it's going to, and we can get back racing soon.
Yeah, it looks like it is. So you guys are second in points, but you've got only 16 spots available, 13 winners already. Are you in the mindset that you think you guys might have to win a race to get in these playoffs?
Oh, definitely. You know, I think that's, obviously you want to win all year. You know, I mean, that's the main goal, and whether it gets to over 16 winners or not, you know, my mindset is we need to win to get in the playoffs. I think that's the mindset we have to have just to try to get you to win a race. And our group's been so close, and everyone does a great job. And we've had a chance to win a few and just haven't really worked out for us. So I've been proud of the year we've had so far. It's just unfortunate the wins haven't been there. So it'd be nice to change that today. But, yeah, definitely going into every weekend wanting to win the race, needing to win the race. So that's what we have in our mind.
You mentioned how important it is as a race car driver to be adaptable. I think today might be one of those days that you better be adaptable. I mean, even adding the rain to it now, we got a new car. We got a track we'd never been on. It was really hot. Now it's cooled off. They didn't put the traction compound on the racetrack. I mean, tons of things going on different. So what are you anticipating for today?
Yeah, I mean, you brought up great points of all the things that we're having to deal with. And even today, right before the race, like you said, it was hot, sunny, slick, and now it's overcast, cooled off. The rain has brought the track temp way down from what it was and what we thought we were going to race on. So the biggest thing is, you know, we got a little bit of practice yesterday, and you kind of have an idea of where you want to go with your car, but it's just seeing where you fire off. And then, okay, here's the track. Let's see what we need to work on. But then you also have to really keep up with this track, I think, in particular, of it changes a lot throughout the race. Even though they didn't spray any resin down this year, it's still going to change a lot. The lanes from the first lane, second lane, third lane, we'll be all in them all day. But I think it all will change as the race progresses and as rubber gets put back down. There's still a little bit of resin out there, but not nearly as heavy as what it was in the past. So we're going to use that a little bit, but it'll probably completely go away by the end of the race. So just all those things as a driver, you need to talk to your crew chief about of what you're feeling, and you need to be up to date quickly. You don't want to get behind the 8 ball, and hopefully we don't do that today.
Well, something new our fans have been watching this year is you guys shifting. That's something that we're not accustomed to. So on this racetrack, there was talk about maybe downshifting twice on a restart or if track conditions got way off. Do you think we'll see that? And tell me why you shift.
Yeah, so like you said, it's been very different from what we've had in previous years. You never would have thought we'd go to an oval and shift unless it was Pocono, right? So, but we see it at Martinsville, Gateway, Nashville here, just pretty much almost every oval, especially the short tracks we've been shifting. It's just where the engines are at with the RPM limit, the horsepower, and having that extra gear, a 5th gear. All the gearing is fairly close to each other, so you have that opportunity to kind of downshift. And I know some guys played with going to 3rd from 5th in the corners yesterday. I didn't mess around with any of that. I think it'll really come up if you get bogged down. You're in traffic, maybe a restart, you can go to 3rd and kind of get a little bit extra kick off the corner. But yeah, that's just something that you've really had to become good at, really. And it's one of those things we factor into going into the weekend. It can sometimes help your car. If you downshift at a certain point, it can kind of help your car turn or things like that. So it's just another different factor of this new car, and everyone's just had to, like you said, adapt to it. And it's been unique, that's for sure. And like I said, I know you never would have thought back in your day that you'd ever be shifting at these ovals. So it's just one of those unique things that you have to do.
It's never cool to look at a guy and say, back in your day. That means I'm old.
Well, I didn't know how to phrase it. I didn't make it feel bad.
So thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Hey, Marty, great news. The jet dryers are fired up trying to get the track dry.
We hear that, and that from the guy who called me 68 years old earlier this week, Jeff Burton. No, you're not old, Jeff. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, I think Ryan Blaney, you look at how practice went yesterday, DJ. A lot of folks have him circled today, and Penske period has been so good at this flat type racetrack here at New Hampshire today. I think Blaney could be a guy who could win this race.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, he's led as many races as anybody this year with this new car. He puts himself in the position, and I think the one thing that he and his teammate Joey Logano in particular do really, really well, and that's at these flatter tracks, they have the shifting part of it, but they also have the braking part of it. And whenever they've had to brake and brake hard at tracks, it seems that they've been up front a lot. You think back to St. Louis where Joey Logano went on to win. So I think there's something to that. And I think that this could be Blaney's day. We say that a lot because he puts himself in the mix. I'm surprised they haven't won at this point in time. They've had an outstanding season, everything but win, but he could get it done here this afternoon.
Yeah, I love Ryan Blaney. I'm a big Ryan Blaney fan, and I watch him all the time. And you're right, DJ. For this race team, it's about putting the entire day together. And I do notice that Ryan is a little hard on that race car. I mean, he gets the most out of it. And so for me, a day like today, it concerns me because of the shifting and because of how hard he drives. Can he not make a mistake and hurt the race car, and also his race team put together the solid day that they need? If they can get him to the end of the day, he can win this race, no doubt.
I was talking to Jonathan Hassler, his crew chief. Look at that, DJ, the regular season point standings. Now, I know 47 points is a lot, but they have their eye on that. If you can make that happen, and, if something happens to Chase Elliott or whatever, that's 15 playoff points. That is a big carrot the 12 team is chasing.
Yeah, and it was a lot closer than that until Chase Elliott's gone crazy the last 3 weeks and finished first or second, so that gap got a little bit wider. So they can certainly, with the races coming up and a few good runs, can find themselves right back in the mix for those 15 playoff points.
Well, one driver who's home today is Middletown, Connecticut's Joey Logano. When he comes to New England, there's always special memories of how he got started in racing. And as Joey shows us in today's show and tell, he keeps those memories in pristine condition, even to this day.
Hey, I'm Joey Logano, and this is my show and tell. This is my 1995 first car I've ever driven. It's a quarter midget. I drove it up in Meriden, Connecticut at Silver City, where it all started for me. And because of this car is where I am today.
You are the man. You are the man when it comes down to it.
Some of the fun stories about it. The chassis is a fast track. At the time, at the track we were racing, that was kind of the joke. It was kind of older technology. No one raced fast tracks anymore. So we came up with our own winter stickers that were called slow tracks. Last year, we repaved Silver City to see all the kids and all that, and I had this car, and I thought, man, I think Hudson can drive this thing. So we put an engine back in it. It's been sitting for 20-something years. Put him in it, and he wheeled it around, and it was just a cool feeling, right? Just to see your kid out there on the track with the car you started in. One of my favorite things is we ran this car at Darlington as a throwback, had the same paint scheme on the Cup car, and it was kind of a full circle moment. And obviously bringing that one into victory lane was really special.
Boy, that's such a cool story. And that car sits in the lobby of his office to this day. You know, I'm sure you had special cars that meant a lot to you over the years, DJ, and you kind of hold on to those. So let's talk about some of the former Cup Series champions while we're on the topic, DJ. And Joey Logano, let's start with him. And what do you think about his shot here today and how they are shaping up going into the playoffs in 7 weeks?
Yeah, when I look at Joey Logano and think about him, as I said, I think this is a racetrack and a type of track that he's really good at. I think that they are poised. You know, a lot of people aren't talking about Joey as a championship contender right now. I think when you get to the playoffs, this man and his talents show up as much as anybody else. He's taken lesser equipment and things and years when they weren't running as well and put themselves in a position. So keep your eye on this 22. And that's for my buddy KP, who would have said those things about Joey.
Yes, he would have. And Brad, no doubt. I mean, look at the numbers on short tracks this year. You go back to the win at Gateway a couple of weeks ago, ran well at Darlington as well. I think this team really believes, you know, this type of racetrack. And I don't think they quite had the speed they thought they would have this weekend, but this type of racetrack has been good. Just like his teammate Ryan Blaney to Joey Logano.
Yeah, you watch, and throughout the entire season with the Fords, they've been just off a little bit on speed, you know, body-wise and that type of thing. But you bring a Joey Logano into these racetracks like we're talking about, places like this in Nashville and Darlington, and he will absolutely get the most out of that race car. So again, just like we talk about Ryan Blaney, lack of mistakes, get him to the end of the day. I'll take that money anytime. You got Joey Logano with a few to go.
A little hometown advantage.
You know? He would get up on the wheel.
The case of Kevin Harvick. A lot of people in the garage area saying, hey, this might be Harvick's day. Do you agree with that, Brad?
I never bet against Kevin Harvick. Just too much. All-time champion, great talent. They've been searching and searching and searching. You come to a place like this, though, I think it's a comfort level for Kevin Harvick. If they can get him what he needs in that race car as far as feel, absolutely. You don't have to out-horsepower, outrun. You just have to outdrive, and he can do that.
And no question, DJ, I mean, when it comes to New Hampshire and Kevin Harvick, this is a place that he feels comfortable. Here was him winning one of his few wins here at New Hampshire in 2019.
Yeah, and we could put about any track up there, but certainly here.
Right, yeah.
And, you know, my short answer was just going to be, if you said, can Kevin Harvick be a part of the championship battle, and can he win here this afternoon? Absolutely. This is Kevin Harvick. And yeah, I know he's been around a long time, and some people will say, oh, he's getting too old. He is not. He's still as talented as ever and probably a smarter race driver at this time. And so don't count him out at any place at any time.
DJ, Rodney Childers told me something interesting this afternoon. He said that the places where Kevin is truly comfortable at other racetracks, you know, Nashville was a place where he has a ton of laps back in the Xfinity Series days. This, no doubt, racetrack is one where he is very comfortable. But at those type of racetracks, he said, for some reason, we just have some magic, and Kevin can make this new car work.
That's because he finds a different line. You remember the years before they repaved Atlanta, how he would get the left front down just below that white line. If he could enter that corner with that left front, just tugging on that, then he would just run away from people, beating people 2 3/10 a lap. And that's the same way here. He'll get that left front down on the apron at times. I don't know if that will work with this new car. We'll have to see if he decides to utilize that today. But Kevin Harvick finds where he can make the best time, and he's really good at doing that.
Exactly right. And what you've seen from this Ford team is they've not been able to qualify extremely well. That puts Kevin back in the pack. With this new race car, if you're stuck back in the pack, a lot of times you're running the same speeds. Very difficult to pass. You got to get positions on pit road and restarts. That's what's hampered this race team. They can get him some track position. You give him a little fresh air, get him comfortable. Just like DJ said, he'll put that race car where they ain't. Got a long day. You got Kevin Harvick.
Give me your crystal ball. In or out of the playoffs, Harvick, in 7 weeks?
Ooh, I think Harvick is out.
Oh, wow. Really? I did not expect you to say that. What do you got, DJ?
Check with me in about 3 hours. This could be the difference, I think, right here. There are other opportunities coming, but today might be their best shot in these next 7.
That's interesting. I think they feel that way in the 4 camp as well. So, DJ, let's take the case of Kyle Busch as we're talking about Cup Series champions. Obviously, all the off-track stuff that's been going on. It has been a rough few weeks for this race team. Can they put it together on the track for the 18 team here today at New Hampshire?
Okay, so I wrote on my paper as we went through this. So is it a slump that he's in? Is it the distractions that are there about not having things done for his future, which means a lot to a driver? He's still a young man at 37 years old, so talented. But look at his recent finishes. I mean, 20th, 29th, 21st, 30th. That's the last 4 races. His last 2 races here are 38th or 37th and 38th. That is not Kyle Busch numbers. We know it's better than that. But can they rebound from that? They've had a lot of mistakes. A lot of things happen along the way. You can't just turn that around in 1 week just because it's a great racetrack. He also has 3 wins at this track, which we know he can get done at any time. Can they put it all together and turn things around here this afternoon? This driver is capable of winning anywhere at any time, and we'll just see if they can put it all together.
All right, one more Cup champ I want to talk about, Brad Keselowski. You know, to be honest, Brad, I was surprised at the speed they kind of showed up with here this weekend. Brad has always been great at this racetrack. Roush Fenway has not always been good at this racetrack, but they're actually pretty quick this weekend.
What's your question?
My question is, can he get it done, and can he make it into the playoffs?
You know Brad can get it done. I just don't think the pieces and parts of the puzzle have come together. So, no, I don't think he's getting into the playoffs. I think it's just too far to go from where they've come. But that doesn't mean in the future it's not going to happen. But I just don't see it happen right now.
Okay, I know you forgot about this for a second. You said Roush Fenway hadn't really ever been, but Jeff Burton led all 300 laps here. The only person. But I know what you're saying.
Right now.
Yeah. I just have to always point that out because nobody else does that, you know. But I think, you know, they've got an uphill battle here. He and Chris Buescher are both running better. But as Brad just pointed out here, you know, there's a lot of things that have to come together for this team with learning the new car and getting all the right people in the right places to become race winners and talking about a championship again.
Look at that, guys. Track seems to be drying very quickly. You see more crew members out on pit road as well, trying to get ready for what we hope is an on-time start today. Well, a moment ago we talked about Ross Chastain. Let's talk to him next when we come back. Get in the game with NASCAR Fantasy Live. Create an entry by picking 5 drivers plus a garage driver to compete in a new or an existing league. Fantasy Live lets you make lineup adjustments until the end of stage 2. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy. This is the New England Motorsports Museum, located just outside Turn 1 here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, built by our buddy Dick Berggren. How about that? It's well worth a visit if you are in town to check out some great racing history. A young man who's been setting a little bit of history on the track here lately is Chase Elliott. Parker, I think the biggest question is, did the mustache stay for week 2 or not? It did. Look at that. That's
it's still there.
Yeah,
it's still there. The mustache is still here. We were asking if it stays. So I got to ask, after the big win in Atlanta, how has this week been? And the mustache does stay.
Yeah, the stash is still here. So figured after last week, I need to at least stay alive for 1 more week. So we'll see where it goes from here. But yeah, special week really for our whole team. Nice to get another win. Those are always huge, you know, especially this year with the way the playoff grid thing is right now. It's going to be tight, and any bonus point you can get going into the playoffs is going to be worth a lot. So had a better day yesterday than I kind of thought we were going to have, and even a better lap in that second round than it felt to me. So that was encouraging for our Napa team, and hopefully we can, you know, keep our track position. This is a place where you just really can't afford to have a mistake. The race is so short. So hopefully try to stay up front and see where it goes.
And you mentioned yesterday was a better day than you expected. Dale Jarrett said yesterday that you're the hottest driver on the circuit right now, and you guys are really on a heater. Does that sort of parlay into coming to a place that you haven't been that successful and having that momentum, and you do have the speed now?
I hope so. I mean, I mean, our race pace wasn't great yesterday, but you know, we tried to make decisions overnight that are going to help that. So at this point, we try to make our educated guess, you know, and we'll see if it's the right one or not. But yeah, look, you want to try to ride the wave. I mean, when you have things going your way, you want to try to make it last as long as possible. Granted, we all know that it's likely going to go the other direction at some point. We just want to try to ride it as long as you can. So, you know, and look, whenever we do have tough days, try to make the most out of those too and stay in the fight. So we're just, you know, proud of my team right now. I feel like we're in a good place, and we're still learning. And I think we still have a long ways to go. I think we can be better, and I think we're going to have to be better in these last 10 to compete.
Kim, what I take away from this is the wave of momentum. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Chase Elliott was a big storyline coming out of Atlanta. Another storyline we're following is the on-track incidents involving Ross Chastain, specifically with Denny Hamlin. And Denny didn't mince words. He said he's not going to make it easy on you. So are you afraid of retaliation?
Kim, if Denny thinks he needs to do whatever he needs to do, that's fine. I've gotten into him way too many times. So, yeah, we're going to go race. And that's what's great about this sport is that every week I get to take my Worldwide Express Chevy out on the track and compete against some of my heroes and a lot of my competitors. And we'll get to do that again today whenever it dries up.
Denny joins a list of Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, who've had frustrations with you this season. Are you aware of them now when you're racing on track, or do you race differently around them?
Well, I always know who I'm racing around, and every racer does. And like we talked about after the race last week, I've made too many mistakes, and there's no way around it, right? But I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to just stay behind these guys, and they're not going to stay behind me. So, not that I always want to be the topic of conversation for y'all, but I understand it, and I'm learning to cope with or just embrace for myself personally, right? Like my spot here, and right now it's a lot of attention, but hopefully it's a lot of attention moving forward for just winning more races.
And I know you want that attention to focus on today, so let's talk about today. We had a little rain shower. What's it going to do to the racetrack?
That is a very good question that I do not think is ready to be answered yet. I don't know. I'll just try to react and adapt throughout the beginning. I'm sure it's not going to handle good. Neither Daniel nor myself got the qualifying effort we wanted, and it's wild to come all the way to New Hampshire and do all this prep work, and then we're right next to each other. It's like, wow, and neither one of us felt like we tied together a great lap. So I think obviously we've showed that long run speed, we've got the pace all year, and I don't expect today to be any different. It's not going to be easy to get by guys, and be a long 300 laps, but as long as sun comes out, it's trying. I feel like I'm back in Florida. I feel like I'm back home. That is like a Florida summertime day here.
Restart's always a big deal here. Shifting, how does that play into the restarts? And will we see cars side by side longer after the green flag?
Again, that's so hard to answer. I just don't have the answers, right? And I never had the answers going into races. I just adapt and race. And we've seen guys be aggressive and go bottom of 3 into turn 1 and make headway. I saw my buddy Landon yesterday. He was super aggressive and performed so good on those last restarts, and just didn't quite have enough to go get the win. But I was jumping up and down here in the hauler watching the final restart of the Xfinity race. So we prepare together. So there's a lot of the same mentality that we have for Landon and I, and watched and learned a lot from him yesterday. So not that I think there's one right or wrong way to restart. The new Cup cars have a lot more forward drive, so we shouldn't see as much stack up and wheel spin through the field, I wouldn't think. It's sequential shifters. Everything's just a lot calmed down from what the Xfinity cars are and the old Cup cars were. So that being said, we'll probably come to the green, and I'll have to hit the brakes way before the start-finish line because somebody will mess up or I'll mess up. I'm just trying not to let it be me.
All right, guys, so we don't know a lot about what's going to happen today, but you have your question answered from earlier. Is Ross Chastain changing? The answer, no.
Yeah, terrific job there, Kim. And yeah, that was the point I was going to make, is that I don't hear any back down at all from Ross Chastain, DJ.
Nope, not at all. And that's why you got to appreciate it and like this guy. I mean, not saying everybody has to pull for him, but you have to appreciate that he's man enough to stand up and say, hey, I make some mistakes at times. And there's never been a perfect driver to come through this series in ever how many years. So, we're all going to do that. But I appreciate his honesty. I appreciate more the talent that he has behind the wheel of a race car, and he's just fun to watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You absolutely appreciate his grit, his determination. He wants to take every position he can get. And I like what he said. He's made a lot of mistakes. He's made some enemies. He's very well aware of that. But he's going to pull that window net up. He's going to buckle his helmet. And he's going to go race and let the decisions be made while they're out there on the track.
Isn't it always the case, though, when a young driver all of a sudden starts running well and he just shows up? It's like, hey, get out of our territory.
Sure.
We don't belong up here. We belong up here, not you. Is that how it is for veteran drivers?
It's always been that way. No matter who was coming up through, when somebody new is in the mix, you don't know exactly how they race because you haven't been racing around them. And all of a sudden, not only are they racing up there, they might be pushing the envelope a little bit. And then, oh, yeah, they're going to victory lane too. So that's taken in a spot that you would rather have.
Yeah, especially in under these circumstances where he's not from an organization that doesn't start with Gibbs or Hendrick. You know, this is a new organization on the spot, on the block. These guys are all brand new, and all of a sudden they've got the resources and the ability, and they show up and they're winning races and knocking some of these big cats around.
And been the most consistent all year long across the organization.
Doesn't sit well.
Steve, I'd love to get your perspective. You know, I can't imagine Phil Surgeon, his crew chief, he's got to be just cringing, waiting for that moment when someone is going to pay him back during the year and hoping it's not at a bad time.
Yeah, but Marty, what I've learned as a crew chief, you can't just take the good. You also got to take the good and the bad, because he wasn't cringing when Ross Chastain drove to 2 victories. And I really think that's the conversation here. What I saw is not just a driver explaining himself, but slowly coming to terms with who he wants to be known as a race car driver and seen by the fan base and by his partners. I've said it. I've moved on as far as judging Ross Chastain's move on the racetrack. I'm more looking about what he says off the racetrack. And as you guys just mentioned, you know, apologizing for mistakes, but also drawing the line saying, now, not all of them were mistakes. And I'm going to still be up front, still pushing and shoving guys around to try to win races. So I do agree that his crew chief could help him. I would sit down with my driver, Marty, and I'd ask him very simply, what do you want to be? How can I help? And maybe there are moments he needs me to coach him out of that situation. If he wants to be a little less aggressive, who knows? Maybe there's times he wants Phil Surgeon to run the whip a little bit more and say, man, let's go try to get another win.
Yeah, and he told me a couple of weeks ago, Steve, he said, I'm not going to change who I am, but I am going to be more aware of who's around me and what's going on. By the way, you had a terrific point about Chase Elliott's mustache. Yeah. And the fact that you and some other guy with a mustache won a lot of championships with a mustache, and maybe Chase should keep it for the rest of the year.
I don't know. I know that Dale Earnhardt Sr. and I won 8 championships. Now, granted, he had 7 of them, but at least we did. And I think maybe Terry Labonte won his too by having a mustache, I believe.
Wow,
so we're up to
maybe
10. Chase, you might want to hang on to that thing.
Maybe there is something to the stash. Hey, you saw in those shots a moment ago, you might see behind us, the sun has come out here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The radar completely cleared up. That shower that passed over earlier, look, it just disappears over top of the racetrack. So we are still tracking for an on-time start. Sun out here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, hoping for a green flag soon. Brad, one of the coolest trophies in NASCAR, undoubtedly the lobster that you get if you win a race at New Hampshire.
No doubt about it. When the big kid rolled in Friday and I came into New England, the lobster population was very unsettled. They were very nervous. Very nervous.
DJ, I think you won here, but you didn't get a lobster.
No, that was back in the day, as Ryan Blaney would say, so they hadn't started doing that yet.
Denny, by the way, afraid of them. That is called ostraconophobia.
Okay.
Ostraconophobia. This year, the lobster, Brad, does that work for you, big guy? 21 pounds?
21 pounds. That'd been a nice little appetizer.
Appetizer's what I was thinking. That's right.
A young man who would love to take home the lobster. Kurt Busch, he's hanging out with Parker.
Right, and he's actually won here 3 times, but only has 1 lobster. So what is it about this place that suits you, that suits your driving style so much?
I just like the flat 1 mile tracks. Phoenix is where I have a ton of laps growing up on the West Coast, and my first Truck Series win was Milwaukee. And when I showed up here, everything just seemed to click with rolling the center of the corner with a lot of speed. But this next gen car, though, wants it a little different. It wants more of that point, diamond corner, and then shoot out. And hopefully the bottom groove will come into play. I saw that big time yesterday with the Xfinity cars. So hopefully it'll all blend in with what we need with our Toyota. I mean, we have the speed. We just have to execute as a team.
You mentioned those different grooves. What tells you they're coming in? How do you make those decisions of where to put the race car and to use a bottom groove or a top groove?
Yeah, today's race is like older times where there's none of that spray and you have to watch what other guys are doing. To me, the low groove is where I think I'll have most of my success, but you got to be ready to go the top groove and pick up lanes if you have the option on the restart choice as far as lane choice. So we'll see. We'll see what the Sirius XM car brings us, and we know our strategy and our strengths, and we just have to execute because all the Toyotas are fast right now.
And Kim, he's a 3-time winner, and he's starting 3rd. I don't know, maybe there's some numbers in there, numerology that helps him out.
Okay, Parker, numerology. Kurt, a 3-time winner here. Kyle Larson, 3-time runner-up at New Hampshire. So what about this racetrack has eluded a win for you?
I don't know. It's surprising here that I've got 3 second places because I don't really feel like this is a great track for me, but my cars felt okay in practice. I felt like probably better than I was. So just try to make some changes, make me comfortable, try and help me get into a rhythm. So look forward to the race today. and just try to be consistent, try to hit my marks, and hopefully have a solid run.
This is the fourth race of a 4-race suspension for crew chief Cliff Daniels. You'll get him back next week. Kevin Mendering has done a great job, but what have you missed about having Cliff atop the box?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's all gone really smooth. Cliff's still been really heavily involved, and even from the first week at Nashville, I think was our first one, like it's all been really, really smooth. So, yeah, thanks to Kevin Mendering for stepping up to be a part of our team, and it's been unique to listen to him talk and kind of get to know him a little bit more. And but yeah, we're all excited to have Cliff back in the hauler and leading the meetings and listen to his voice on the radio while I'm out there racing.
We'll see, guys, if that smoothness with interim crew chief Kevin Mendering continues here today at New Hampshire.
Yeah, I can guarantee he's going to be happy to have Cliff Daniels back on the stand next weekend, no doubt about it. Kyle Larson certainly very good here today as well, and the Hendrick cars have been pretty strong here, DJ. Driver introductions have started here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The sun is out shining, so feel good about where we are headed here. And let's talk about this race, DJ. So we heard it a moment ago. In fact, I think we've heard every driver mention it, that there's no more resin on the racetrack. It is back to old New Hampshire. What will that mean for racing today?
Okay, first off, was that Kyle Larson or Mark Martin? Because back in the 90s, Mark Martin, you'd ask him before the race, Jeff Burton attested to this, and he'd be complaining about his car, wasn't good that, and then we wouldn't see him the rest of the day because he's about 10 seconds ahead of us for the rest of the day. Anyway, so keep your eye on Larson. Yeah, this is such a difficult racetrack. The groove is going to change here this afternoon as they drive these cars and see what the track is going to do. They're going to be searching for grip. Could open up that Kevin Harvick. We heard a couple of guys, Kurt Busch being one of them, talk about that very bottom. And when we talk about the bottom, that's literally getting the left front possibly off onto the apron and making speed through and on the exit of the corner. So going to be interesting to watch different drivers try different lines around here. And we could even see a third groove come in here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take a little bit of time. There's a little bit of moisture on the racetrack. Most people wouldn't think it's a big deal, but it's a big deal. Temperature of the racetrack drops significantly, so you don't go out and make mistakes early trying to find those lines, because if you do, we know this is a track position race, you put yourself in a bad position. So it's going to take time. And you heard Kyle Larson say it. I love it. You watch other guys. Kurt Busch said it as well. Watch other guys. See what they're doing. You learn through what other people are doing around you, and then you take over that line.
Boy, the one thing with this new car, DJ, that just baffles me is the shifting. I mean, they're talking about double shifting down into the corners. I mean, could you imagine how busy these drivers, number one, how busy they're going to be, but could you imagine doing it yourself behind the wheel of a race car here at New Hampshire?
Sometimes two hands on the steering wheel wasn't enough for me. This place is so hard. I mean, it was so easy to get out of shape. And then you talk about the seams that are in this track. I think that's going to be a big factor here this afternoon, too. Drivers going across these. Because what it does is it's almost like you're hitting water. You talked about the water breath. It's almost like that's what happens when you hit those things. So you have to be very precise in where you're entering, how you go across those on your exit. When you're racing someone, you can't always see those, and you sometimes have to take different moves and different lines around there than what you really want to. So a lot of things to factor in here, but that shifting is just mind-blowing. And when I watch these drivers do that, just incredible the talent they have to get all of this done and make speed and make passes.
Yeah, I thought it was great. If you were listening to Blaney as well as Kurt Busch talking about that, Blaney talking about getting the RPMs up to get the car to pull up off the corner, and Kurt explained it exactly why you would shift. Instead of rolling the corner like you normally do in an older stock car, you're trying to diamond the corner. So you're trying to aim that thing. So the shift comes in with the RPMs. It gets the motor up. It gives you more pop up off that corner. Makes perfect sense, but can you do it consistently?
We're going to have our picks coming up here in a moment, but let's look at the playoff standings right now. And DJ, I think the setup here is that there are a few drivers below that cut line and right at that cut line that feel very confident they can win this race today.
Yeah, they've got a whole group of them. I mean, you look at the first two guys underneath the cut line, both have wins here, and Kevin Harvick and Eric Almirola. So this could be upset, and my pick a little bit later could possibly be one of these drivers that don't have a win in that column.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. I think one of these drivers, and maybe the one just right above these guys on the cut line, might be the guys to watch today.
Boy, Martin Truex Jr. on the pole today as well, and he's not traditionally a terrific qualifier. So when he's able to put it on the pole, you know he's got a very good race car. Let's check out our race-winning picks for the day and see what everybody has selected for a race winner. We'll start with the booth guys. Oh, Dale Jr., William Byron. I didn't see that coming. Jeff with Christopher Bell, the one you just picked. And Denny Hamlin for Steve Letarte. Yeah, it's a pretty safe pick here in New Hampshire, I would think. So, all right, DJ, You're up. Who you got?
I'm going with the pole sitter, Martin
Very
Truex
nice.
Jr. I'm trying to keep this alive, my prediction of 16 winners before the playoffs start, and Martin would certainly help get that closer.
You're just hammering on that, aren't you?
Boy,
You
he
said
is.
it.
I am, yeah.
You're not going to let that go, are you?
If I'm wrong, what's going to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I love it. I love the conversation. He's certainly terrific. One of his, 19 home tracks, right? So,
That's right.
New Hampshire, a place where he loves being, right? Brad, who you got?
Well, being 7 feet tall, I bump my head a lot, and so the details are fuzzy, but I do know the facts. And the fact is, Chase Elliott is really hot. I'm jumping on the bandwagon, brother. Let's ride with the mustache.
The stash lives.
Yes,
you know he can't. If he wins today, he cannot shave it for the rest of the year.
Forever.
Gonna get him some mustache grooming techniques.
Of course, he did win before he grew the mustache too. So
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm going to go with someone who could upset the playoff picture a little bit.
Okay.
Kevin Harvick, I think he's going to be very strong today. You know, talking to that race team, I think they're putting a lot of pressure on this race. They know this is a place where Kevin is comfortable. They know they can come here and win the race, and they were terrific on long runs, DJ, yesterday. I think tire wear is going to be a factor. I think Kevin Harvick's going to be tough today.
Fun.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, no doubt about it. I think there's a lot of people that come into this race saying, hey, this is our shot to be able to go win the race. Martin Truex Jr. among them. On the other side, it's our race team broadcast today. Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Almost time for Cup Series racing from New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Sun is out. Let's get it on.
Welcome to the Magic Mile, New Hampshire Motor Speedway here in the beautiful Granite State. We're getting ready for over 300 miles of action, and there's just 7 races remaining in the regular season. The playoffs are coming, and so is the urgency as we take a look at the playoff standings. Last year here at New Hampshire, Eric Almirola upset the field to take himself into the playoffs. Can anyone pull off the same upset today? We're going to find out. Hello, everyone. I'm Dale Earnhardt Jr., and with me in the booth is our expert driver analyst, Jeff Burton, our crew chief, Steve Letarte. Guys, I talked about Eric and the upset from last year. Who are some of the guys this weekend that are in that same situation?
Well, I wouldn't look too far away from his name. I didn't have him on my radar last year. He came up here and proved us all wrong, making his way into the playoffs. He's only 2 spots out currently, so I think he's a name we have to look at. But I think it'd be remiss if we didn't look at his teammate, Kevin Harvick. This guy's won 58 races, 4 of which happened here at New Hampshire. I know he's on his 2nd longest career winless streak ever at 62 races, but why not him? Why can he not strike gold again and win again and make the playoffs?
Well, I hate to call them underdogs, but 2 Joe Gibbs racing drivers, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., they are fast this weekend. They both need wins to get into playoffs. Bell has 3 Xfinity wins here. Truex on the pole. They can make it happen.
It's the first time the Next Gen's been here to this racetrack. A lot of new challenges this year for that car. What do we look for today?
Yeah, I think this is huge. I think we have so many unknowns. Think about it. We're going to see drivers shifting. We got a different tire. There's no traction compound on the racetrack. We just had rain on the racetrack. There's so many unknowns. The drivers are going to be learning. The teams are going to be learning, and we'll be right there with them learning it also.
Well, you didn't help my anxiety or the crew chief's anxiety down there. This is a track you always try to pit as few times as possible, Junior. Get your driver up front. But this weekend, tires matter. So is it tires or track position? We'll find out.
The pre-race festivities continue. Fans are in their seats. Let's go trackside for ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the New Hampshire National Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Motor Racing Outreach, Billy Malden.
Heavenly Father, we rise up to recognize your presence in our lives and ask you to watch over and bless us today. Keep these drivers, teams, officials, Lord. Safe day of racing for all. Father, as always, we remember the men and women of our armed forces, first responders, both here at home and abroad. We ask you to be with them, be with their families. Keep everybody safe. And Father, I pray that your peace and your presence would surround us all. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
And now to sing "O Canada," followed by the Star-Spangled Banner from Linfield, Massachusetts, your official anthem singer of the Boston Bruins, Todd Angeli.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
With ceremonies out of the way, the drivers are able to strap in and get settled to their cars. Back with the command after this.
I was just a young ambassador on my mama's knee. She said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, one for the money, to another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
NASCAR Cup Series from New Hampshire, the Ambetter 301. Got some great storylines down on pit road today. A great team bringing all that news to you. Let's go down to Parker and get started.
Right, Dale. For Joey Logano, he has described this season as hit or miss. And one of the places that's been a hit for them has been short tracks and flat tracks. So much so, he went and won at Gateway. But talking to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, about today here at New Hampshire, he said, my biggest fear is keeping that entry stability. He said, Joey's been fighting, getting on the brakes, and losing the rear end of that race car. If we can get that under control, I think we have a race car just as good as Gateway to go win, Kim.
Well, it has been a wild 2 weeks for Tyler Reddick. He wins at Road America, and then this week announces he's leaving for 2311 Racing in 2024. Before he hopped in the car, I asked him, what that was like this week. He said it's actually been a distraction, but now I'm ready to focus on winning a championship with RCR. As far as what we'll see here today, he said they actually unloaded way off, but he's confident in the changes they make. Marty, they roll off 13th here today.
The other end of that that move was Denny Hamlin. He's the co-owner at 2311, but his job today to drive for Joe Gibbs Racing in the FedEx Toyota. He has won here 3 times. He has finished second here 6 times. He knows exactly the feel he wants in a race car. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, however, has never won here. He's finished second twice here. As Gabehart told me earlier today, he said, I want to make Denny kiss the lobster this afternoon. And Junior, you know what Denny has. He has an absolute fear of lobsters. So the trophy today, I don't think it'll stand in the way of Denny Hamlin being excited to win here, but Gabehart wants to make him kiss that lobster.
Yeah, we always like to see the reaction of the drivers that do win this race to get to hold that lobster in victory lane. It's time to get these things fired up. Let's go down for the command.
And now, race fans, here to give the command to start engines. Please welcome CEO of Centene, Sarah London.
Drivers, start your engine!
Start up here. You're ready. Get it fired. Oh, you start to move on. Fired up.
The engines roar to life, the green flag, and 300 laps at New Hampshire. Coming up next. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Credit One Bank, a credit card company, and by Toyota. Let's go places.
Everything good? Good. I think it's probably the most popular trophy in the NASCAR series right now. This is the trophy lobster for the weekend. This is Loudon the lobster. He weighs pretty close to 20 pounds this year. 2 or 3 of the drivers will come in a couple of days before the race and actually want to look at them. They won't want to touch them because it's like superstition, but they want to look to see that trophy and they want to win it.
Certainly you would be surprised or intrigued that something that interesting could be a trophy for a winner at a racetrack.
There's nothing else they give you that's alive and you don't know what to do with. It's unique. A lobster is definitely the most unique, for sure.
When you get to victory lane and they hand you a huge lobster, it's kind of cool, really.
I've always wanted to win the lobster.
I've never seen a big, huge lobster like that up close.
You just have to suck it up and hold it. It's not something that you normally do.
Oh my God, what do I do with this thing?
That is by far the largest lobster I've ever held.
Now I'm like all about it. Can't wait to get the lobster. I'm ready for it.
Let's take a look at our starting grid today. And Steve, looking at this right here, the one thing that stands out to me is that excellent job by 2311 sitting there in the second row. Also, Brad Keselowski, great qualifying effort for that team.
Yeah, hard to believe Kevin Harvick back there in row 5, still looking for his first win in over 60 races. Tyler Reddick and Hamlin, of course, are on the same row together after the big news. That's where he'll be heading in 2024. You look a little bit farther back, LaJoie off that good run in Atlanta will be in row 11.
Yeah, and a few names here toward the back that surprise us. Chase Briscoe had speed in practice, great at Phoenix. I think he's got great speed today, but starting in 29th. Jeff is going to dial up Kevin Harvick. Get some words with him.
Hey, Kevin, is Burton up in the booth. You got us?
Hang out.
Oh,
I got you there, Jeff.
all right. All right, Kevin, man. You 4 wins here. You got what you need today to make it 5?
Well, let's hope so. I don't really like having to talk to you about that tie, but you know, I think everybody on our gear wrench Ford Mustang has done a great job this weekend. We brought our great car. Had a good practice. Got a little bit too loose in qualifying, but you know, I think everybody's done a good job. And as our good friends from Gear Wrench would say, we'll just keep forging ahead, try to keep our nose down, and finish it off this weekend.
Well, this is a challenging racetrack. What do you think the most difficult part is today?
Yeah, just understanding the fall off and where all that's going to go. Obviously, yesterday it seemed like rear drive, and you know, cars would quit turning through the center of the corner, and the rear drive lacked a little bit as you would run. So we'll see where that goes. So you can weigh out track position, no track position, compared to tires, no tires.
All right, buddy. Good luck today. Have fun.
10-4. Thank you.
Took a shot at her, man. They both have 4 wins here. He didn't like that, Jeff.
Took a shot at his tie, too, which was unfortunate. The cars are coming down pit road, trying to get their pit road speed. So let's go down to pit road with Parker.
Well, Dale, I find something interesting. This pole for Martin Truex was his first ever for Joe Gibbs Racing, but he comes into this race 15th on the playoff grid without a win. And in talking to his crew chief, James Small, he said, you know, Martin's real calm, relaxed, says, it's going to be fine. We're going to be in the playoffs. James, on the other hand, said, no, I've been telling him we need to win if we want to feel safe about getting in those playoffs. And now that we have the pole and we have speed in this race car, this may just be our best shot to get it done, Kim.
Kurt Busch has 3 New Hampshire wins, but the last one came all the way back in 2008. We're going to get a look right there from Kurt from the Monster Energy onboard camera. Kurt told me this morning he didn't love what he had in practice, but they made changes to have that great qualifying run. He'll start 3rd, and he's hoping those adjustments translate well to what we'll see here in the race, Marty.
Christopher Bell starts 5th at no doubt his best racetrack. He is undefeated here in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and in this race last year, he finished 2nd. But they have had problems on pit road all year long, switching pit crews with Bubba Wallace. Last week at Atlanta, I asked Adam Stevens, I said, hey, what did you say to the guys this week? Did you get on them? Did you get mad at them? He said, no. He said, my message to them was very simple. Keep things basic. Follow our procedures. If you follow our procedures, we'll be fine on pit road today and maybe deliver Christopher Bell a win and an invite to the playoffs.
301 laps in this race, Steve. They give you that 1 extra lap to make it a little difficult on you crew chiefs. So tell us the race breakdown.
Yeah, you got to have to always throw a curveball, but you mentioned 301 laps, 70 laps stage 1, 115 laps stage 2. That 3rd stage is a little bit longer at 116. The big thing is the fuel window, you know, upwards of 90 laps. You're going to have to pit in both the 2nd and final stage. And the big curveball this week is I can't remember a race where the fresh Goodyear tires were worth more at New Hampshire than this weekend. So what has always been a fuel strategy race, Jeff, I believe these crew chiefs are going to have to hedge their bets and make sure they have fresh tires near the end.
Yeah, I believe so, too. You talked to all the drivers after practice yesterday. They said it was eating the rear tires off of it. Rear grip's going to be really important. So those long runs, Steve, that we get here, you better have a good handling car.
A lot of pep talks on the radio and in the laps, the pace laps before the race. Let's listen to the 45 team.
All right, everybody. Thanks again for all the hard work. Remember, guys, crew guys, nice and smooth. Let's find the red strategy. Rock and roll, Jarrett.
Coming to the green flags, the pace car is going to pull onto pit road. Chase Elliott holds the field. The flag man, official starter, waves the green, and we're underway here at New Hampshire.
Truex, the pole sitter, chose the outside lane, gets a really nice start, easily clears the 9 into turn 1.
Bubba Wallace trying to get that outside quarter panel right there on Chase Elliott. Finally, Chase realizes he's there.
And Christopher Bell, a little bit further back, got a really bad exit off of turn 2, and they're all piling around him on the outside.
Look at that momentum. Bubba Wallace off of turn 4. Saw that outside work really well yesterday in the Xfinity race.
A lot of anxiety for the drivers at the moment. They have no idea what this track has for grip. Rained just a little bit ago. First time they've all been on the racetrack together also.
This is a great look right there, just off the front bumper at that rear diffuser and all the aero stuff that makes this new car what it is. And this is New Hampshire at its finest right here. The 24 of William Byron running that middle lane. The 5 of Kyle Larson kind of climbed the hill, takes that sharp turn left and runs kind of a diamond. For that reason, he's inside the 24. We'll see if he can complete the pass down here in turn 3, Marty.
And Steve, the last race on the track here yesterday was a modified race, a completely different rubber versus these Goodyears on the car right now. So you throw in the rain, you throw in the different rubber on the track as well. These first 30 laps, Steve, you're kind of working with your driver saying, hey, hang with me. The track's going to change totally throughout the day today.
Yeah, I wish it was only going to change for 30 laps. I mean, add that to the crew chief's anxiety today. It's not just when to pit and when you need tires, but not just what your car is doing, but what you think it's going to do. You got to try to stay ahead as we're on board with Ambetter and this goldfish cam right here. Looking forward at Tyler Reddick.
Listening to the engine for the downshifts, the upshifts. A minimum of 4 shifts using 4th and 5th gear throughout the lap.
And this is a really difficult pass to make here in New Hampshire. There's multiple grooves. But watch as he goes to the bottom. This bottom lane has very little banking on it, and it's hard to make grip. It's hard to go to the throttle and get the rear tires to hook up. So Tyler Reddick in that outside car, he knows that. So he's going to try to pinch AJ all he can.
Oh, we got a big crash on the back straightaway.
Wow, big contact by the 48.
Bowman involved, Josh Balicki. There's the 42 car, Ty Dillon.
Yeah, Ty Dillon, horrible week.
42 got crossed up,
Found
come
out.
across our nose, right reared him. He just got loose, nowhere to go.
Ty Dillon found out this week he would not be back in this car. Needs good runs to try to turn some heads for some car owners to get an opportunity. This is not what he was wanting.
Bad contact there for the 48 car. It's going to end the day. Looks like there's multiple issues with the suspension there as we see the replay. And the 42 gets into the door of the 31. And the overcorrection back up the racetrack into Bowman.
Oh, big contact with the 78 as well. He had left the scene. We didn't see that originally. And here comes the 77 sliding in. Damage to the right side door of that and the left rear. This will be another good look at it.
Yeah, just going for the same real estate. We saw some similar things there yesterday with Josh Berry and a couple cars. And the 78 hard into the outside wall. That's a BJ McLeod. He's pulled down on the inside of the back straightaway, stopped for his race car. So I thought it was an overcorrection, guys, but it looks like maybe he got right rear quarter panel.
Well, here's a great shot.
And one thing about this track that people don't realize is why you think they're on the straightaway, the corners last longer. Like you're pulling lateral way down the straightaway, makes it a lot harder to avoid some of these accidents.
Accidents early, cautions out here in New Hampshire. NASCAR Drive is your live race day companion. Get access to high-definition in-car cameras, current position tracker, and pit stop data. Select from alternate camera angles and customize your viewing experience with multi-camera view. Visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app. Under caution here at New Hampshire, big crash on the back straightaway, and this kind of started, guys, almost going into turn one. We're going to take a look at this.
Yeah, it really did. A battle for track position. You can see the 42 car of Dillon on the bottom and the 31 car of Haley in the third lane. Haley's trying to gain position on the guys in front of him, goes to turn and run the bottom, much like we saw a little bit ago in a battle for the front. He does not know that Ty is there. They make contact, and now Ty is along for the ride, and everybody behind them just gets caught up, nowhere to go.
Yeah, Ty gets to trying to correct his car up the racetrack into the 48. And then everyone just piles in.
But this is just a good reminder of what qualifying means, right? Alex Bowman is not just a bad qualifying effort for your performance, but now out of the race getting caught up in someone else's mess.
What's a bad miracle? Oscar winner Jordan Peele disrupted and redefined modern horror with Get Out and Us. Now, he reimagines the summer movie with a new pop nightmare. The experimental thriller, Nope, in theaters Friday. Leading the field with some of the unique views today, we have the Coca-Cola pace car cam.
I do love this shot right here.
Yeah. I like riding on the roof of any of these cars, even the pace car.
And I'm not going to lie, when I look back there and see that Interstate Batteries, that is Martin Truex Jr., and y'all can help remind me. Because if I put Kyle Busch in that paint scheme, even with a 19 on it, it's going to be an old habit.
I saw that this weekend right out of the gate. That's going to be tough.
Man.
Well, to make things even better, Kyle Busch is driving the 18 DeWalt car, so.
A little bit of cleanup. We heard some radio about either some chunks of the wall or the asphalt or something on the racetrack, but the safety crew's up there cleaning it up.
Parker.
Well, guys, I think one of the question marks coming into this race for a lot of the drivers of what to do in terms of gears that you use down in the corners, some using third, some using fourth. And I was listening to Ross Chastain under this caution, was asking his team, hey, who else is using third? They took a while, looked at the data, and said, no one in the top 10 is using it. He said, I was using it, but I'm going to stop. It was just helped me turn a little bit, but it sounds like fourth is better. So drivers learning here even early on in New Hampshire what gear to be in.
Yeah, that's great information, and we were wondering about what drivers would use, and we know that they might actually use third or fourth gear through turn 1 and 2 under restart. So we're going to go side by side here, showing you an in-car camera with Kurt Busch during this restart. Let's watch what he does and pay attention to what gear he's in through turns 1 and 2.
The first thing I saw was a bunch of switches. Yep. Fans on and off, getting everything right.
And also, drivers are trying to learn which lane to choose. See, Bubba Wallace picked the inside, Truex Jr. picked the outside.
He's down on the bottom groove here in the second lane.
Yeah, see, he never went all the way to the highest gear because on the restart, you're not going as fast as you will on this lap. So he never downshifted because he never had to. He never got in a gear where he had to downshift from.
Yeah, so I'm trying to watch right here. So there you go. There's high gear.
So he ran fourth gear through 1 and 2 on the restart, and you would never do that in the old car because you didn't have that type of gearing to run third gear. And so that'll be interesting to see if any of those guys drop it down into third gear at any point. Even on old tires, we've talked about guys maybe getting so slow in the middle of the corner to use a third gear.
It's funny, it all really caught our attention when this started, but now you talk to the drivers, and I'm not even sure that it's become so natural to them now. You talk to them about shifting, and they have a hard time explaining when and why and how. It's just second nature, kind of like the pedals in the steering wheel.
You see this battle right here continues on. Kyle Larson working hard to get by Busch. It's just such a difficult pass. We talked about it earlier. We saw Kyle Larson. This is what he wants to do. He wants to run up the racetrack, then turn left and drive off the bottom. That's what he wants to do with his car. But once you get to the car, how do you make that pass, Marty? That's what's so difficult about New Hampshire.
That's so tough here at New Hampshire. What a weekend start for Bubba Wallace, qualified fourth, sitting there in the second position in that number 23 DraftKings Toyota. And Bubba has not been good here at New Hampshire, and he'll admit that. Not only does he never have a top 10 here, he's never finished better than 22nd at this racetrack. But he told me earlier this week, listen, we know we have to come and win one of these races in the next 7 weeks. If we want to be part of the playoffs, we have to come to the racetrack every week and hold nothing back. They've done that this weekend, having a nice run so far early.
A lot of conversation earlier this year about this pit crew on the 23 car, and good news, you're running well. Bad news, it will be a focus, right? You're going to be focused on coming down pit road. If you make a mistake at the front of the field, it's easier for everyone to see. The 4 of Kevin Harvick on board with the Hunt Brothers Pizza Can, working underneath the 24 of William Byron. Byron ran the Xfinity race yesterday. We've seen some Cup guys do that here in the last few weeks, trying to get a few more laps at a racetrack. We'll see if it pays off today.
Yeah, that's why I picked him to win. I figured, even though these cars drive completely different, just learning the track, understanding what grooves are working without the treatment or the resin being put down, it's a whole new ball game than what they've had in the past.
You mentioned downshifting. There's an upshift for Harvick. Watch in the one, he downshift. Boom, there's his downshift. He's way early in the corner when he's downshifting. A lot of different thoughts and ideas about why you downshift with this car. A lot of drivers talk about when you downshift those extra RPMs, make the rear end of the car get into the racetrack better, makes more regrip. You can be more aggressive driving it. Of course, Steve, with those more RPMs, it launches you off the corner right here as well. Kim.
You guys mentioned that Xfinity race that William Byron ran. Despite the issues they had in yesterday's race, he said it really helped him hone in on things about the racetrack he hadn't thought before. The lanes you can use, the lanes that work on restarts, so he feels better prepared for the race today. It was interestingly tight in yesterday's practice for that car you're seeing right there, but right now he's reporting loose through the entire corner. Byron running 7th.
Going back to that conversation of shifting, not only is it new to the drivers, but that engine shops have got a little concerns with this because while the upshift seem to be pretty straightforward, when you downshift is not. And if you're actually going too fast for the gear you're going down into, you can mechanically over-rev the engine. So I've talked to a lot of engine departments. They're talking about having to be a little more conservative with the drivetrain and making sure they don't break an engine, giving the drivers as much option.
Watching the 8-car Tyler Reddick, who's been in the news this week. He's made a deal to go to 2311 Racing in the year 2024. And watching him also run the apron, left sides on the apron through 3 and 4. And that is what's so great, why drivers love this racetrack. There's just so many ways to go around the corner. We saw Harvick running the 2nd groove, then move to the 3rd groove. Watch this 8-car way, way down on the bottom of the racetrack. Some of the Xfinity drivers yesterday mentioned that there's just a little bit of that PJ1 treatment from a couple years ago still down there to use. It's hard to do because there's not much left, but some of these guys using the bottom of the racetrack and making it work.
Great look right here from Allmendinger.
We're also going to hear the drivers talk a lot about the seams, and you can see the strips of asphalt through the corner. Those little black seams are very slick. You don't want to really ride the tire on that seam too long. If you ever stepped on a puddle of water in your basement and slipped your foot across the floor, it's kind of what it feels like when you put the tire on that. Parker.
And Dale was having a conversation with Chase Elliott about those seams, and he said they're so bad that he's like, if I run the high side, I commit to the high side. He goes, you have to brace for when you go across them and sort of set the car up to be like, all right, I'm now going to go across those seams, because he said it just loses all grip. It becomes highly unpredictable to figure out where the car is. So those seams are really tough for these drivers with this next gen car.
And Jeff, that's always been a concern, and nothing new for the drivers, but it seems with this car, we thought that might change with the bigger tire, but it's still there.
Yeah, and also as you change, go across that seam, you're also changing banking, because all those grooves have different banking. So sometimes I think that drivers believe it's the seams when actually you put your left side tires on less banking or your right side tires on more banking, and that changes the way the car drives as well.
Right here we see the 6, former champ Brad Keselowski. This is home, home area for his partner RFK, right? Roush Fenway, Keselowski, Fenway in the Fenway group, known in the New England area, trying to have a good run. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 and Daniel Suarez in the 99 battling it out.
That's really close right there. Suarez up the racetrack, almost into the side in 47. Good launch off the corner right there. This is a kind of a racetrack that the 47 team and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. have struggled on, Steve. Tracks where you got to use a lot of braking. That seems to be a place they've struggled. Really good on the super speedways.
I talked to Corey LaJoie and Ricky Stenhouse on pit road on air during qualifying, and they didn't hide from this as we ride on board with Briscoe and the Ford Performance Cam. They both told me they're so bad at the tracks we use the brakes. Stenhouse said we took everything, put it on the table, all the setup items, and if anything was common between Richmond and Martinsville, we made sure we didn't bring it here because they didn't work at those 2 tracks.
Martin Truex Jr. still leads here, 26 laps into the race in New Hampshire. We'll be right back. You want to tune in to NBC Sports on Sirius XM, NASCAR Radio, Channel 90, live Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. This week we got Kyle Petty. He's got a lot of opinion, guys.
Love it.
It's going to be a lot of fun listening to Kyle, see what he's got to say. Our aerial coverage today, also brought to you by Geico. Always appreciate these camera shots and opportunities to see kind of a bigger view, big picture view of what's going on, restarts and so forth. Marty.
Guys, keep an eye on Kevin Harvick rolling through the field right now, up to 7th. He started 10th today. I talked to Rodney Childers this morning about what he expects this afternoon. He said, honestly, we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves this weekend. Kevin has been terrific at racetracks where he's comfortable, and he has a lot of laps in this new car. It's been challenged at a lot of racetracks, but they know at New Hampshire, Kevin can find his way to the front. And he just had a sense, long runs, that Kevin Harvick might be one of those guys to beat this afternoon. Steve, I'm sure you racing with Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon. You had dates circled on the calendar, didn't you, where you said, hey, I know we can go there, and I know we can win a playoff spot, maybe on the line for Harvick today.
Yeah, you would love to think you should be able to go win every week with the talent of Kevin Harvick, but I believe it is fair to focus your effort at tracks where your driver feels more comfortable. We've made a lot about the track and the lack of the sticky stuff they used to spray on it. I actually thought this was going to help Kevin Harvick. It's kind of like a throwback to the old school And you know, that Easter egg hunt for grip around this racetrack, he was always the best. He found these odd lines. Remember that line he used to run off the corner as we ride right here? We're going to stay on board. I want to see what he does off turn 4. He used to enter in the middle, but exit higher than every other car, Jeff. You think that's just a feel thing for Kevin?
I think it's a feel thing, but I also think that was a traction compound thing. I don't know that that'll be available today. I can't wait to see, because I know he's going to try it. He always exited really high right there. But I agree with you. I think the fact that there was no traction compound put down, that might help some of these older drivers. That experience might come into play.
Battle for third position here. Larson using the high side, going around his teammate Chase Elliott. Have to think that Chase saw that car coming, getting a little bigger in the mirror, and decided to hand him that position early in this race.
And sometimes we would see it in practice, and even early in the race, if a car is faster and gets in front of you, as silly as this sounds, now Chase can be like, okay, wait, I thought I was too bad in the middle of the corner or entry, but now that I see where Larson's beating me, we actually need to fix something else, right? It kind of lets him know and unlocks what he's really struggling speed-wise, because it might feel one thing, but where's the car going too slow?
Bad accident right at the start of the race. Their teammate Alex Bowman, Kim, caught up with him.
Alex Bowman out of the race early. What happened?
We qualified bad, and then you're back there with a bunch of people you don't want to be around. And unfortunately, they were just racing hard. It looked like the 42 and the 31 got together, and 42 just overcorrected and stopped us in the fence. So, bummer. I hate it for everybody in Ally, HMS, but move on to the next one.
Alex Bowman, third DNF in the last 4 races.
The rough stretch continues for that team. It's just been a rough weekend. No pace really in the 48. A lot of frustration. But a lot of different tracks. These next 6 racetracks before the playoffs, so different. So just opportunities to rebound.
Well, for Bowman, though, what his concern is these two drivers right here, right? Neither of these two have won. They're currently outside the playoff picture. If an Almirola or a Harvick can go up and win, you know, Bowman has a win. That used to be, oh, man, you're in. You got to win. 13 winners. If we get a 14th, Bowman has had such poor points days. This should probably move him almost behind Cindric as the lowest scored guy with a win. You start getting a little concerned about your playoff hopes.
One of the guys I expected to do well today, William Byron. Let's listen in on the 24 radio.
I'm really struggling here. I got no grip on entry, bouncing really bad. Just try to manage here. Bouncing real bad. We'll do our best here. Like when I load the rear tires, I don't have anything, like 0.
So when he talks about the front tires bouncing real bad, there's a massive bump entering turn 3. And you want to be able to attack the corner. You want to be able to drive way down in the corner. As he hits that bump, when it bounces really bad, you lose front grip. You can't really turn the car you want to. And at the same time, he says, I don't have the rear grip I need. So he does not have the overall grip. Steve, those two things together are difficult to overcome. If the car is just loose or just tight, well, then that's a much easier to fix. But when you have multiple things happening, that becomes much more complicated.
More complicated, and what do you think you can really improve? Like the bouncing may be something in the car that they're going to have to live with. That might not be an adjustment that they feel they can have, or maybe that is something. They maybe can raise the height of the car or get themselves into a position where the suspension's a little bit more comfortable, Marty.
And, Steve, here's the other complicating factor in that. As you see A.J. Allmendinger trying to get around Ross Chastain. And a nice battle between Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin as well. Brad makes that pass. The high groove you're talking about going into turn 3 where those bumps are, well, that's where the remainder of the PJ1 is. It's high in turns 3 and 4. So, Jeff, you got to almost deal with those bumps if you want to catch a little bit of that PJ1 that's still on this racetrack.
And if you look at Byron, who's talking about struggling, he's got a lot of room behind him, and he's also running laps comparable to the cars behind him. So we watched these 2 great battles happening. One at the top of the screen there between the 11, Denny Hamlin, trying to get by this 6 car of Keselowski. What do you got, Parker?
Well, guys, I was talking to this team earlier this morning, and they were pumped up after qualifying in the top 10. He qualified 9th yesterday, Brad Keselowski, in that 6 car. And that might not sound like a lot, but they've only had 1 top 10 in the last 10 races. They really need some momentum on that 6 car. And talking to Matt McCall, he said, we looked at this racetrack as a place we could turn around because Brad Keselowski is so good here. He's so respectful to the platform of that race car that this racetrack just suits him, where he doesn't really try to put it on the nose too much or put it on the back of the throttle. He's so smooth, and that's how he goes fast around here. And we were so excited to see speed because we needed some speed out of this race car. We've been trying really hard, and it was good to see us finally get some of that speed that we've been looking for.
Yeah, it's awesome seeing the 16 car competing, trying to pass, making this pass.
Well, he's making a pass on Blaney, and Blaney He's not had the start of this race that he wanted. He started 11th. He's fallen back to 15th.
Well, Colleague Racing, the owning team, the team of that 16 that Allmendinger's running in, they haven't had a lot to be excited about this year, and they are definitely all in. Wants to be around this sport for a long, long time, so a run like this today could be a big deal for them.
I mentioned the playoffs. Look at the pylon on the left side. All those dashes. Those are winless drivers this year. Truex, Wallace, Harvick, Bell, Almirola. I mean, that's 5 just in the top 7 or 8. So it's early in the race. But if this continues, pressure is going to absolutely build for those cars that feel good about their playoff spots.
Can you spot a liar? USA's new show has 4 teammates battling to find out which one of them is sabotaging their chances at $100,000. Snake in the Grass, hosted by Bobby Bones, premieres August 1st on USA, guys. I think that's something we need to try.
Well, Rick's not here, so he's the saboteur. Rick is guilty right now.
If I like you guys a lot, but if you're messing with my $100,000, I'm not my friends anymore.
Welcome back to the Ambetter 301. We got some close calls here for you guys to take a look at.
And I want to know if these are close calls or frustration, right? These two raced for a bunch of laps. They're back there outside the top 20. Now they're way down on the straightaway, and they kind of bang doors.
Close call for the 41. He looked like he's about to turn it back into the fence.
Yeah.
Well, they're both need to go right here because the leader is not that far behind him. And then this also.
Oh, yeah.
This is frustration.
Yep.
There's a little something intentional looking there.
Oh, yeah, because Denny's like, what are you doing? And Brad's like, I've been waiting all year to be racing up here, and I'm going to get every inch I can. And it looks good. Good for Brad. Like I mentioned, listen, Fenway, I talked to him down on pit road. He was wearing a Boston Red Sox hat, had that big smile. When you come home to New England and one of your owners is the Fenway Group, you want to put a show on. This team got penalized 100 points early in the year. They are so far out of it on points. They have to win a race and, trying to turn things around. I give Brad credit. Racing tough.
Parker.
Well, guys, another driver who's not afraid of putting a show on is right there behind Brad Keselowski. That's number 1 of Ross Chastain. Qualified back in the 18th position, but now finds himself in 13th and working on getting to 12th by Brad. I talked to his crew chief, Phil Surgeon. I said, all right, you're starting the back. You guys not quite at the speed. He said, no, we've been one of the few cars throughout this season that can just find a way to pass. Everyone talking about coming to this race, it was going to be really hard to pass. He said, it doesn't worry us. For whatever reason, we just find a way. We give Ross the car that he needs, and he just makes the air work for him and gets those passes done. He's doing that early on in this race, Kevin.
You see Tyler Reddick in the 14th position. He started 13th, and he's really been just stagnant, has bumped down to the 15th, the 16th even. And Reddick, I asked him, I said, you've been good at Phoenix. You had speed at Gateway. Does that give you confidence? He said, no, because this track is so different because of the bumps. The bumps have given me so much trouble. They've loosened up the car. They upset the car. Right now, Tyler Reddick, the main thing he's saying is, I am tight in traffic, currently running in the 14th spot. Marty?
Boy, not the day Kyle Busch expected. Started 17th. He's actually gone backwards 1 position. What's going on with the car? Listen.
Loose on entry, chatter the right rear tire. Can chatter the right rear tire at any point through the corner. If I keep it underneath me to the center when I'm off the brakes, the front end chatters.
Boy, I'll tell you what, so successful here at New Hampshire in the past, and after the run they had at Gateway a couple of weeks ago, really thought they would be a contender today. Meanwhile, Junior, Kevin Harvick coming up through the field. Still, he's up to 5th right now, just passing Kurt Busch.
Yeah, he sure did. Went around the outside. Kurt saw the pace this 4-car has and couldn't hold him off. And now Harvick into the top 5.
Think of the experience level between these two. You're talking over 1,000 starts total. I mean, these guys have been in this sport a long time.
And got a second and a half to Chase Elliott, but he's got the pace to be up there and competing up front in the top 3. Our leader has caught traffic, so that's going to probably bring some of those guys back to the rest of the top 5. You see the 47. Stenhouse trying to fight really hard to stay on this lead lap.
Well, that's the fight. If I'm the crew chief, I'm like, listen, man, I know we're not good. 15 laps, give me all you can. Even if you get lapped, then we're in the free pass position. Try to chase that 19 down. Try to stay in the next. We talk about races within a race. For the 47, trying to save this lap could change his entire day. Right in front of the 19 now is the 21 of Harrison Burton. Same thing. Rookie driver, figuring out this racetrack. You thought you were going to get a calm first stage and make some adjustments, but now he is panicking, trying to stay on the lead lap. And Truex is half on a Sunday cruise, but you guys have led races. You don't care about these other guys, right? You're trying to lap them all and just just put the best race together you can.
You want to put as many of them down as you can. That cleans pit road off for you. You want to get them laps down. You don't want to deal with them. So you're pushing hard. Get as many of them away from you as possible.
The line Truex is running right low, using just the bottom 2 grooves of the racetrack. See a lot of guys way up the racetrack in the 3rd groove, even beyond that at times.
Well, this shows you how important qualifying is. You qualify back there on a track that it's hard to pass on, and the leader comes up on you quick.
But now that the leader's gone through, now here's the battle for second. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson, and they're going to catch that same traffic. Larson's going to use that as an opportunity to try to find that spot at the bottom of the screen. The 1 and the 8 continue to battle for just outside the top 10. I think this is for the 13th position.
The 5-car Larson can make up so much ground on corner entry. 23 of Bubba Wallace, though, gains most of that back on corner exit. Now when he's trapped behind this slower car, you see it disallows him to be able to make that acceleration on corner exit. Keeps the 5-car right there as they're down into turn 1. Bubba to the bottom. The 5 goes where he isn't.
But I like this exit the 5's getting ready to have if he could time it right. Well, just couldn't quite. I thought he would get it turned a little straighter, have a good run. It's going to work for the 47, though, kind of move past that.
I think with the ability to downshift, it really kind of takes away that advantage, being able to turn and arc and come up off the bottom of the corner that the 5-car's trying to create.
Well, Bubba Wallace having just such a strong start to this race, qualified well, best ever qualifying effort for him in the Cup Series, and now he's racing with Kyle Larson.
Larson hoping to get to that left rear and disrupt the car just a little bit.
As we say all this, right, Truex is out to a little over a 3-second lead, lapping all the way up inside the top 25, putting a pretty good pace on.
Side by side down the front straightaway, and in front of them 2 lap cars. Austin Dillon, and then the 34 car there. McDowell, he's been fading throughout the field, struggling with this 34 car early in this first stage. Bubba fights back on the outside, not giving that position up too easily. Larson will try to roll real tight right there around the apron. Oh, he's going to get a little tight with the air of that lap car. McDowell coming across the nose of the 5.
And now it's a race to the lap car. What lane will the lap car choose? Bubba Wallace went all the way to the bottom, trying to get under McDowell. That's where Larson wanted to go.
Way to go, Bubba. I mean, be aggressive. Try to fight. Keep the spot. I think as a short race like this, Steve, you've got the race for every single position. You can't let guys go and expect to get that back today. The race is too short.
And if you've been vocal about having a better pit crew, I'd love to see this out of the driver, right? Hey, guys, I'm fighting for you. I know you're working hard. I'm going to work hard. We see Mike McDowell in that 34. I just want to bring up today's not having the day he wants in the 27th position, but having a great year, right? 7 top 10s with his new crew chief, Blake Harris. So maybe today's not the perfect day, but a lot to build on from a great start to the season.
See Chase Elliott in the middle of the screen there, trying to join this battle for second place. Chase in 4th, just ahead of Kevin Harvick. He's cut about 4/10 off of the distance between him. Kim, what you got?
Well, this track has certainly eluded Michael McDowell. I talked to him this morning, and he said, you know, I haven't always been great here, but he had confidence in his crew chief, Blake Harris, because of what Blake brought from JGR and their knowledge of short tracks. That's certainly not working for them here today, and that's partly because the right rear, he just can't get it to stick. And he told me, if we don't have a top 12, it's not a good day for us, and I'm going to be disappointed. So you have to imagine he is certainly disappointed in 27th, and they might have to take a big swing at that race car of Michael McDowell.
You know, this track, we could talk it. Challenge, finicky, use all the words we want. If you miss it here, it is a battle. It's just so frustrating because we get long green flag runs, and normally someone hits it like Truex, which is making your day seem even worse. Because when they go by you, Jeff, you like, how could we possibly be this much slower? But I have been on both ends of that.
Well, that's right. And early in the race like this, you know, it's like, how can we be this far off? But the good thing is, Steve, there's a lot of time. And we talked about when we came on air how much this racetrack is going to change. You can make your car better. You're still not out of it.
Steve, you know, we're sitting right with a guy who, you know, we call him the mayor, but we also, when we come to New Hampshire, we call him Mr. New Hampshire because he's dominated his racetrack. And you've had dominant cars just like Truex has early in this race. What do these guys need to do to stay on top of it?
Yeah, so what Truex and his guys need to do right now is not get complacent. They need to understand go back to their notes, do the best guess you can about what is this track going to do, and you have to stay aggressive with the changes. You can't be afraid to make a bad change. You have to be thinking positive and try to make a good change, because if not, somebody else will, Parker, and find a way to get better than you.
Right, Jeff, and I think the only guy more excited from the performance of the 19 than Martin Truex would be his crew chief, James Small, who before this race told me it was keeping him up at night almost thinking about if this car would get too loose over the long run. He said that's been our Achilles heel. We see these cars trend loose. It gets to the point where we just can't drive it. It loses that right rear grip and we can't get it back. He said, I just hope we can have that long run pace. Well, I think they absolutely have shown that long run pace, and Martin has not talked to the radio at all, so it will be interesting to see what adjustments they make, if any, here when they get to the end of this stage.
And at the bottom of the screen, as we see Truex continue, the 21 of the 7, why this is really important is because these two are the first car one lap down. They're battling for the free pass. So I talked about the battle within battle. Harrison is trying to stave this lap. The 7 of Corey LaJoie, great story a week ago. That was Atlanta. Welcome to New Hampshire. It's a much bigger challenge, a much different challenge. With coming to 2 laps to go, the 21 of the 7 having a heated battle.
Yeah, and Cole Custer right here with 2 laps to go. He's doing everything he can to keep Truex from passing him. And there's Truex rolling in the middle. Custer's got to push hard here to stay in the lead lap. These next 2 corners are huge for him.
And Truex might say, I got 3 seconds out back. You know, I don't want to get too near a desperate Cole Custer, or he might drive right to the inside of him. We'll see as we see the 9 of Chase Elliott. He looks up and has a mirror full of 4 of Kevin Harvick.
Well, to see this battle continue, Harrison Burton is a huge Cole Custer fan right
yeah,
now.
That's right.
He's wanting Cole to stay in the lead lap so he can be the first car lap down. Here, Truex is making a move underneath him. Custer with a good launch off.
Custer struggling in that dirty air. The 38 car is going to give Truex an opportunity. We saw the pace the 19 had through turns 3 the lap before to cut Cole a break here. There he comes. I think he is. Oh, the 38's having some trouble here.
That might cost the 38 a lap.
No kidding.
19 could pass him coming to the line.
Looks like he's going to be able to stay on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr. wins his 6th stage win of 2022, guys. Would you believe that that is the most of all drivers
without a race win? Unbelievable. 6 stage wins, most of everyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed that.
And a very gentlemanly move to the 38 right there, coming to the line.
Well, it's pretty good first stage for us. Big wreck early, but Martin Truex Jr. just dominated here at New Hampshire. We'll be back. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. And download America's loved free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com. A lot of things for the fans to do at these racetracks. Probably something you didn't think you'd see out there on the breezeway, but yeah.
I'd like to get one of those.
Not only is all the cool third vendor food and all kinds of fun things, but guys are coming down to pit road. Let's go, Kim.
And Kyle Larson quiet pretty much the entire run, which is a good sign about that car. He said, guys, we're good. The only thing is I ran too hard, used up my tires. Otherwise, I love this car. 4 tires, Marty, on the 5.
You're going to love the fight in Bubba Wallace to finish second there and beat Kyle Larson behind him till the car starts free and gets worse the longer he runs. But I don't need much. We'll see if the adjustment helps, Parker.
And Marty for the 19 Martin Truex, he may have had a 4-second lead, but he said that car got too loose as he keeps the lead on the exit of pit road, so they tightened him up to get ahead of the track.
Great stop by Kevin Harvick's team. They made some changes, guys, and it seems to be helping week after week. Download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, and radio broadcast. Upgrade to Premium for full access to driver audio channels and a completely ad-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Let's head on down to the Peacock Pit Box.
Yeah,
Brad and DJ.
Yeah, thanks, Junior. That first stage, a lot of drivers looking to make some adjustments, so they got those pit stops out of the way. Bubba Wallace did his job as a driver on the racetrack, ran second that entire stage there. We witnessed their pit stop firsthand right here.
Yeah, right above them, and you're exactly right. Track position, track position, track position. Bubba's done his job today. He went out in this first stage. He kept that car up front, raced really hard. We were a little nervous coming down pit road. They only lost 2 spots, so he's right where he was, right where he's, a couple spots back. No big deal. Good pit stop for him. They had a little bit of trouble with the right front tire, but that's going to happen. He's in a great spot.
Yeah, a lot of racing to go, but adjustment from here. How much change to the racetrack, and then trying to keep up and make adjustments from there.
Let's go to the 23 radio.
Mike, a little slick, a little far, sorry. All good? Yeah, 10-4.
So I just want to talk a little bit about, sounded like he was giving a little description of the track right there. Let's go back to that 23 pit stop, though, and discuss it, Jeff. They did lose a couple, but that's still keeping your driver in the game, right? This issue that they've been having has been some catastrophic mistakes, of having to come back down pit road, some other things. So I like what Brad pointed out, right? It wasn't perfect, Brad. And he said, but we can get over a couple lost spots. Let's just not make it worse. So, you're at a new look when you're coming down pit road in the top 5.
Well, his owner, Denny Hamlin, he lost 9 spots, came in 10th, came out 19th.
Bart Truex Jr., the control cars, chose the outside for this restart.
Look at this shot right here. Yeah, we're going to show 4. We talked about the shifting. We're going to see 4 guys and what they do on these restarts.
Yeah, the pace car heads to pit road as we approach the Geico restart zone. Green flag is out. We're back underway for stage 2. 3 wide back there. The 12 car Blaney being really aggressive down into turn 1 on the apron. Oh, a car spinning. Kyle Busch around on the back straightaway.
Straight. Good shape. Yellow's out.
He did an amazing job to save that. Everyone around him did an equally impressive job not to make contact with him or anyone else trying to change lanes and avoid. He spun out of 18th position.
He's not had a great day, struggling. Really didn't advance himself any in that first run. Of course, this is going to set him even further back.
Yeah, rights are up.
All right, let's go back and see what happens. Everybody just looks like he just loses it trying to go to the throttle. Rear tires just don't hook up for him. Around he goes in front of the field. Everybody doing a great job behind him. Tough action in New Hampshire on restarts.
A lot of action on USA. 8 of the next 10 Cup races will be on the USA Network. And on Saturdays, the Xfinity Series, I believe it's 9 of the next 10 right here on USA. We have pre-race coverage and post-race coverage. So a little bit of talking before the action and a whole lot of breaking down post-race of the action we saw. Speaking of some action, let's take another look right here. Jeff, we saw the 18 spin around. We're going to pop his telemetry. And bottom left, you can see the green dots for the throttle. Take me through this spin right here.
Yeah, just on the gas, trying to get to the throttle to make speed, and just around it comes. You can see him off the throttle. Kyle Busch has been making some mistakes lately. I wonder if pressure's starting to build a little bit. Doesn't know what he's doing for next year. Nashville, Road America, and then again today. Pushing hard, trying to make something happen. Wonder if he's pushing too hard, Junior.
Yeah, it's been tough, and I know everybody wants a resolution to the contract situation between him and Joe Gibbs Racing, and Joe would love to keep this guy. I mean, he's one of the best that ever drove a race car and a stock car in NASCAR, and I think he's absolutely got more good years left in him, still more races to win.
Coach was the one guy with that Reddick news. He's like, whew, I think I got a week out of the media. We're not going to talk about Kyle this week. We're going to talk about Reddick, and maybe I'll get a little bit of a break.
And he has been clear. I want this guy in my race car, Marty.
Well, this has been no doubt. Coach Gibbs certainly wants to get Kyle Busch re-signed moving forward to keep him at Joe Gibbs Racing. When they came down pit road, an interesting move, Steve, they put the qualifier set on. So Ben Bayshore trying to make sure he doesn't get a set of tires behind everybody else here in the field. That just shows you yet again, tire wear is going to be a significant factor today.
Yeah, new tires are going to have value. These teams had 7 sets. You put a set to start the race, that's put 6 on pit road. But those sets, that set you qualified on, those scuffs, you're allowed to keep those as well. So this is a great opportunity to put those on. 104 to go on the stage. Save these brand new Goodyear tires with the sticker still on them.
Parker.
Well, guys, speaking of tires, I heard something interesting on the 22 radio of Joey Logano, who's currently sitting in the 9th place, finished just outside the top 10 at the end of stage 1, and said, my front tires felt like they had 100 pounds of air pressure. The front was just bouncing all over the place. He said it made it really hard to drive. The vibrations were really large. So that's just something to think about and look forward to as we get further into stage 2 if they're able to get that under control, Kevin.
And Chase Briscoe started in the 29th position. Their goal, Johnny Klossmeyer told me, to finish between 15th and 20th at the end of the first stage. They did that, getting the 17th position. They were surprised by that qualifying effort, but liked what they have in the car. Should be fun to see what Briscoe's able to do now that he has better track position.
We saw how crazy these restarts get. We just had Kyle Busch lose control, but even before that, there was at least 2 in the groove and 1 on the apron. So, I mean, it's 3 wide, 1 and 2. If it's paved, they can use it.
And that's the beginning of stage 2. I mean, when we get further into the race and more risks are taken.
We saw Truex that last time. He picked the outside. Again, he picked the outside. See if that changes throughout the day.
Back into the Geico restart zone. Truex stomps in the gas, goes through the gears. Acceleration clears him down into turn 1. 5 car of Larson trying to battle back to the inside here for the corner exit. Not able to do it. 3 wide. Back there for 5th position. Still 3 wide down into the corner. Nobody giving up.
Bottom of your screen, we see the 1 of Ross Chastain making some moves. He started next to the 11. They took care of each other pretty well in the restart. We heard Ross Chastain earlier in the show, in the pre-race show, talk about some of the mistakes and trying to do a little bit better job. And on that restart, gave the 11 what I would consider more than ample room on this outside lane, although now they're 3 wide with Reddick.
Well, that's the thing. The spotters got to be on the game right here to make sure they all know they're 3 wide. Who's going to lift? Who's going to give? Nobody. Although Hamlin way up the racetrack, giving plenty of room, knowing that he's 3 wide.
Hamlin will have some great momentum down the straightaway, though, hoping to pull clear of these guys, and he does. When you run that high line in the middle of 3 and 4, it gives you a great run off the corner. Oh, the 16 into the back of the 1 there, Marty.
Well, there's action all over this track, isn't it? Denny Hamlin trying to go 3 wide there to get more spots. Steve, on that last stop, the 11 team actually had a left rear. It took him a while to get that left rear tight. He lost a ton of spots, but Hamlin has shown speed inside this 11 machine, trying to work his way back through the field.
And he's trying to follow Reddick through there. Reddick, left side tires on the apron in 3 and 4, making it work underneath Suarez. Look at Reddick in that 8 car. Is hooking that left side. It's working well for him. Even on the apron on corner exit.
Reddick trying to roll tight around that bottom of 3 and 4. This track, even though it looks like it's shaped exactly the same on both ends, Burton, tell us, I mean, it's quite different from turns 1 and 2, turns 3 and 4.
It is different. Watch these guys navigate through 2, and you see that 18 car on the bottom, Steve. He is rolling off turn 2, gets really tight on the exit of 2. There's a big bump on the exit, but those scuffed tires, they are rolling up through the field.
Yeah, the 18, the DeWalt car, yellow and black, just to get your attention. He drives right in on the apron. You see right here, 2 tires down on the flat again as he tries to look ahead and try to make a move on the 11. His teammate Denny Hamlin, who's inside Eric Jones.
And why does that matter? I mean, tires never really mattered here in the past. I mean, once you came to pit road inside of 90 laps, you were never coming back to pit road again.
Oh, smoke, a big crash in the back right here. Can't tell, the 21-34, big damage on the 7, destroyed the 7.
Square hit. Get it rolling when you can.
I don't know what happened, but whatever it was, it has ruined at least the 7's day. Heavy damage on the 34.
Corey LaJoie, such a good race last week.
Get to the garage if you can.
And this car is
You're on fire
hurt.
here, bud. Get down off the racetrack.
That's 2 weeks in a row, and very expensive damage. These cars, not easy to repair monetarily, especially for a team like that. That's both Spire cars in an accident today. Their other entry in a crash right off the green flag, the initial start. Let's take a look at what happened here. Deep down into turn 1. The 7 loose, overcorrects, big slap into the 21. And that's something I thought we would see a lot of this year with this quicker steering box and the rack and pinion. These cars drivers had manual steering boxes for decades, and now we went to a rack and pinion, and the steering is much quicker. And so when you have that moment, that back end step out, these guys don't have a lot of experience with how quick to react, how much to turn. You see that overcorrection.
Well, we did see it a tremendous amount early in the year, and we really haven't seen it. Like, all the drivers got used to it, but right there, Corey, it just came around, and the driver's instinct is to turn it right and to keep it from spinning out, and it hooked. And when it did, just away he went.
He's frustrated with himself, and he may have been able to save that if no one's on the outside of him. Let's listen to the audio.
The rear is just locked up when I downshifted.
Oh, well, that's a different problem.
Exactly. Yeah. So we were thinking he just got loose. That radio right there. We have been on board a bunch today and seen the guys, up to 5th gear, down to the corner, go down to 4th, and we saw it step out. So he's saying that the rear, when he went downshifted, that it made the back step out. Let's see. So we see the back wiggle. We can't see if the rear tires are sliding or rolling. He feels like the downshift is what made it loose, though.
And it's something we've not heard like on road courses,
right,
or we've not had any issues with downshifting and wheel hopping with this car. So you wonder if there was some mechanical issue, Steve.
Well, the 21 of Harrison was just out there on his outside, had nothing to do with it, and here he goes, right in the door.
All the racetracks on the series have some unique places to be able to watch the racing. The big hill on the back straightaway for the fans here at New Hampshire. Great camping. Big road course that goes outside the oval racetrack for the fans to enjoy. Some great camping at. Some great food to eat. Awesome food for the French fries. I'd like some of those, Jeff.
Chicken finger. Chicken finger got my
I bet we could have some sent up.
I bet we could.
It is a party here. They have such a good time. It's all week. Campers start coming in. I went out this morning and spent some time with the fans. They're fired up. Love this racetrack. Love the racing here.
Yeah, fantastic crowd this weekend. We got grandstands.
All right, we saw the big accident as we saw Corey LaJoie go down the back straightaway. I mean, look at this car, right? It's crab walking. It's obviously wrecked and sideways, but what makes it do? He said, oh, broke the track bar, broke the truck arms. Well, it's different in this next-gen car. Independent rear suspension, so the rear tires can be adjusted to point really either direction. So as we run inside our Toyota virtual car right here, we're going to take a look at this toe link, this magic word. What is this mysterious toe link that everyone breaks? Well, it's very simple. We're going to spin around to the back. We're going to remove a little bit of the chassis so you can see what we have. And I want you to focus on this yellow link right here on the right rear when we take the tire off. That holds that tire straight. As this suspension goes up and down, well, when that bends, you come in here, you take out 2 different bolts, pull this yellow part out. Hopefully don't drop all the parts, pieces, and slugs you need to put it back together. You then reinsert it, and you put the bolt both in this side and the outside, and you can change the rear toe link. So this mysterious toe link, we have seen the 22 of Joe Logano change one in Atlanta so quickly, I didn't even know this is what they repaired. But that is the toe link. It's impressive. Here you go. Right here is a 22. Boom. It breaks. The left rear now has a mind of its own. That's what it looks like when the toe link is busted. They repaired this on pit road and kept going. Impressive by these teams. Jeff, there's no chance. You know how hot that is? We'd have parts on the ground.
Well,
Dale would be screaming at us on the radio, what's taking so long?
Well, also remember, this car was like 6 feet in the air when it got that damage and continued on. These are tough race cars, and they do bend in different places than the older cars, Marty.
And, Jeff, this caution comes at a very interesting time. 91 to go here in stage 2. So, Steve, yes, they can put fuel in right here, make it to all the way to the end of the stage, but only 14 green flag laps. Would you go fuel only if you were making the calls today?
I would be putting tires on. If I'm planning on this thing running 91 green, I don't want to try to run 105 laps on a set of Goodyear tires. I think they're going to wear out, and somewhere 40 or 50 laps in, they fall right off a cliff. So if I'm coming down pit road, I need 14 laps worth of fuel. That's already going to take, call it 3.5 seconds. I could put 4 tires on in 9 seconds with these new single lug nuts. So I'm putting fresh Goodyears all the way around if it's me. But we'll see what these crew chiefs decide to do. One thing's for sure, Marty, you are correct. It is a popular decision to come to pit road, Kim.
And we'll watch Kyle Larson in that 5 car. The talk has been more about what the lines the other drivers are using versus Kyle in the car because he likes it. It looks like they will take tires on that. 4 tires, Marty, for Kyle, or 2 tires, excuse me, for Kyle Larson, Marty.
Boy, you talk about being on the edge. Kevin Harvick, Rodney Childers making the call. That was a tight exit there. Fuel only for Harvick. That track position could work out, Parker.
Right, there's the same call for Martin Truex, just fuel only as they watched there. The other teams were doing it. It looks like he kept the lead off pit road.
Another great pit stop for the Harvick guys. SHR, the top 2 there. The biggest names in track and field are in Oregon for the World Track and Field Championships tonight, 10/9 Central on NBC and Peacock. It's the first time since 1991 the United States has swept the 100-meter medals. Fred Curley with a gold, Marvin Bracey got silver, Trayvon Vermille with bronze. These guys are excited. Put a lot of work and effort to get there and made it happen.
Great job.
Kim, what you got?
Corey LaJoie out of the infield care center. Early exit for you. Walk us through what happened there.
Yeah, just it got hung in between 4th and 3rd gear on the downshift there. It had to happen earlier in the day, and I wasn't around anybody. I just thought that I wasn't pushing it a gear hard enough or whatever the case may have been, and racing hard on the restart there underneath the 21, and I tried pushing it down to 3rd, and it just got hung in between 4th and 3rd, and it literally just locked both rear tires up so they weren't turning, and I hate that a couple other guys were involved, but I want to take a look at that thing and make sure that doesn't happen again. That was a weird thing, the first thing we've had all year with the transaxles, so it's just been a tough stretch, and I feel bad for my guys. It's been a tough little stretch after trying to follow up another good week from last week, but it wasn't meant to be. We'll get them next week.
All right, so Corey LaJoie said it got hung between gears. We talked about the shifting, Jeff. What is it? How does it work? Once again, let's go back into our virtual car, talk about this sequential shifting. It is different. It used to be an H pattern, like your car at home, you know, first up top, second straight back. Now these drivers don't. He mentioned the magic word, right? It's no longer a transmission. Now it is this transaxle in the back. So as we go in here real quick, right, the engine's the same, drive shaft's the same, the transaxle's in the back. The most important part I wanted to take your attention is these highlighted yellow shifting rods. They connect the transaxle to the shifter. We haven't heard of a lot of cars getting stuck between gears, so you have to wonder if something is adjusted wrong in one of those rods. We have heard of a rod breaking. It happened to Cody Ware at Road America. So one of these yellow rods right here, if these things aren't set right, then this shifter right here is we're going to go from 5th to 4th to 3rd. You know, what he said is it got hung between gears. So, you know, this shifting rod right here, if that thing breaks or isn't set right, it doesn't matter what the driver's doing with that handle, it's not going to work right in the back. And obviously, Corey LaJoie feels like it cost him a race car.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to take a look at that when they get back to the garage. Obviously, getting that car ready to be loaded up onto the hauler to head home. We'll try to piece that one back together. When we look at the rundown, we saw the race off of pit road between Truex and Harvick and Almirola. We had a few guys stay out on the racetrack: Logano, Cindric, Buescher, Burton.
Yeah, you can see how who took tires and who didn't take tires. Well, look at where they pitted. Logano and Cindric. I want to talk about Cindric a little bit because this is how you get track position at Loudon, a place where it's so important. Austin Cindric, rookie, qualified 28th. He drove to 19th. He pitted. He came out 14th. Great job by the pit crew, and now they've stayed out, and he's sitting there running second. So great drive by him, but also great pit stop, and then also a choice to stay out, and now you're at the front of the pack, Parker.
Guys, just a quick update on Chase Elliott, who you don't see up there anymore. He actually came down pit road a second time after taking just right sides. They didn't feel like the right rear was tight, so they came back down pit road and put left sides on. He'll be restarting the tail end of the lead lap, so he's going to have to do a lot of passing here to get back in the top 10.
Number 3 of Austin Dillon got the free pass.
And that's how you lose track position, because you have a mistake on pit road.
And what's important, we're getting ready to find out, because we have a mixed bag of old tires, new tires, 2 rights, 4, fresh fuel. A lot going on right here.
Coming back to a restart, Joey Logano. 85 laps to go from this point in the second stage. Easily, again, accelerates and clears. Buescher down on the bottom of the racetrack. Restart after restart, the control car has been able to accelerate at least that car length ahead into turn 1.
Look at Larson on the bottom of that 3 wide. He got a great launch. Bubba Wallace did not. I'm sorry, that's Kurt Busch. Larson behind him, now underneath his teammate.
Larson has 2 fresh tires. We're going to see if those pay off. They look good as he turns to the bottom of that 45. You mentioned Kurt Busch. These paint schemes are not making it easy for us, Jeff. I had the 5 and the 45, almost the same scheme.
Yeah, I got him confused.
Bubba's working hard, trying not to lose too many positions here. He's going to fight back on the outside of these guys. Look at the 5 way down on the apron. Larson trying to make that low line work. Wallace is going to keep that spot. Christopher Bell on the outside of Larson now, trying to make some moves there. That outside gets the momentum, kind of tightens up the guy on the bottom, and he can't really throttle up and make the exit. Three wide back here. Goodness. Chase trying to get back through the pack. He had to come down the pit road.
He is
driving through the middle like it's a super speedway.
And look how good his car is, how stuck it is. And all the drivers around him are like, I can't do that.
You know,
that's what I want my car to do.
One thing I'm going to say about this 9 team, and I think it really starts with leadership and Alan Gustafson, even when you hear mistakes on pit road or mistakes on the racetrack, you hear very little on the radio. There's not a lot of pointing. There's not a lot of complaining. Chase right here, he knows his pit crew put him back here. He doesn't care. He's driving to the front. You know, it's the same team that's won the last couple times together. You know, they just believe in one another, and that means a lot because you are going to have issues. So that car is driving really good.
He is rolling. That's so much fun. You hate to be in the back, you know, to lose that track position, but it is so much fun to drive through the field like Chase is doing right now.
You know, not everybody knows that feeling, Jeff. I mean, some of us just got back there and got stuck.
Well, I've gone through the field the other way as well.
Chase is going to try to go the outside here, the 6 car, Parker.
And guys, it's good to see Chase making all these passes because he told me before the race he was really worried if they lost that track position. Remember, qualified on the front row. He said, if we can keep the track position, we should be all right. But if we get back in the pack, I'm really worried if I'm going to be able to pass or not. Well, I think we have that question answered. He's definitely able to pass, plus 8 positions already.
Listen, I love Chase, but he keeps you know, the temperament turned down. I saw him before qualifying. He was the same kind of concern for qualifying and then qualified in the front row. So, you know, I think it's his mannerisms, Jeff. He doesn't like to put the bullseye on them, but they always seem to show up.
There are going to be a lot of guys that get out of their cars at the end of this race and complain that they could not pass. But talking to you, Jeff Burton, about that race you dominated, you said he lapped up to 11th. You said you could pass. He lapped all the way up to 11th. You didn't have any trouble passing cars.
This is a difficult racetrack because everything we've just shown. You know, you get underneath a guy, and most tracks you get underneath, or a lot of tracks you get underneath somebody, you got the preferred spot, but they can still battle on that outside. And William Myron is like, wow, did you just see Chase went around me?
Chase is reminding me of some of the cars that you had here, some of the things you were able to do with them. Marty.
Hey, Junior, just kind of confirm with those teams that did stop at lap 95, they can make it to the end of this stage. So, Steve, that begs the question, why would Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, and Austin Cindric and those guys stay out there? Because they cannot make it to the end of the stage. Now, there probably won't be green flag all the way to the end of the stage, but they're certainly going to be at a deficit fuel-wise, no doubt.
Well, they're deficit fuel-wise, but look, we stand up here and we talk about track position like it's easy to obtain or that you have a better idea than everybody else. Sometimes you just have to take more risk. Joey Logano was running 9th. He had been running there for quite a few laps, and they probably figured that the chance of them driving from 9th to 1st wasn't very high. So we're going to stay out and we'll gamble. We are not going to be afraid to lose a race. That is sometimes how you win a race. If it goes green and they have to pit under green, bad call, but they're willing to take that risk. I like it. I like Paul Wolf in the 22 car. I've always liked their gambles, and they normally give them at least a chance for it to pay off, Kim.
Yeah, and you mentioned risk, and that's exactly what Jeremy Bolins told me they would take here today. They started 28th, and he said, track position is so key here. We are absolutely ready to do anything at any point in the race to gain track position with the bad starting spot we had. It was a little surprising, though, if you listen to Austin Cindric's radio, just how badly it's handling. He says, halfway through the run, I lose the rear completely, so that back end wants to snap out, but stayed out because of track position, Parker.
Right, you also see the 19 of Martin Truex goes underneath the 17 of Chris Buescher, who was able to gain that track position using strategy as well. Remember, doing this without his crew chief, Scott Graves, who's been suspended, the race engineer, Travis Peterson, filling in there, and obviously they have contact with Scott back in the war room, the RFK race shop. But this is sort of the thing they told me about at certain times in these races. It's up to Travis just to make those decisions, and Chris told me, you know, that after our first race together, I told him I didn't realize any difference. And that's when they knew they were making the right decisions and doing the right things.
Almost 3 wide here down the back straightaway. Hamlin trying to get to the middle there. Byron on the inside. Chase Elliott drove by both of these guys. And then top of the screen, you have Kyle Larson racing Bubba Wallace for position. Great racing throughout the field here in the second stage of New Hampshire. We'll be back after this. Go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner for only $2.99 per month. Listen in on pit strategy, spotter communication, crew chief calls, and what your favorite driver has to say during the race. Log into the app to use on mobile devices. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner. We're going to go through the field here, starting with Marty.
Yeah, Christopher Bell will start in the 10th position. How about that, Dale Jr.? The car for Bell has been a little bit too free for him all day long at one of his better racetracks. He is undefeated here in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Finished second in this race last year. But right now, that 9 car, Chase Elliott trying to track him down, Parker.
Right, Marty, we've all been marveling at this 9 car cutting through the field restart back in 22nd. And here, if he makes this pass, we'll be up in the top 10 already. It's been very impressive. I was talking to Chase about this racetrack that he said he's historically struggled at. He said last night he was looking at the SMT data and noticed that his line was a little different than some of the other guys that have been successful here. He said in today's race he wanted to adjust to what they were doing. I've been keeping my eye on him, and I'd say that is definitely working, Marty.
Parker, you know how frustrating this racetrack can be, even for a 3-time winner like Denny Hamlin. They've had a fast car all afternoon long, but they had a bad pit stop earlier, and he kind of came on the radio under caution a moment ago and went, ugh, I need my track position back. The car is strong, but they need to get up front and have clean stops the rest of the day, Kim.
Well, William Byron felt like this is a track where he really struggled, and that's why he ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Now, he learned stuff about the track that doesn't necessarily help with the Cup car. Very different, and it's giving him some problems here this afternoon. He radioed a little bit ago and said it's bouncing really badly. Every little bump I hit, I feel like I'm gonna wreck. Byron in the 13th position ahead of Ross Chastain, Parker.
And that's 1 car, Ross Chastain. We thought when we looked at the beginning of this race, starting 18th, he quickly cut through the field to get just outside the top 10. And I thought this would be another 1 car day where they get themselves in the top 10 and maybe as high as the top 5. But since then, falling out of the top 10, they have struggled. That car has been too tight here as we got a battle for the lead.
Yeah, the 19 of Truex has caught Logano, but he's having a hard time, guys, finding a way around. Logano really has not a defensive line, but he's just got enough pace to really make it difficult for Truex. How hard will he fight to maintain this lead?
I think he'll fight really hard, but Truex has so much center of the corner speed. I think right here he can just drive deeper in the corner than Logano and just roll right here. The middle is so much faster than everybody else on the racetrack.
Not much Logano could do there.
And the 19 has a little more fuel than the 22.
Your rhythm will start pulling away.
But the same lap tires. So that just shows you how good Martin Truex Jr. was. That's a clean pass for the lead on the racetrack with equal tires. Paul Wolfe looking on. He's like, hey, you know, I wish we could have kept the lead, but right now he's more thinking about his fuel quantity and hoping he runs maybe about 20, 25 more laps and gets a yellow.
Right behind these guys, this battle that's been going on for a while. Kevin Harvick caught Buescher, but just has not been able to find a way around him. Getting close here in the corner, gets in the throttle. You talked about that wide exit off turn 4, Jeff. So Kevin trying to find a way to get to this 17 and just get to the outside or to the inside.
Yes, he drives in toward the bottom of the racetrack. And watch his exit. Like he leaves. That time he actually left low compared to what he's been doing. By the way, Chris Buescher doing a great job this year. He's had a lot of speed, multiple places. But right there, you see he's just too tight. When his hands, go back, we'll watch this next corner. When he drives into 1, he's going to upshift here, and he's going to downshift. The reason he can't make this pass is he drives in the corner, and look at his hands. They're just tugging to the left, tugging to the left. The car will not turn the way he wants it to, so he can't roll underneath Busher the way we just saw Truex through Logano, because the front is just not working the way he wants it to.
Yeah, many laps through the corner. When he gets right here and he pulls right behind that 17, even tighter. All the arrow on the nose gets even worse.
You want to see a car that's turning the middle? Watch this 9 of Chase Elliott. This is as Tony Stewart-esque as I've ever seen around here. He's going to roll in here. We'll see if he does it now that we've gone to him. He has been running his left side tires on the apron. So now he's going to slide up, take the air from the 10, probably wants to complete the pass. But if he gaps the 10 a little bit, if he goes back to the bottom, he almost was on the apron all the way through the corner. I don't know if he was just searching for clean air when he was behind the 10, because now he's a more traditional line. But it was impressive for him and the line he was running.
And it's interesting as we watch the top of the screen, Harvick get right to the back of the 17 and just lose so much air and lose so much time and distance off turn 4. And we see Larson crawling into this battle for third. The 5 car has now joined it, Marty.
Kyle Larson trying to get up there with those guys. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick has been so good on the long runs today. That's what they're going to try and take advantage of here on the 4 car. Talking to Rodney Childers this morning, he said we used to be in a position with the old car where we could go to tracks and know we could deliver a win. Kevin could pull that off. With this new car, we can't seem to do that. So you get the sense, Jeff, they feel like they have to take advantage today. Clearly, the car very good for Harvick so far, holding off that 5 car, but they know they have a shot to win this thing today.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen. They're going to have to keep making changes, Marty, to get the car like it needs to be.
You see the one of Ross Chastain trying to take a position from Hamlin here down into turn 3. Hamlin a little loose off the corner of turn 2 there, a little bobble. Both these guys kind of struggling here, battling in 12th though. And Hamlin chased him down in there.
Ross drove it in there deep to keep him from getting to it. Lost the bottom. He's like, get away from him, get away from him.
And again, a great battle up at the top of the screen for 4th between the 5 of Larson, Kim.
And Larson doing a good job there, trying to make the pass on Kevin Harvick. Doesn't quite have it there. And Larson told us during pre-race, you guys, I think that the car is better than me here. I don't necessarily have the confidence in myself. I have a confidence in the team and what they put together with this race car. They came on the radio as he's battling Harvick and reminded him, do not eat up those rear tires. Protect your rear tires. Kyle Larson currently in the 5th position as he loses a spot back and forth between him and Harvick.
Ours kind of stalled out here. He got tight and I think really worked the front tires behind that 17 car.
Reason we're way tighter this time.
There you hear it from the driver himself.
And it's so difficult to deal with a tight car because, you know, in a loose car, Junior, you can be in the throttle and you can be messing with it a little bit, trying to get it to do what you want it to do. But with a tight car, there's really nothing Kevin Harvick can do except tug on the wheel and hope the car turns.
Beautiful area in New England here. This is Mount Washington. You can take a train to the top, a little minor league baseball down in Manchester. Biker Week in Laconia, it's been around. I know Daytona talks about it, but Biker Week in Laconia has been around a long time. So gorgeous to be back in New England, and great views right here from our friends at Geico. They bring us all the aerial coverage, and we're going to need it on these restarts and on these battles like this between the 2 of Cindric and the 17 of Busher.
Harvick finally able to get around the 17 car, put his car into 4th position. Cindric now making the pass as well. You see Kurt Busch back there behind this 17 car trying to run down Busher for 6th position. Right along the Monster Energy cam of Kurt Busch. Right behind this guy is Chase Elliott, who's driving through the field. Watching him use the apron a little bit right there on corner exit.
I don't dare go back to the 9, because if I go back to him, he kind of changed his lane last time. But right behind this 45, you mentioned the 9. He's down here like the 45, chasing that bottom of the racetrack. Here he is. Look at this. This is like a traditional track line, not a New Hampshire line. Go in here, Junior. Tell me, what is he trying? You think he's gaining some grip on the paint?
Well, we heard some of the Xfinity drivers, Justin Allgaier, that won the Xfinity race yesterday, talk about some residual PJ1 still left down on the bottom of this racetrack. Maybe Chase has been able to go down there and find it.
I mean, that's I've been coming a long time. I haven't seen that consistent of an arc. I mean, to follow the apron all the way around.
Landon Castle used that similar line yesterday to have a great run in the 10 car. The Xfinity Series right here on the bottom of the racetrack. We know they treated that bottom groove years ago, as well as the third groove.
Well, let's go back and see how Kevin Harvick finally got by Chris Buescher, and guess what he did? Puts the left side tires on that line you guys are just showing and rolls right around him. So we kept seeing Harvick use that top lane, try to run high, and that wasn't working. He tried something different, and to the bottom he went. It worked. And by the way, he now has the second fastest car on the racetrack. So did Kevin Harvick find something he can take advantage of?
And if I'm Alan, I'm waving my pit reporter over right here and be like, hey, man, quit showing that from the helicopter because everybody else is watching it, and I don't want to give that up this early in the race. It's not going to be long. I mean, this obvious of a view right here, you're going to start hearing some spotters telling their other drivers to at least try it. I'm not saying it's going to work for other cars, but if you're a driver, Jeff, you're going to want to know somebody's doing this.
Well, it's not going to hurt to try it.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt to go try it for 4 or 5 laps. One thing, Steve, I think sometimes when the spotter says, hey, go try this, it's when you have a chance to do it. Like right now, Chris Buescher, he doesn't have a ton of pressure from behind him. He could try it. If it didn't work, great. See how much space he's got? But when people are all around you, it's hard to try something different. But you can't just go there one time. It didn't work. You got to go try different methods to see if you can make it work, Parker.
Right, Jeff, and I think some people wonder often, how do drivers decide, right, to go to a line like this and see if it works, that sort of thing. And I mentioned earlier how Chase said he was looking at the data last night, and I think that's something, when we talk about preparation, this is what we're trying to do as a driver. We're trying to achieve and find things like this, where you find a line because you went and looked at the data after practice, saw a driver maybe ran down there, and you put it in the back of your head, and almost note it and say, you know, if I get in a position to try that, maybe that will work, right? And that's why we do all those things and use those tools to have moments like this, and you get the speed like Chase has right now. Him.
Well, Parker, you mentioned preparation for Kurt Busch. It's not just about preparation for a race, it's about preparation for the playoffs. Yes, despite having a Kansas win and, you know, a good number of top 5s on the season, Kurt has felt like it's been up and down. They've lacked consistency. So for him, as we head towards the playoffs, they're looking for a stronger second half of the season, specifically the regular season, to get them playoff ready. Kurt struggling with the balance of that race car too here today. It lacked grip early. They made some air pressure adjustments. Still just too loose on the exit for Kurt, and just a little chatter entering 3, specifically those bumps, Marty.
Again, everybody noticing that line that Chase Elliott's taking around the racetrack, which is kind of the old Kevin Harvick line around here at New Hampshire, but Harvick kind of running high through the racetrack, still trying to grab some of that PJ1 there in turns 3 and 4. Steve, he had an interesting comment. We heard him on the radio say, for whatever reason, we're tighter this time. Then he came on after that and said, it's tighter and it has less rear grip. Remember, a lot of these cars came down pit road, took fuel only. Could that be a cycle on tires as Harvick tries to track down Joey Logano for second there?
Well, it's impossible to know, but I would blame the cycle on tires for the tighter and the full of fuel with old tires being the free, because you have the rear weight swinging in the back. But you know, you got to shake your magic 8-ball to see if that's right when you make adjustments.
I'd say, judging by what he's doing now and the speed he has, it was the 17 car that was in front of him, creating all those problems. Now he's clear of traffic. He's actually drove by Larson again, back into 3rd place, running some of the best laps. If he's running a 31.12. That's a really, really fast lap right now compared to the leader, Truex, 31.40. Truex has run some 20s, 30s, 40s. Harvick's 12's pretty awesome, Parker.
Well, guys, we're talking about line choice here and where to run. I was listening to Joey Logano's radio about, I always find it interesting how drivers and teams sort of say what line the drivers are in or how to describe it. Take a listen to Joey's radio here.
Harvick's kind of like the 10 was in the race last year. Left side on the bottom hash marks to the 1/3, then climbs to the 3rd lane. Then he runs the 3rd lane on exit both ends.
So what I love about that is it's not only describing the lane, the way he's running that line, but it's also referencing the race last year, because he knows Joe Logano went and watched that race and can mentally sort of picture exactly what that looks like to get that line down.
Yeah, that's a really important tool that you can use. Go back and watch races, and you watch it with your spotter, watch it with your crew chief, watch it with your engineers, because now you can go back and you can say, hey, remember this, remember that. I've got a caution out.
Got a car up against the wall. Ryan Blaney spun out in turn 4.
Get it rolling, here we can. That's the leader, 20 back. Get it rolling.
Little contact with the left rear there. You see the damage on the left rear quarter panel.
He was running 19th. Blaney's not had the speed today that he wanted. It's been a little bit of a struggle so far. This isn't going to make it any better.
Not at all. I mean, you worry about the damage to the body, but the undercarriage, as you can see, some damage there as well, is so dependent on the downforce of these cars underneath, Steve.
Yeah, you see the flap in the center of the fuser shaking back and forth. When the cars spin around, the roof flap comes up, it removes a pin, and it releases that flap in the center that's bouncing around. They can repair that.
The left rear definitely cleared out behind the tire.
Looks like a little bit of damage. Spotter doing a nice job communicating with the team. Let's take a look here. Jeff, he's already backwards. There's the contact for sure. One disappointing, moment for Penske cars. Here you go. Oh, just gets high, real high, loses control of the back. Is a great opportunity for the other one. The 12 spins around, and that hurts his efforts, but Joey Logano and the 22 team really needed that. They were going to have to pit. We talked about their strategy of staying out from 9th. Now they're second, and the whole field's probably going to come to pit road. So that's a big gamble by Paul Wolfe. That could be the moment, right, that gets Joey Logano in position to try to win this race. You see on the left, other people, Austin Cindric as well, had some, used fuel. He had less fuel on board than everyone around him, so this kind of squares everybody up. Someone's demise is always somebody else's benefit normally.
That is how it works.
Well, look down there and I see Busher as well. The guy, I think, I know they probably would have wanted to finish a little higher, but 10th. That gave them a ton of track position. And a car working his way through the field. Didn't start out really good at the start of the race. Ross Chastain just behind him in the one car. Seems to have improved their car over the course of this stage.
And you see on the left it says pit for Harrison Burton. He came with pit roads closed. He's been right around there, kind of towards the back of the lead lap. This tells me they're making a big adjustment on this 21. They wanted to come to pit road a couple extra times. So as the 12 repairs the damage, the 21, a little bit farther up pit road, is working on their car, Marty.
Steve, I think they just expected so much more from Ryan Blaney. The Penske group has been so fantastic on these flat tracks all year long. In fact, he said that on the radio during the course of that run. He said, I just really thought we would be a lot better today.
And the hammers keep getting bigger. They went from a regular-sized hammer, and now my man has, I think, the biggest one available. And as this repair is happening, the rest of the field is taking the left-hand turn and coming down pit road as expected. 38 to go in stage 2. We expect to see fuel and tires, Kim.
And Kyle Larson struggling to use the line he wants. He says, I can't exit high, can't lean on the right rear. I'm just slipping, guys. Kevin Meendering says, okay, we'll give you an air pressure adjustment, tires, and fuel for Kyle Larson, Marty.
Boy, Kim, since they made the pit crew swap here on Kevin Harvick's race team, they have been near the top every week. They delivered +3 spots on the last stop. They're going to hope to deliver more here, Parker.
Right, Marty, and this is why you gamble for Joey Logano, getting that track position up to the pit crew to keep it now pitting for the second position. Was getting a little loose there, and Martin Truex was also getting too loose. He keeps the lead off pit road. Logano falls to 3rd.
Suarez with those 2 tires, big gains. The fans loving what they're seeing so far today. He's rocking out. Download America's loved free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com.
Is that you, Junior? I see in that second seat, pedaling away right there.
It's a free beer, man. He said pedal, free beer.
That's not a good trade-off.
I tell you what, guys, we're, about halfway through this race right here, and I have to ask myself, have we seen the biggest issues we're going to discuss on Motor Mouse this week? I'm on tomorrow with KP. It's going to be a great time on Peacock Mondays and Wednesdays at 6. We talk about everything that happens on the racetrack. The most important part, though, is you get to call in and take part, and we could talk about things like this. A tire bouncing away, tries to get into the 45. Well, they did a nice job of going to get it. They were lucky the timing worked out right. That could have been an issue as we come to the restart.
Martin Truex Jr. again, the control car on the outside lane. A lot of defensive blocking on that inside line. 3 wide there with Cindric in the middle. 3 wide just in front of him now.
I think Suarez, to get this track position, put 2 tires on there.
He's going to have to work hard in that bottom groove. Oh, lock up on the 23 of Bubba Wallace, left front tire.
That was great recognition by Bubba Wallace. He had the tires locked up. I've seen many drivers not recognize it and drive right into the wall. The 14 car with a problem.
Yeah, we got, looks like he is.
Didn't really hit anything.
I think he spun around, Steve, and he's got it righted.
10's back here slow as well. I don't know if he just stopped for the spin or if he spun around.
Chase Briscoe Had a little pit road issue, slid through his box, had to back up, cost him several spots on pit road. Now, what do you got, Kim?
Yeah, Eric Almirola, a problem there. He only has third gear, and that was apparently part of the problem on pit road when they came down for that stop. He said his shifter got stuck between first and second gear, so he lost second. Now he seems to have lost the others. The team's going to give him references, but I'm being told the 10 car only has third gear.
I'm scratching my head, guys. This is the same equipment we have run all year long. We've gone to road courses. We've seen shifting everywhere.
A lot. That's what it did on me leaving the box.
So now we have Eric talking about shifting issues. We saw Corey LaJoy said he had a shifting issue. So
it was like it was in neutral. Then I grabbed it again, and there's nothing there. So I went to third, and I had third gear.
So the racer in me,
now I don't have any other gear.
Starting to wonder if we're getting halfway in the year, right? Are we starting to see a mileage thing? All these guys are trying to figure out how long you can run this equipment. Are these shifting issues because, you know, these races or these cars or these linkages have been run before? Let's take an issue right here. This is Bubba Wallace, I believe.
Yeah, a lot happening on this restart. So the 23 there locks the left front up. That's a big lockup getting down in the corner. Got to worry about that tire just a little bit. This is Briscoe getting loose, getting into the side of the 41 of Cole Custer and spinning himself around. Everybody doing a great job to avoid. Riding on board with AJ here as he's trying to work his way through.
Caution's out, caution's out.
Yeah, you see he had his left sides on that apron trying to get underneath his teammate, and around it went. Shows you how hard it is to make passes here. Have to operate right on the edge of control. Overstep it just a little bit, and this is what happens.
Troubles for Chase Briscoe. We'll have a restart when we come back. You're watching the Ambetter 301 from New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Getting ready for a restart here after a little spin out by Chase Briscoe. Chase is back underway. Martin Truex Jr. has dominated this race, led 130 laps. Logano led 25 laps. The 10 car of Eric Almirola has went to the garage. Mechanical issues there.
Yeah, it sounded like a shifter issue, but.
And that's a massive blow for those guys. They've trying to get themselves in the playoffs outside of it right now, but still they were close enough, but this is really going to hurt them. Yeah, so look at all of these onboards we're going to go on this restart. Kevin Harvick's picked the bottom right here. Outside has been the preferred lane by Truex. He's made it work all day long.
Watch that acceleration of Martin Truex Jr. again, clearing the inside line, and these guys getting really aggressive in the back of the field, trying to make it 3 wide. Lots of 3 wide off of turn 2 for around 5th position every single restart. Great shots here. More defensive driving down the front straightaway. Daniel Suarez on the bottom of the racetrack down into turn 1 of Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott just hung a left. Trying to get underneath Cindric. Just barely cleared Suarez.
20 car dives down into turn 3, trying to make that bottom work underneath Suarez. Trying to bring his teammate Ross Chastain underneath Suarez as well. Christopher Bell hasn't been really in the conversation today, but this is a great racetrack for that team. They've struggled on pit road many times throughout the last several weeks, had some great fast race cars. William Byron trying to get in the middle there, trying to go 3 wide, not able to do it. Bubba Wallace, who we saw had that left front lock up, trying to work his way around the bottom of the racetrack. Ross Chastain, this is his first look inside the top 10 today. Suarez way up the track, brings these guys 3 wide off of turn 2 down the back straightaway.
That's a difficult position for Suarez to be in. You wonder if he's not better off to lift a little bit right here, give that spot up. There he does it. Smart play.
Kyle Busch, who was struggling early today, has worked his way into the top 15, making a pass on Suarez for 12th. It's one thing about this next-gen car is you know, guys start out and they're just no pace, not comfortable, and we just are so used to writing those guys off in the older car, but they push a button, turn a screw, make an adjustment, brings them right back into it. The crew chiefs tell me they love working on this car. They really are starting to understand how to make it happen, what to do to make their drivers more comfortable.
Yeah, it's amazing the level of adjustment it takes. You know, it's very small to make a big adjustment for the driver. You know, just some small adjustments on the front ride height or the air pressure, and the drivers can really feel it. I think the drivers are starting to figure it out as well. You look at that running order, the top 6, all Cup champions. So, you know, a brand new car for all these drivers, but the guys that have figured it out in the past and were champions, Marty, are now figuring this car out here in New Hampshire.
We got a spin. Sorry, Kyle Busch is around on the front straightaway in front of a lot of cars.
Straight,
He spins out again
keep rolling here.
today and has no contact. A lot of guys able to get slowed down and avoid contact as well. There may have been a few guys make a little contact with the wall and so forth and each other, but everyone really lucky to get away with that one. Kyle Busch spins out from 13th position. I just mentioned how he had worked his way back into this race, and we've got some interesting contact on the back straightaway.
Oh, yeah. What's going on here?
The 3 of Austin Dillon.
Rolling here. We'll get them later.
The 3 of Austin Dillon and Brad Keselowski having a very serious disagreement down the back straightaway, and it's really hurt this 6 car.
Wow.
Not sure exactly what started it, but they were banging on each other down the back straightaway, really angry.
I'm not sure they're done.
Self-destructing.
Watch this here. So the 3 goes up here, swerves at the 6, and then Brad just loses it. Wow. Let's listen to the 6 audio.
Get away from. The guy tried to wreck me down the backstretch. The 4, come on, come around him.
So what happened before all this? You know, like what started this? You see, like the damage you talked about is dragging the left front splitter. The left front tire's down, though. Just wonder, Steve, what's getting torn up in that.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not going to help the performance of the 6 car. Let's see what happened to the 18. Yeah, just gets loose.
Yep. That's the left front.
Oh, man, nice job of the 99.
He put that left front on an apron, and it really de-wedged the car and made the car freer.
It's the second time today that Kyle Busch has spun out all by himself. It's just, these are things we're not accustomed to seeing Kyle Busch do.
Yep. And so I'm trying to look for why the 3 and the 6 are as angry with each other, but
oh, this is a hockey fight. We're going to have to go back a couple periods to find out when they really got upset, because we're just seeing the end of the fight, I think, Parker.
Right, and that's what Brad said on the radio. He said, what was that? So I don't even know if he knows exactly why Austin Dillon maybe made that move down the backstretch at him. But as you see, the team's going to put 4 new Goodyear tires on here. Probably check out that left front just a little bit to make sure it's okay. So make sure things all right here, but just 4 tires and seems to be all right.
Tempers flaring. Welcome back to New Hampshire. Still trying to figure out what is going on between Brad Keselowski and Austin Dillon. 2 guys going at it on the racetrack under caution, Marty. You learning anything down there?
Well, and look at this. After the pit stops, they're still front to back here. And I asked the team a moment ago, I asked Justin Alexander, Austin Dillon's crew chief, I said, what led to that? He said, I have no clue what happened on the racetrack. I think you can file another one away, Parker, for how frustrating it is here at New Hampshire to race as the contact happened right there on the backstretch.
Definitely, and I asked Matt McCall the exact same question. I said, what precipitated that? He goes, no idea. We think maybe the 3 thinks we hit him, but we didn't hit him. So I think a lot of people scratch their head here. We know it can be frustrating back in the pack just trying to get those cars to work, and tempers will flare, but these 2 teams are questioning why they were even angry at each other.
That reminds me of Robbie Gordon and Michael Waltrip.
Oh, good helmet throw. Great
thing.
reference.
Same thing happened almost on the back straightaway.
So I know we don't understand why the 3 was mad, but Brad, like, super retaliated after a little swerve. We're going to have to figure it out.
And did more damage to his car in doing it.
Back for a restart. Martin Truex Jr. again controlling the field. Love seeing all that defensive driving down into turn one. Guys going to the apron. Bubba Wallace down there, making it 3 wide. No one still has been able to defend the launch of the lead car. As Truex gets away cleanly again, they battle hard behind him. Kurt Busch working his way forward a little bit in that 45 car, battling for 4th place right there with the 9 car of Chase Elliott.
That Kurt Busch, such a good race car driver, still doing it at his age. Guy's a threat. Working hard underneath Chase Elliott. Hoping the 22 will leave him a little bit of a gap on the bottom. See, look, they're all early in this run, just trying to roll low.
20 with you, trying to turn low. Straight back. All clear tight, though. Looking low to dive, looking low to dive.
And that's information Kurt's getting about the 20 car behind him. Kurt underneath this 22 just can't make it work on corner exit.
Had a big lift on corner exit. That allowed Larson to run right up to his rear bumper.
Larson on the outside goes around the 20, now to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get under the 45 here. Kurt Busch off of turn 4. Right behind these guys, look at Ross Chastain working that number 1 car into the picture here today. Didn't have the qualifying effort, didn't have the pace early in the race. They've worked and worked to get this car faster.
If I'm James Small, the crew chief to the 19, who's out there leading 145 laps, and I'm seeing all this, there's no chance I want to get my car back in row 2 or 3. It's chaos back here.
I know every time we've had a restart off of 2, 5th place has been 3 wide.
Right.
Just about every time.
Oh, real close right here with Byron in the 1 of Chastain.
Byron making a little bit of a comeback as well with that car. Wasn't in love with it early.
Yeah, Christopher Bell is, I'm sorry, 24. He also, William Byron, he struggled big time early in this race. Made their car better.
Yeah, William trying to get to the bottom and trying to make it work. He's going to gas up and just take the line away right there. Oh, so close. And that's what you got to do sometimes when you're working on the inside of a guy here, Jeff. Sometimes you just have to gas it up and take his line away.
You're going to see the 10 of Eric Almirola come in the picture right here. He's exiting the apron. They've made mechanical repairs. There he is on the bottom, so he's back in the race. Unfortunately, laps down.
It's a little contact between the 24 and the 20, racing really hard still. Slid up the racetrack. That's just good racing at New Hampshire.
Yeah, go back and watch Ross Chastain in that 1 car. Watch him drive to the bottom, then all the way to the 3rd lane. That's just a really interesting move. Like, he drove in, had him cleared, and just went all the way to the 3rd lane rather than just keeping that car on the bottom.
Tyler Reddick working on the inside of the 23 here, moving that 8 car up to the front. Hardy.
12 to go in the stage. Junior right behind these guys. Denny Hamlin trying to get a spot there in the 12th spot right now. Last time down pit road, another bad pit stop for the 11. They lost 9 positions. This time it was on Denny Hamlin. He slid through the stall. Here was a radio conversation after that.
For better or worse. Chris, one thing I'm noticing, I'm trying to be respectful of the 20 hose throw, and it's just way offset me to the right. Denny, on that, historically, I'm not worried about it. You running over it, for example. I've seen plenty of film where that's not really an issue, so just keep that in mind.
So there you go, Steve. With 10 to go here in the stage, the pit stop coming up. Let's sort of unpack that. What's the etiquette on pit road, especially between teammates, even though there is 1 stall between the 11 and the 20?
So we talk a lot about Joe Gibbs Racing and Hendrick Motorsports and working together and trying to take care of one another. But the etiquette on pit road, Jeff, is your air hose is your problem and keep it out of my way if I'm coming to pit road. I also agree with Gabe Hart, though. What he's saying is with this new car and the clean bottom, I've seen other cars run over it. It hasn't hurt their pit stops or anything. So let's not be hurting ourselves trying to help the 20. I would probably come off the pit box if I'm Gabe Hart, go over there and say, hey, guys, I've told my driver to do this, just try to tidy your hose up, help me out. But I agree with the crew chief there, man. You just don't worry about it. I appreciate Hamlin trying to be a nice teammate, but it's costing them a decent run.
Well, I wonder if it's not also that he's worried that it might damage his car. If he drives over that hose and it catches something and it rips a wrench out of a tire changer's hands, would it damage his car? I'm wondering if that's on his mind as well.
And the old car, there was a lot of stuff for it to catch on. This car, not so much.
So one thing I noticed, guys, we talk a lot this year about the young racers and how big of an impact they've made on this season. Well, look at the top 6. Look at all the experience in the top 6, all champions. You wonder if this racetrack on this day isn't racing like it has in the past, and all these guys have that experience and they're taking advantage of it. Parker.
And Jeff, you hit the nail on the head. When I was talking to the 19 team, they said Martin Truex Jr. described this racetrack this weekend as old school Loudon. I said, what does that mean? He said, we're not really sure, but he's been coming here a long time, so we think he knows what he's talking about. But if you notice, that 19 has been running that very low line, just about one groove above the bottom apron there, and that seems to be something he feels is what they used to do here many races ago. And I think you know a thing or two about running here. So is this the line that you would consider old school Loudon?
Yeah, Parker, it really is. It very much looks like a line that we used to run. And if I'm on Martin Truex's team, I'm wanting old school every week. I mean, he has dominated this race. This has been, I believe, the race of the year so far from Martin Truex and this team. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They've had some opportunities, no wins so far this year. See if he can execute, make it happen. Long way to go, though. A lot of stuff's going to happen.
These two right here, we saw him beating and banging under the last yellow. The 6 has kind of worked his way back up near the rear bumper. The 3, I don't know if this is going to continue or not. I'm still trying to figure out why they were so mad to start. So.
Yeah, they restarted together and have kind of drove up through the pack a little bit together. All past a few cars, but 21st, 22nd position for Austin and Brad. And just crazy to see Brad coming in here with such a great qualifying effort, trying to, build this program, really lose his cool there for a minute and take such risk with the car, knowing as weak and easy it is to bend the toe link.
And I will say, Chris Buescher right behind Brad Keselowski, good or bad, these two cars run consistently together as they build that program, as you mentioned, Dale, right? When they have good days, these seem to have good days together. When they struggle a little bit, they struggle together. Why that can be frustrating, it also tells me they're doing a nice job preparing the two cars equally, learning as much as possible.
Roush has always believed in Buescher, and this is, Brad's learning who Buescher is, what kind of driver he is, what he can bring to the table, not only on the racetrack in the car, but also during the meetings throughout the week trying to move their program forward. And you definitely want to see those cars running well together instead of one lagging behind, because then you start to wonder, is that driver the issue? What kind of changes do we need to make these teams comparable?
I would even go so far as to say that Buescher has outperformed Keselowski this year. I mean, I think, he's had more speed. They've qualified better. They finished better, higher in points. I know Keselowski had a penalty, but even if you take that away, Chris Buescher and his 17 team have been a little better than that 16.
And poor Chris Buescher was the one that got to test out the car flipping down the front stretch at Charlotte.
Coming to 1 to go in this second stage, and this 4 car, guys, is starting to close in a little bit on Truex. Truex running that line that he likes to run, his old school New Hampshire line. The 4 car of Harvick has been running in that 3rd groove most of the race, entering a little lower and driving up the racetrack into this 3rd groove. Wonder if Truex will be willing to make some adjustments or try some things to be able to match or increase his pace. Looks like Truex, though, is going to come to the finish line to win Stage 2. It's the 15th time Truex has swept the first 2 stages of a race. He's only won 6 of those, but this 19 car is the car to beat still today. Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, all these guys getting some great points. Important for Chase Elliott is he's going for that regular season championship. Stage 2 is over, guys. It's been a lot of fun for the first 2 stages. Can anybody beat Truex? We got some pit stops coming up after the break. We want to welcome anyone who's joining us after watching today's IndyCar race. Scott Dixon victorious. Driving away from these guys.
Man, that win ties Scott Dixon with the unbelievable Mario Andretti. Think about that. When you're tying Mario Andretti with 52 wins, and then look at this right here.
Mario.
Respect. I mean, listen, if Mario's tweeting about you, you've done some magic.
Oh, yeah, that's a legend right there. Mario Andretti is just incredible. By the way, another legend, A.J. Foyt, has the most wins in IndyCar.
Now, if you beat him, he could tweet about you. He could talk to you. He could rough you up. There's no telling.
AJ?
AJ's
oh,
great.
yeah, he'll knock you out on pit road.
I love it.
In Victory Lane, remember that? Texas?
he slapped the man in Victory Lane.
Riding on board the pace car Coca-Cola can. This is a familiar sight for our pace car. Looking out back at this number 19 Interstate Batteries Toyota of Martin Truex Jr. But Martin Truex Jr. had a little company at the end of that stage. Harvick getting that car rolling. These guys are going to come to pit road. Harvick's been fast on pit road all weekend. Great stops. Can they take the lead? Kim.
And Kyle Larson needs help on exit. He says, guys, the exit's not as good as it was earlier in the race. I can't lean on those right rears. They take a tear off there. You see they made air pressure adjustments. They'll give him 4 tire. Oh, a little slow there. Little trip on the right front of that. It's a little bit slower, Marty, on the 5.
Junior mentioned it. Harvick's pit crew has been outstanding today. He told Rodney Childers the air pressure you had there was way better, not nearly as tight as I was at the end of stage 1.
And Chase Elliott has fought back from that loose wheel. That looks like a solid 4-tire stop for him. And Martin Truex Jr. will keep the lead, thinking the car just got a little too free at the end of that stage.
2 tires for Chris Buescher. Harvick, guys, man, they lost the stop. The 2-car, Austin Cindric, more trouble on pit road. And we'll get it all figured out when we come back after this. When you win at Loudon, you get the Loudon Lobster. A lot of guys have a lot of fun holding that trophy up. Some not so excited about it. It'll be fun to see who wins today and what that reaction is. And I hear that the Peacock Pit Box has a special guest. Who could be down there?
Yep. Yes, we do, guys. Brad. I'm not sure that this will make it back to Victory Lane. Brad's kind of eyeing this pretty close there. What do you think, big guy?
I tell you what, you know how Denny Hamlin was scared of this bad boy?
Yeah.
I got 3 words. Butter, salt, and a pot. This is a big rascal. 21 pounds of lobster. My goodness, I've died and gone to heaven, brother.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, I'm looking for the check, actually, guys. Brad's liking the lobster, but I'm going to take the winner's check.
Brad holds it up. It looks like a 1-pound lobster. I mean, come on, Brad. You can't. That thing is gigantic. Hey, see how confident you are? Cut that tape off those claws, and let's see how confident you are then.
No, I'm good with these 5. I need all 5 of them.
I have learned, DJ, that when you go to dinner with Brad, you will get stuck with the check.
All right, on that last time down pit road, the 2 of Austin Cindric, we saw him backing up. Well, that's because his 4-tire change turned into a 4 off and 3 on. He pulls out of his pit box right here, and you're going to see a tire leaving the vehicle. Never a good situation. I believe it's a left side tire. Here he is at the top of your screen right there. If I draw on it, it's going to see the tire leave that vehicle, and then it rolls all the way down pit road. This is an interesting point because a week ago, the 20 had this issue. And there you go. There you see the left front tire leaving it as we cross the start-finish line. The 20 had this issue. His tire didn't go very far out of his pit stall. NASCAR has changed this rule of these loose wheels to give them the opportunity to have some judgment on whether it was a safety concern or if it affected another vehicle. So right here, the 20 pulls out. He pulls out like 1 box. The left rear comes off, and it rolls a little bit. But NASCAR said, what happens after this matters. Who's on pit road, how crowded it is. Well, look at his tire. His tire kind of rolls into an empty pit box. It doesn't affect anyone else. That was considered a non-penalty. But they did say that was probably on the edge, so it's going to be very interesting for the 2 what they're going to call him at this week. They're going to see if this should be a suspension or not. So a little update to the rule. We'll have to wait till Tuesday or Wednesday to see if Cindric loses his guy.
So the 14, the 18, the 21, they all stayed out on the racetrack to be able to gain a lot of track position. Truex taking that bottom 2nd groove. It's the first car with new tires. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. The older tires, about 20 lap difference between tires.
Kyle Busch, he just rode around hardly put any pressure on his tires whatsoever, knowing he was going to stay out.
Yeah, Kyle did that on the last 20 laps of that stage. The 21 way up the racetrack, Harrison Burton. The 14 as well had that same strategy, Jeff. Riding around way behind the field, just being as easy as possible, knowing they were going to try to stay out after the stage. We haven't seen the 14 car run well, but he did win, have a great run at Phoenix. He had a great run out there, and a lot of people compare the two tracks. You see 3 wide down into turn 1.
And he's had a couple chances at 14, but some bonsai moves at the end of the race haven't worked out. He was racing Larson at Charlotte. It didn't go his way. The dirt race, he kind of got Reddick at the end, so. Harrison is getting this is great time for a young driver to be up there racing against all these guys. So valuable to try to learn these laps. We talk about the lack of practice, 15 or 20 minutes. It's a lot to learn a racetrack and a new car in that short amount of time. Running around at the back sometimes, man, it's like a dogfight. I'm not sure you learn a whole lot as much as you're just defending every corner, every lap. Right here, he's going to get a good chance to see some of the best in action.
Hunt Brothers Pizza camera on the roof of this 4-car for Kevin Harvick down into turn 3. Look at how rough it is. Bounce, bounce, bounce down in the corners. So many bumps. Get down into turn 3. That's where the road course enters and exits the infield. Those bumps continue down into turn 3.
Harrison wants
for this 4-car for Kevin Harvick down into turn 3. Look at how rough it is. Bounce, bounce, bounce down in the corners. So many bumps. Get down into turn 3. That's where the road course enters and exits the infield. Those bumps continue down into turn 3.
Harrison wants to run that high line, and he opens that middle lane up for everybody. They immediately look at it. Harrison ran hard when they dropped the green flag on that restart. It surprised me. As opposed to Kyle Busch, he went
look
easy.
at here. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's some problems going on here. One car way up the racetrack. We know these two don't love each other. And oh, Ross, is he going he drives it down in there. I didn't know if he was trying to get to him or not, but he is on the inside of this 11 car, Denny Hamlin. Off the corner, down the back straightaway. These two guys have a history. The lead change about to happen. There's the 19 has caught Briscoe quickly.
Yeah, that 19, you know, we talk about track position. He has more than track position. He has a great race car. He continues to show it. And he wants to get by this 14 because that 9 to Chase Elliott is not far off the rear bumper.
Yeah, that's right. And as we watch this battle, this is a difficult situation for Ross Chastain because he's been in the middle of so much controversy. He doesn't want to do that, but the only way you can pass here is to attack. You have to be aggressive. If you're going to be aggressive passing somebody, something might happen. He doesn't want it to happen, but he'll never make this pass if he's not aggressive. It's a very difficult situation.
19 has gotten to the outside of the 14. There's not much Briscoe can do at this point. Look how good that 19 is on corner exit. My goodness.
Chastain had worked himself into the top 10, and now he's struggling. Let's see what happened here down in the corner. Denny, little contact right there, pushes the one up the racetrack. Parker.
Well, guys, we see these two, the 11 and the 1, race each other so tightly. I asked our Chastain's crew chief, Phil Surgeon, about that and said, do you talk about this? Because this is obviously becoming something that's gone longer than just 1 week. And he said, yes, we absolutely have talked about it, but we all agreed. We're here to race. We're not going to race him any differently. If he's in front of us, we're going to try and pass him, and we don't ask him to race any differently. We cannot do that. We just have to race, and if he chooses to do something out of our control, meaning the 11, then so be it, Marty.
Denny Hamlin trying to come back up to the field for the 3rd time today after losing spots on pit road. This time, though, just 4 positions for Hamlin. Why? Listen on the radio.
I think the pit lane is just so greasy or old and worn out. As soon as I hit the brake, the left front locks, it's over. You guys are obviously visiting all these pit roads for the first time with an entirely new car and brake system, so there's going to be some of that, but you just got to keep in mind, for this style of stop especially, it's way more important about car placement than anything else.
So a little slide on that stop to lose 4 spots. But, Steve, great point by Chris Capehart. They're learning this new car not only on the track, but on pit road as well.
Well, he is. You know, the only struggle I will say is, you know, there's 36 guys learning the same thing. I mean, I would try to find a different way, maybe look at former notes, because you just don't want to continue to have issues. And you could hear the frustration in Denley's voice, and I don't think his analysis of what's going on is incorrectly, you know, placed. But the simple fact is it still hurt the 11. What'd you say? 4 spots, Marty. So that's going to, you know, put him behind and back here in the mix. I tell you, at the top of the screen, as we see Kevin Harvick passing Chase Briscoe, we're lined up. Heavyweight battle. Truex, Elliott, and Harvick. These 3 have been the best, and they are continuing to show up. Parker, what's the leader thinking about his car?
Well, let's do a little Toyota driver update. It would be that leader, Martin Truex Jr., the fastest Toyota here in New Hampshire. He's led the most laps here without a win. But, guys, when we see cars be dominant like this, we always ask the question, how do they make the right adjustments? How do they know what to do when you have company maybe late in a stage like they did at the end of stage 2? Take a listen to the radio here.
It's really not any different. I don't really know what to do. Just gets a little bit freer as I run there, but I think I can move around more if I need to, but I feel like I take care of my tires a little better down lower. But to answer your question, I just get a little freer off as I run, a little freer in.
And that's the thing, guys. I think that's one of the hardest things when you have a dominant race car and you're leading up front. When you suddenly get challenged like he did by Kevin Harvick at the end of stage 2, you don't know what to do to that race car. Steve, how do you as a crew chief take that information and maybe make a change to be ready for this final stage?
Well, the hardest thing is you don't want to adjust your car out of being the best car here. But I'll tell you right now, time and scored to say it's Chase Elliott. Oh, man, we got a yellow on the racetrack. Let's see.
Down in turn 4, another car spun around here. It's a 38 car.
Todd Gilliland.
What is it about fuel mileage in New Hampshire? 97 laps to go, right on the number. I mean, it doesn't matter what car you bring here, how much food put in them. It seems like there's a yellow right on the fuel window.
No damage to this 38 car. Able to get it turned around, going again.
Let it go at the very back square, I would say, at the very end.
All right, so now the crew chiefs have a really serious decision to make because 96 to go. This is probably as close to the fuel window as you're going to get. Even if you think you're a little short, you're going to have to come to pit road. Let's take a look here at the 38 and what exactly happened. Top right part of the screen comes into view, already backwards. Can't really tell how he got there, but didn't get into the wall too hard, so I think he should be okay there. So now the question is, do you want to pit and make sure you have enough fuel to make it to the end, or do you stay out and think we have another yellow? I just don't think you could stay on the racetrack. I think you have to come. We saw Logano gamble earlier, and it worked. He got that yellow. He's back in the 8th position. Does somebody like Logano gamble and stay out again? I don't know. We're going to see split choices right here. Is everybody coming to pit road? Oh, 1 split, 2, a couple gamblers.
Kim.
And heard on the radio of Chase Briscoe, they said we're right at the fuel window, so MVP. We'll see what that means. Chase said he was struggling for rear drive. Looks like MVP means 2 tires only, Marty.
Boy, Kevin Harvick made the call here for 2 tires. That fuel to hopefully, and a tight race, and he hits Austin Dillon here on pit road. Dillon sideways in his pit stall, Parker.
Right in for Chase Elliott. It's 4 Goodyear tires you saw there for the 19 of Martin Truex. Just fuel on that 19, as James Small told him. This is right at the edge of our fuel window. We'll see how it plays out for them. 2 tires for Truex. Sorry.
Trouble for Kevin Harvick on pit road again as he tries to exit his stall. Turns around Austin Dillon.
Well, here's a look at the issue on pit road right there in the highlighted. That's Kevin Harvick. As we roll it forward, you're going to see Austin Dillon turn in, Harvick out right there. Contact. The 3 spins around. Jeff, in my mind, it's my job as the crew chief of the 4 to clear Kevin Harvick out. I say go, you go. It's my job to make sure the 3 is going to stop for us. I have to put that on the 4 team, not the 3.
The driver leaves when the jack falls unless he's told not to. Green flag.
Kurt Busch on the outside of the control car down into turn 1, 3 wide. Harvick on the inside of Truex. This is a real critical thing for this race. Those two cars right there have really been the two fastest cars next to Chase Elliott. It's the first time really either one of them have been in front of Truex.
And Truex had a big moment off of turn 2 right there, had to lift.
Oh, Truex gets tight.
It's the first time he's been back here in this dirty air. He does not know what to expect.
Harvick gets loose. Chase Elliott goes around both of them.
And they know this is important because they think they can make it on fuel. The front 3 cars stay on the racetrack. Kurt Busch, Logano, and Custer, they probably need fuel right now. Larson, the first car with a full tank.
The 9
car, he has 4 tires.
Right. He drove right around those guys, so that's the big thing going forward. 2 tires versus 4 tires.
Drivers always pointing out more tires. You guys like those tires. But to your point, though, Dale, I don't remember, you said this earlier, 4 tires, but New Hampshire never was a huge advantage. It is today, which is great. I applaud Goodyear for bringing a tire that matters. It's really made this job tougher for the drivers and the crew chiefs.
Kurt Busch out clear ahead of Logano in second. As we watch the battle here between Truex and Harvick continue.
And to your point about tires, you know, Chase Elliott, Larson, a couple times now. Wow, that was a big move.
Truex basically cleared himself across the nose of the 4 car.
Yes, he did. He just came up the racetrack, and Harvick was still there.
And again, after a couple spin outs, Kyle Busch has drove his way back up into the top 10.
He could be his own highlight reel.
Here you see Truex coming up the racetrack. And,
he hooks.
Yeah, they just got together. Harvick's like, hey, I'm here, man.
Marty.
Just incredible what Kyle Busch and this 18 team have done today. This shows why you never quit in a race, right? He's went out by himself. Kyle Busch, the 2-time champ, twice today, and here he is, got the caution they needed, up inside the top 10, sitting in 9th, and maybe a shot to win this thing. What a wild afternoon.
Out front, Kurt Busch has almost a second lead over Logano. Cole Custer running 3rd place. Chase Elliott trying to get around his teammate back there, battling with Larson. Christopher Bell watches on as these two go at it down into turn 1. Larson up to the 3rd groove. Chase down on the bottom, trying to draw even off a corner exit. A little bit of a side draft here. Even down into turn 3, the 9 dives into the corner and takes the position. Christopher Bell now to the bottom of Kyle Larson.
Christopher Bell and Chase Elliott both have 4 tires right here. They're wanting this thing to go green from now to the end if they have enough fuel, Steve.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. What does everybody need with 86 laps to go? On the left side, we're going to drop in the last time everybody was on pit road. Kurt Busch, Logano, Custer. They love it. Track position. Let's run 20, 30, 40 laps. Let's get a caution. We'll all pit again. Probably drag everybody else on pit road for needing tires. Now they have track position and are squared up. If it runs green, that's going to sting because those 3 will have to pit under green for fuel as we see this racing continuing. Behind him, Elliott, Bell, Larson, Byron, they're all racing for track position because they think they have enough fuel. The 19 continues to lose spots, Parker.
Right, Steve, this is hard to watch.
What's going on?
You're listening there on the radio there. That's Martin just perplexed at how this car's gone away. He just came on the radio before that and said it's totally awful. He said it's basically loose in, tight in the center, and loose off. It won't go right now. And remember, they put 2 tires on this dominant race car. There was 12 laps on those tires, so 12 laps on the left sides and brand new right sides, but just not working for Martin. We asked the question, what do you do when you have a dominant race car like that? And if you don't want to take yourself out of the race, well, putting 2 tires on this race car might have just done that, guys.
Yeah, 2 tires, and plus he's been in the lead the whole race. Now he's got 10 cars in front of him taking away air. Let's listen to 19 radio.
I won't go at all. No center turn, no drive off, loose in, you name it. Does everything, man. Copy.
So Steve, when I take a great race car and I put it in the middle of the field, what is going to happen?
It's not going to do anything it used to do when it was out front because you now have bad air and you're going to have a compromised line. It's not just the air. We talk about dirty air. Well, welcome to, you know, physics. Every car other than the leader has dirty air. You have to make your car work. But Truex has been adjusting his car for clean air. He's been working on his line for clean air. Obviously, it's still good because here he is trying to pass Kevin Harvick, who's probably the 2nd best car.
Yeah, and if I'm, you know, the crew chief, or if you're the crew chief, you're telling Martin, okay, we got 2 tires. Maybe that's some of it, but also, look, it's, you know, we haven't been in this situation aero-wise, so settle in. just going to have to chip away at it. And I think, like you say, he's racing one of the better cars in the field in this 4-car of Harvick, trying to pass him for position. As we look at the top of the screen there, Chase Elliott drove up to Joey Logano for second place.
And this little bit of streak that the 9 of Chase Elliott is on is very impressive, right? Won 2 of the last 3 races, second at the one in the middle. Once again, find themselves in a great position.
Kurt Busch leads.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
This is the grown-up grilled cheese.
It said I need more in life.
Right.
I need 2 hamburger patties.
And I want ketchup, mustard, and onion.
Yes.
The cheese is the glue to this,
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
So it keeps it all together.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger.
And I love it all.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Minions are biting today.
Minions, The Rise of Gru. Only in theaters.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
After talking and texting for years, we got married for the family plan.
And then we really expanded our family for the wireless savings.
It seemed like the responsible thing to do.
And then, just yesterday, my sister told me about Visible.
Yeah, get unlimited data for as low as $25 a month. No family needed.
Family plan savings without the family. Get Visible. Single line wireless with unlimited data for as low as $25 a month.
There are many types of turns at the Glen, and not just the 7 that are paved with asphalt.
Oh, I just wrecked it.
There's the opportunity for a driver's first win and the chance of payback for another. There's space to camp under the stars and seats to see the ones down below. There's man, machine, and a quiet track nestled in the woods, ready to put on one amazing show. And it's your turn to witness it all. Watkins Glen. Get your tickets now at theglen.com.
The lead is tightening up. Joey Logano closing in on Kurt Busch. 75 laps to go, and right behind him, Chase Elliott. The first 2 cars cannot make it to the end of the race without a pit stop for fuel. Chase Elliott, though, believes his team can make it to the end.
But these other 2, as you mentioned, even though they can't make it, they only have to pit with about 15 to go. So there's a long time that yellow would save their strategy. 22 kind of up the hill, 9 rolling right around the bottom. Kurt Busch is wanting to have these 2 run side by side for as long as possible.
And Joey will probably try to fight this 9 car as much as he can because he sees himself running down the leader. He's like, hey, man, maybe I can go up here and take the lead if I can catch him before this 9 car gets us both.
It's an interesting situation for Chase Elliott. If this thing goes green the whole way, this is a chance right here. He can be saving some fuel. He knows those guys got a pit. How hard is he running right here? Is he going to eat his tires up, or is he trying to take it easy, knowing that these guys are going to have to pit? Or do you want to try to get by them? No matter what, get by them, and then you could back your pace up.
Well, it depends. Does Alan Gustafson think he has a good long-run car or a weak long-run car? Does he think he needs to stretch his gap over the 20? I say the 20, because that's the last car, next car behind him that's on that same strategy, right? That's what you have to play. Is you can't, it's not the same answer for every car. You have to make that strategy fit your car, your driver.
To your point, Christopher Bell ran the fastest lap on the racetrack the last time by, so the longer this 9 car sits here behind these guys, it actually brings Christopher Bell into this battle. You see him just behind the gray car of Cole Custer there in 4th, but yeah, the 9 car can't wait here too long because then he makes it a 2-car battle if they do go green all the way to the end.
Well, Christopher Bell, you know, looking for that win on the playoff bubble. It was here a year ago that he was running Eric Almirola down in the dark. Right, the race ended 8 laps shorter than official completion because of darkness. He's been warned to come back here. This could be the place. Why? I mean, it'd be so good for him and his team.
And Christopher's just taken over 4th place right here behind this battle we're watching at the top of the screen. So Chase Elliott needs to continue to work and get around these guys. Christopher Bell ran the fastest lap the last 2 out of 3 laps on the field. And so if this 9 car sits here stuck behind this 22 for long.
Well, and what does dirty air do? Hurts those tires on the 9, slides around.
Let's take a look at the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. Keys to winning this race: limit mistakes. You got to be able to do that, not just on the racetrack, but if we do get a caution here and another pit stop, these guys got to make some great pit stops, get in the box, and get off pit road quickly.
Yeah, find the track position we see right here. These 2 first and second place cars, they stayed out, got the lead, and now Chase Elliott on new tires trying to get that track position back.
Yeah, and the last pit stop strategy, has the 9 hit it right? Has the last pit stop for this team already happened? Or will that strategy be under yellow here in a few laps? If so, the 45 of Kurt Busch is going to love it. The 22 of Logano's going to love it. We're going to see a little contact between the 1 and the 6 right here. The 1 just slides up. That's pretty nice so far.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, you know, that's slow motion. I knew the hit was coming.
That's just more New Hampshire. You can see the 6 car fade down the racetrack showing his displeasure, but that's New Hampshire, guys. When you get on the inside of somebody, especially late in this race, you got to gas it up, throttle up, take their line. I'm going to promise you that is exactly the advice spotter TJ Majors would have given Brad Keselowski had he been where the 1 car was on the inside.
Hold on a minute. I take a different stance. That's Ross Chastain up the racetrack into the side of Keselowski. That's why people don't like racing with Ross Chastain. That is an example of how through the field, their frustration is so high for Ross. Ross is digging, doing all he can. But what can Brad do? He's in the 3rd lane, he's getting run into. And that's, to me, that's not New Hampshire. That's just somebody saying, I don't care if I run in the side of you. I'm going to run you hard. And that's why the frustration happens with Ross Chastain.
Ross going to try to gather it up, close back in. You can see the back wiggling on that 1 car as he tries to catch the 6 of Brad Keselowski and try to pass again.
And Dale, I mentioned the 45 and the 22, which is definitely heating up for the lead. I do want to mention Cole Custer back in 5th, same strategy. Just out of that shot, but, you know, good call by the 41 car, trying to make something happen. We'll see if he gets that lucky yellow. Logano, though, he's doing a nice job. Now you mentioned the 20. Here he is. He has run the 9 back down.
And I didn't really love the way that 9 car looked on corner exit there. A little bit of movement in that 9, Marty.
You know what this reminds me of? Eric Almirola here last year. Do not sleep on Christopher Bell. In fact, Adam Stevens has reminded him almost every lap for the last 8 laps, you are faster than the entire field. He is tracking down Chase Elliott. This would be a pass, Junior, for the first car with 4 tires on. Bell, very good. In fact, Adam Stevens say, hey, back it down. Take care of these tires, Steve. So once in a while, as a crew chief, you back your driver down a little bit because they got to make these Goodyears last to the end of the race, maybe.
Well, even though they have lap times on their dash, they don't know what their lap times have looked like for other runs. Only you can really compare run to run. But right now, Christopher Bell is thinking, I want to be the first car with the most fuel. He's going to try to take this battle to the 9. There's 2 cars in front of him for position. But short of a yellow coming out, this could be for the race win.
And you know Chase Elliott realizes how important this position is. He, too, knows that this could be for the race win. He's getting that information. You see him fighting off, trying to maintain that position over the 20.
He's probably a bit frustrated. Feeling like with newer tires, he could have just been ready to roll up there and get by the 2, you know, Kurt Busch and Joey Logano. But we thought he might be saving tires, and maybe he still is. But if he is, an extremely patient man, because this guy right here, Christopher Bell, is trying to take that track position away from him.
Well, Bell undefeated in Xfinity Series. Let's not forget Adam Stevens. He's won a big chunk of races here as well. So, you know, this combination hasn't had a lot of opportunity here to win races, but now they're like, hey, here we are. Back to a place we both found success.
And Christopher's not an aggressive driver. Doesn't use the bumper of his race car. Drives with respect, but he might have to be out of his comfort zone a little bit to be able to make this pass happen. I just don't see how he can make it happen without being a little bit of aggressive, taking the line away from this 9 car. Here's a great opportunity right here to throttle up and just come up the racetrack and maybe have the 9 car just not be able to throttle up the way he wants to.
But I think this is what we're referring to when we talk about how other drivers drive and see contact and movement. These 2 are racing a potential win Tons of respect, no tire marks, clean racing.
Okay, this is a freezer, not a time capsule. Sometimes the house itself can tell you how a young homeowner is turning into their parents.
Not those two.
Yep, they're gone.
Forever?
Yep.
That there is Progressive's Home Quote Explorer website where I compared home insurance rates.
We don't need to print the internet. Some are beyond help. I will give you $100 if you can tell me what this is.
Scotch egg.
It's a meatball.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer.
We've got a lot of work to do.
We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Don't worry about it. This one's on me.
No. I got the next round.
Oh, so you rich now?
No, he's not rich. He's happy hour rich.
That 3 to 6 p.m. rich?
3 to 6 bucks rich. You guys got jokes. He's 3 to 6 balling.
Hey, Mr. 3-6, your driver parked outside?
This guy thinks he's funny. We'll split the check, right? No.
Why is Roger happy? That's the little things Carvana does. See, Roger wants to sell his car, stat. Little things like getting a real offer in 2 minutes really make Roger happy. So does Carvana's customer advocate, Caitlin, picking up his car at promptly 10 a.m.
Hi, are you Roger?
Burgling with the Honda Accord? Yes, I am. It's right over there. Will I be getting...
And he loves that Caitlin pays him on the spot. Yep, Raj, it's the little things that drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
The white flag is out. A notice to all drivers that the regular season is coming to an end.
White flag here. One more.
That now is the time to fight for the final playoff spot. Or surrender.
Now's the time. Let's do it. Show me what you got, boys. Let's get it. On a board! Yeah!
Welcome back to the Ambetter 301. You saw it all in nonstop contact between Chase Elliott and the 22 of Logano off of turn 4. Really big contact here, guys.
Yeah, Chase Elliott coming up the racetrack. Watch right here, there's head on view. Just gets into the side of Joey Logano. Joey's got his hand out the window.
What did you do that for?
What's the deal?
And so Joey goes down in turn 1, loses a little bit of grip, and the battle for third. So Christopher Bell slots into third place, and now the 9 car, seemingly unaffected by that contact, has caught Kurt Busch for the lead.
There's a lot of layers to this, right? The 9 trying to pass the 45 for the lead. Can the 9 make it on fuel? All of these things. You see the 9 pull up to the inside of the 45. Can't quite stay there. No, contact.
Again.
That's his signature move.
Well, he's going to have some angry people.
Oh, he uses him up right here. Up the racetrack.
Tight door.
Look at this. Chase Elliott with the aggression.
Kurt Busch with some momentum down the back straightaway, though. What's Chase going to do? Tries to drive into the corner. Will he keep it on the bottom or try to wash up right on that white line?
Kurt's going to fight back down the front straightaway.
Kurt knows that Chase is faster, but if Kurt can break even with him on corner entry and then roll corner exit speed, be able to just carry that corner exit, then it'll be a very hard pass for Chase Elliott.
Kurt did not get off the corner as well as he'd hoped right there. The 9 car even down the back straightaway into turn 3. Chase again slows the car down to wrap around the corner. That Chase, look at the 20 car. Christopher Bell draws into this battle. Chase almost clear. He is clear. But he allows Kurt to come back on the outside.
All good.
He takes the line away from the 45. Here comes the 20 car.
Inside. Just get your run here.
Chase is going to have the momentum off the corner to clear the 20 of Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell, though, into second place. So now the 9 has the clean air as the leader. Both these guys are good to the end as far as fuel and so forth. At least they think so. Christopher Bell now, can he bring the fight to Chase Elliott? Does he have enough speed?
Well, we were wondering if Chase Elliott was saving tire, and then he took off and drove away from the 20. But now you just saw that wiggle off Chase Elliott leaving the corner. He's pushing as hard as he can right now. This is all this car has.
Christopher Bell rolls around the bottom of the track and closes up a little bit. The 9 car of Chase Elliott using that higher line has the momentum down the straightaway. There's the contact. 9 in the 45 car, Kurt Busch earlier.
Yeah, that time Kurt got loose and then came back across the racetrack and actually got into the side of Chase.
Chase really, really wide off of turn 4, but throttling up and driving away down the front straightaway. Great corner exit there. Marty, what you got on the 20?
Adam Stevens continues to tell his young driver, make it last for the long run. Make sure you're being smart here. Well, I tell you what, Steve, if you look at the playoff picture, yes, Bell is in right now on points, but if he were to win today, that would really change things, because then only 2 drivers would be in on points. And Dale Jarrett said it back in May. Maybe there will be 16 winners this year, but right now Bell trying to stalk that 9.
Well, when you talk to all of these teams about will it take a win, the answer is always, I don't know, but I want to win. I don't want to be dependent on points. You don't want to go to Daytona, where perhaps more guys have the chance of winning than anywhere, and thinking if someone else wins, you're eliminated. So the best thing to do is just win your race and try to assure yourself a spot in the playoffs, Parker.
Right, Steven, as we look at the 9, they're getting to the lead here. One of the interesting things on his radio is what's not been said. They have not once in this entire run mentioned anything about the fuel situation, which we know where they pitted, it's very close to being within the fuel window to make it all the way. And I would think at some point, especially with 50 to go here, you might want to start mentioning that to your driver as you build up a lead about trying to hit a fuel number of some sort here to get to the end, wouldn't you?
Well, you would if you were short, but it sounds to me if they haven't brought it up yet, maybe there's no concern about fuel in the 9. Maybe this is well within their window at the bottom. We see the 41 of Custer and Bubba Wallace running 5th and 6th. This is a good shot in the arm for a team like the 41. Sometimes you get kind of mirrored in the back for so long, you forget you can race up here if you get the chance. So a strategy call. They're hoping for a yellow, but he has had a lot of opportunity to give these positions up, and he has not done that, Marty. The 41 holding strong.
And Steve, this is why you fight. Remember at the end of stage 1, we were talking about Cole Custer barely staying on the lead lap. They got the caution they needed, and then they stayed out under that last caution as well. So they definitely have to come back down pit road, but nice to see them running up in the top 5, currently 5th at a racetrack where he's not been bad. He finished 8th his rookie year here. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick and behind him, Martin Truex Jr. I mean, they have just been mired back in traffic as Harvick tries to get around Bubba Wallace here. I thought that 2-tire stop, Jeff, would really work out for Harvick. He's been so good on the long run, but man, it's taken him so long now. I think without a caution and being almost 7 seconds behind, I don't know how they would be able to win this race.
Yeah, Marty, 2 tires for Harvick and 2 tires for Truex also. It has not worked for either one.
For my dad, technology is a struggle.
Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on that.
Since Toyota gave fans the opportunity, I came up with the solution to all his problems.
Oh yeah, I can take care of this.
Maybe I should have read some reviews on Denny first.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win at sponsorfire.com.
Love your work, Denny.
Get business internet from Verizon, the network businesses rely on. Ditch cable and switch to Verizon Business Internet with fast, reliable solutions nationwide. Izzy's got the connection she needs for her growing design studio.
Oh, it's fast.
And Ray got internet solutions to cover all her locations. No more cable, Ray.
Thank you.
And Nate and Nora's Flower Shop saved big by bundling with their Business Unlimited phone plan. Find the perfect solution for your business with fast, reliable internet nationwide. From Verizon, the network businesses rely on.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. The most epic sandwich roster ever created. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Here at Red Arena, we are trying to help people through equine therapy. Working with the veterans has been a very amazing experience. Our little motto that we always say is empowerment through horses. I love what I do. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
We love our new home.
It's got granite countertops, crown molding. It's just...
There's so much hammering in the neighborhood.
It's a lot.
Of cereal.
Oh, come on.
Not cool, Thors. Anyone got a light?
I'll order pizza. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Does save us a lot.
See Marvel Studios' Thor, Love and Thunder, only in theaters.
Not this again.
And for bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Richmond is for everyone. Like people who love short tracks packed with excitement, and families who love one-of-a-kind fan grounds, putting you closer to the action than ever before. And even people who want to have the most fun they'll have all summer. And, of course, Richmond is for all folks who want to end the summer with a little action. The NASCAR weekend at Richmond Raceway, August 12th through the 14th. Get your tickets today at richmondraceway.com.
Back in New Hampshire in a battle for the lead. Christopher Bell to the inside of Chase Elliott right here in lap traffic. Can he get the job done? Off of turn 2, the 20 car is clear and the new leader.
Christopher Bell ran Chase Elliott down over the last 3 laps pretty quickly. Got to him quickly and was able to pass for the lead much quicker than we've seen most of the day. Now they're dealing with some lap traffic.
And there's not a lot of racing left. Coming to 41 to go here. Cannot imagine the 9 car Chase Elliott doing any conserving at this point.
And it was odd, though, because he gave up
a big moment right there with the 20. Sorry, Steve. The 20 makes a little bit of a moment here, having trouble getting off the corner.
Well, so now it happened to the 20. I was going to say the 9 gave up some big chunks all of a sudden. That's unlike Chase Elliott. And then you pointed out the 20 kind of did the same thing. Maybe it's easier to pace your entry with a guy out in front of you, right? Maybe with nobody out in front of you, maybe just overdriving the entry, driving too hard.
Well, Chase caught some lap traffic as well. Could have changed the balance of his car. And we know sometimes these guys tend to be pretty comfortable running someone down. And then when they get the lead, it really loosens their cars up because they're getting all of that clean air underneath the car to that undercarriage.
Just heard the rears here. Yeah, copy. Just stay with it. Nice and straight. Deep breath here.
Information from the driver. He's hurt the rears.
So right there, it looks like he's loose in. He can't turn the wheel, chasing the back of the car up. That gave the 20 the big opportunity to get inside. And then they raced a little bit, but the rear security of the 9 did look in question.
We've seen this before where, you know, a switch flips, a car just loses speed, loses pace, but then they kind of find a rhythm. They settle in. This is one of those tracks where you can make adjustments to your line, kind of mask some of the issues of the car and find the pace that you need. So Chase is not out of it yet, Parker.
Right, Dale, and that's what I think just happened here, and they mentioned this earlier in this race for the 9 where that switch gets flipped, where they just abuse the right rear just a little too much, and suddenly they don't have that grip. And we've seen this as a trend with this car throughout this year. Some of the teams and drivers telling me, you know, that's something that happens. It doesn't give you a warning. You abuse it just a little too much, and suddenly it's gone. Remember back to Nashville, we saw Kyle Busch have that happen to him in the lead. This is just something these teams are fighting with this car and hoping that it comes back. If you treat it nicely and not abuse that right rear, cool it back down and make another run at it, Marty.
Boy, almost a second lead already for Christopher Bell. And Steve, I love how Adam Stevens has coached his young driver through this race. He could see him catching the 9, and he will remind him almost every time, hey, take it easy, make sure that it lasts for the long run. You go back to last week, remember they had that wheel that came off on pit road? Adam Stevens could have very easily been at home this week for the 4 weeks that the penalty would have been for. NASCAR did not penalize him. Adam Stevens has been so valuable to Christopher Bell today. Can they close it out in these final 36 laps?
Let's listen to some audio on that 20 car.
Inch by inch, he's not going anywhere. His exits are giving up. Adam, I got it.
That was before, that was before the pass for lead. And, you know, he was giving him great information. The 9 car's exits are giving up. The rear tires are going away. But the driver's like, I understand. I am in control, man.
And I'm good with that. Like, when we talk about, you know, communication, driver to crew chief, I don't need pleases and thank yous. You're busy. You say you got it. I don't take offense to that. I'm good. I'm going to take a drink of my water and see if there's any more information I need to give you.
It also made me believe that Christopher Bell knew he was under control, and he could see Chase Elliott having some trouble. Hey, I got it. I see it. Moments ago, Bubba Wallace passing Joey Logano for 4th.
Joey's
Wallace
struggling.
having a good day today.
Yeah. Doegie's struggling right now as we're watching him lose more positions to Kevin Harvick. And now Martin Truex Jr. to the inside of the 22 car for 6th position. And Joey's one of those guys that hadn't pitted on lap 184.
Yeah, so he's about lap 283. I think Joey's going to have to come for fuel, so about 15 more laps. And, you know, Truex wants to get up there as high as you can. This race is far from over with 34 laps to go. A caution stacks everybody up. Strategies on pit road. I mean, there's a lot that can happen in 34 laps around the short track. This will be a long run. Currently, we're 58 laps. The longest of the day is 59 laps. So next time around will be match our longest green flag run of the day. You see the cars sliding around. Everybody's about half out of control.
Battle amongst teammates here just inside the top 10 of Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin as they're trying to track down Cole Custer in 8th. Just on the edge of the screen.
And Kyle Busch will not be happy running in the top 10, but for spinning out twice and not having contact to still be in the top 10 is probably a little bit of a win. I know that's not their level of excellence or their level of acceptable, but see Kurt Busch on pit road.
So I think this is a good call. If you think you have to get fuel in 15 laps, come now and put tires on this thing and try to flip it, Kim, and get up front.
Yeah, and here's Kurt Busch right now. The call to be 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Kurt silent on the radio, and that's because he spent most of the time out in clean air. No major complaints as they continue to work. Kurt Busch finishing service down here on pit road.
Now this 45, these fresh tires aren't going to put him back in the race for the win. But these guys, you know, 15th on back, trying to nurse fuel and tires to the finish. He'll be a second faster than those guys. This will be a lot of spots for the 45.
Christopher Bell still leads Chase Elliott. 30 laps to go.
Ed Vance here, and I'm at my favorite place again.
Sorry, did you say your name is Ed Vance?
That's me.
Like advance?
Crazy, right? And it just so happens he knows everything in advance.
Oh, you know the future? Did you know I needed 10W30?
No. I just know everything here in Advance Auto Parts, like where the 10W30 is.
So you don't know what I'll do next?
Actually, I do. You will be going to the oil aisle.
He's good.
He's Advance. I spent a lot of time here. He's here a lot.
This is how we advance. We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it, and we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew, and get out and do.
Only 2 things are forever: love and Liberty Mutual customizing your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And if anyone objects to this marriage, Kevin, no, not today. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
2 Sonic grilled cheese double burgers.
I'm on it. Order up.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger, ready for pickup.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door, extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane is coming up next following our coverage here in New Hampshire. Be sure to catch new episodes Thursdays only on USA. I wonder if Brad Keselowski will be on that show this year. Well, would be great to see those two. Oh, the 3-car to pit road. Lots of guys are going to be coming to pit road. Not many cars in this field can make it to the end on fuel. Right now, Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace in 3rd place, Harvick, Truex, all those guys are good to go to the end, we think. Marty.
Yeah, Junior, these drivers and teams who did not pit under the last caution coming to pit road here, like Austin Dillon. I think, and I would love to get your guys' opinion on it, drive of the year for Bubba Wallace, sitting in third right now. Yes, I know he finished second in the Daytona 500, but coming to a racetrack where he was not traditionally very good. He would argue probably one of my worst racetracks. Bubba Wallace has delivered today, been very impressive on the racetrack. In fact, he has spent all but 45 laps today inside the top 10. Nice run for this 23 bunch, and they needed it.
It is a very nice run for Bubba Wallace. So I am going to scratch my head a little bit on Austin Dillon. He did pit under the last yellow. So when we talk about all those leaders, we assume that we can make it. I had Austin Dillon in that category. Now, I'm not sure if maybe it wasn't full. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. But does this mean that more cars have to come to pit road? Radio's still pretty quiet, but we'll find out. Parker.
And nothing's been said on the 9 of Chase Elliott. But we look at the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., who's gotten himself back to 5th place. Remember, dominant race car here, led 172 laps today from the pole, but they put just right side tires on that last stop, and that car has been terrible ever since. And guys, as we look at this with Christopher Bell, his teammate in the lead, if this happens where Christopher Bell wins, this knocks Martin Truex Jr. to the bubble for the playoffs. And James Small, his crew chief, told me this morning, I've been telling Martin, we have to win a race. Martin's been telling me it's going to be fine, but I've been saying we have to win a race if we want to make this the playoffs this year. And man, they're going to be right on that bubble if this is the way it plays out.
Yeah, remember before the race, I interviewed Ryan Blaney, and he's sitting there, you know, he was sitting there second in points for the year, and I said, hey, do you feel like you have to win a race? Are we going to have enough winners where if you don't win, you're going to get not going to get in the playoffs? And he said, yes, we feel like we have to win. And this is showing why he feels like that. If this gets finished up and Christopher Bell wins this race, it's going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of drivers.
Riding on board the Hunt Brothers Pizza camera on the roof of Kevin Harvick's car. He tries to track down Bubba Wallace for 3rd place, watching those cars move around. Shifting, downshifting. Early downshift into turn 1. Up the racetrack, Bubba drives down across the bottom. Harvick using that higher exit that we see him use.
Frustration levels probably pretty high, Kevin Harvick, and Martin Truex as well. Probably had the 2 best cars. And a little pit strategy, did 2 tires, did not work out, and have not been able to get a caution to bail them out.
We talked about a lot of different strategies, and the 5 car of Kyle Larson has ran in the top 5 pretty much the entire race. Pitted at the same time as our leaders did, but they did not take tires. That hasn't worked out for him as he fell back through the field, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely a hurt. You know, we've seen a lot of pit stops more than normal here, so tire count is an issue. I'm not sure if I say Cliff Daniels at home or Kevin Mendering here, who's filling in for Cliff, is trying to save a set of tires, hoping for a last yellow, but it's definitely cost the 5, Kim.
And it's not necessarily strategy that's holding Kyle Larson back. It's Kyle Larson holding Kyle Larson back. On lap 241, he came on the radio and he said, I don't know what to do. I am so bad. So this is a glaring incident where having crew chief Cliff Daniels on the box would help. We know how much of a cheerleader Cliff is for Kyle, and in this situation, although Kevin's doing a great job, not providing that extra motivation for Kyle, Marty.
Kim did check in with Justin Alexander, crew chief for Austin Dillon a moment ago. Steve, the reason they pitted, Austin thought he had a flat. That's why they came down pit road.
Well, that absolutely makes sense. That why he came down pit road. We thought it could be a fuel thing, but it was a flat tire. We see now the 41 of Cole Custer on pit road. Unfortunately, as expected, needing fuel in this 41, so they're going to pit. They're going to put on 4 tires and try to just run the best laps they can. Only 2 tires, excuse me. Back on the racetrack, the 45 of Kurt Busch, we saw him pit really early, put on 4 tires. He's back up to 18th, and more importantly, has unlapped himself. So now if the caution does come out, he could choose to stay on the racetrack and be the leader all of a sudden. That's why that pass is very, very important. Nice job by Kurt Busch unlapping himself on Christopher Bell.
41 was on pit road a little bit ago, and watch what happens. Jack the right side up. Tires going on, Steve. Right rear.
Oh, it hasn't come off yet.
Oh, and then he drops Jack, and then off he goes. That's his cue. Jack falls, I leave.
Yeah, now the Jackman wisely doesn't jack it up out of the pit box. That would be service. He waits for him to back it up. I don't compound the mistakes. We've already made one. Jacks it up, puts the right rear tire on. That's going to be frustrating for the day.
Having a good day. That's a great example right there, Steve. If we see it over and over and over, the jack man, these pit stops happen so fast. They just assume they're tight.
Yeah.
They drop the jack, and it's not done yet, and you got a problem.
And tight, heck, it hadn't even come off yet.
Yeah.
That was a good update by Marty on that 3 car about the potential flat tire. We're hearing more and more radios of guys, to your point originally, Dale, that had pitted can't all make it on fuel. So Christopher Bell out here leading. I'm going to tell you, earlier today in the production meeting, everybody had to pick a car. I was thinking Denny Hamlin. Dale Jr., who was your pick?
I told Jeff that he shouldn't pick who he picked. But I feel like he's going to rub it in.
So the mayor of New Hampshire over here, the man that leads all the laps in the race, picked Christopher Bell. So what was it? What did you think about Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell that made him be your pick?
Well, let's don't make Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell mad. We're not thinking this thing's over yet. We don't want to jinx them. But Christopher Bell, 3 races in a row here. 3 in a row in an Xfinity car. Remember, he beat Kyle Busch in one of those battles here. He's just so fast. And this team, they're getting better and better. Christopher Bell told me a few weeks ago, we are the fastest team at Gibbs. We have too many mistakes. We got to clean that up. But he thinks they have the most speed of all the Gibbs drivers. And you bring that to this racetrack, and you look at practice from yesterday, I just felt good about him.
Well, I'll tell you, I didn't pick the 20 because the pit crew. They have had issues on pit road. But today, this group right here, 2 of the 3 fastest stops in all of New Hampshire were the 20 team. So we had a lot of conversation about it takes a team. The pit crew has rallied around. They've corrected their mistakes. They've had the day when it mattered most. That could be the difference maker, not to mention obvious talent behind the wheel.
And they made the changes on those pit crews with Bubba Wallace's team. And both of those teams sitting in the top 3 right now. So that has actually worked in favor for both of those crews on this particular day. You wonder why they make those changes. There must be some real thought behind it. The pit coaches and all those people involved really understand the strengths of all these individuals and how to put them together and make sure they're a great unit. Watching Brad Keselowski here on the inside of William Byron. Brad has had such an up and down day. Qualified in the top 10, though. Came here with more speed than we've seen in this crew in a long time. Now in the 8th position. And he's got the 22 Logano right there in front of him for another spot if he's going to work up there and get that one.
Yeah, good day. Continuing to build.
I would say this is an absolute fantastic day for the 6 car. If he can get ahead of these 2 guys, he'll be real happy.
It takes so long for an organization that has kind of been down to rebound, right? Brad went over to Roush. Brings that experience, that championship pedigree. He's a championship driver, and between the new car and new feel, I think we all thought Brad could help the organization, but how long would it would take? Maybe a little slower than he had hoped, but I'm starting to see consistent improvement out of the 6 and the 17.
I think the most impressive part is that Brad, unlike his teammate, he has to worry about so many other things other than the car. Other than the chemistry with the crew chief, other than understanding a new car. He's got to work with the whole organization in making advances and changes and improvements across the board from top to bottom. And that takes so much thought process, so much away, I think, from his focus of the actual car and their performance each individual weekend. So very impressive to see them doing well.
Work by Joey Logano. Kurt Busch up to the 15th position. Cindric right in front of him in 14th. This has been an up and down day. Other than Truex, who kind of led so many laps, everybody at some point was mixed all through in different positions.
Yeah, the one car gets by Byron. Byron a little out of shape off of turn 4, gives that position away. Marty, what you got on Christopher Bell?
Boy, 8 laps stand between Christopher Bell and what should be a guaranteed spot in the 2022 playoffs as you watch Ross Chastain get around the 22 there. We saw the Loudon the Lobster. Brad held it up earlier, 21-pound trophy here at New Hampshire. Christopher has said in the past, hey, I'm not super stoked about the lobster situation. His wife, Morgan, though, she is really excited about that. I think Christopher can get over it, right? Don't you? Hey, a playoff berth on the line right here. You can kiss a lobster. Why not?
Oh, yeah, man. You do whatever it takes if you can win a race. It's huge to win these races. And the implications today, Steve, of winning a race is so big. Lock yourself in the playoffs. Tons of confidence, too.
So the 22 car that we were watching on the screen, Steve, pitted at lap 188, and we were predicting he would need to come to pit road, and he's been able to stay out there, and we understand that, you know, they don't have the same mechanisms in the car to be able to understand how to run these cars out of fuel.
Yeah, so they used to have kind of a first and second pickup. It would start to miss a little bit. You'd flip a switch, get a little bit more fuel driving around the pit road. The current system is there's no backup plan. When it starts to miss, you're probably going to run out of power. Now, luckily here at a 1 mile racetrack, you might be able to slow down with some RPM and come back around. But this is a much farther way than we thought anybody could go on fuel. And this is the most impressive fuel savings we've seen out of anybody in the new cars. So I think a lot of teams are going to be looking.
Switch anytime now.
So it's going to be a lot to see what these guys have to say or what they're going to learn and how far they can run.
The 20 car, Christopher Bell, continues to lead, driving away from Chase Elliott. Very comfortable lead. Almost 5 seconds on the 9 car, over 10 seconds on third place.
Christopher Bell has won in everything he sat in. This is a real talent. He has a tremendous future ahead of him. I believe he will win championships in the Cup level. Guy has so much talent. Joe Gibbs loves him. There's a 22 is on pit road.
And think about Joe Gibbs Racing being passed for the win 7 of the last 8 races at New Hampshire. They failed to finish in the top 10 in the last 2 races. Having a bit of a rough stretch. Trying to put it together today.
And you know, Christopher, while he really appreciates that win, he got back at the Daytona road course. You know, he knows, he feels like he's an oval guy, right? He wants to come and win on these ovals and prove that these style of tracks that we see a lot of in the series, he can be the driver he wants to be for Joe Gibbs Racing. And you heard the radio today when Adam Stevens was coaching, I got it. And I like that, right? With a little bit of confidence, like he knew what he was trying to do. What can you say about Adam Stevens, though? He's long time at Joe Gibbs Racing, kind of entered years ago, all the way back at Penny Enterprises, moved his way up through the organization, crew chief for Kyle Busch. He's kind of seen it all, done it all, a championship crew chief, gets this young driver in Christopher Bell. I don't think anyone judges his talent. And Adam Stevens is a very bright crew chief. No surprise that he's figuring out this new car with Christopher.
And it's all nerves there right now, Steve. You're just wanting this thing to get over. No cautions. Please,
no
nobody wreck.
Coming to the white.
White flag is all I wanted to see as a crew chief.
And it's so long around there. It takes forever to get to that white.
Off of turn 4, the 20 car looking for that white flag to wave. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank for Christopher Bell. This will be his 2nd career win in 92 starts. His first at New Hampshire. He could be the 14th driver to win in 2022. So much success in the Xfinity Series. He's been looking for some consistency and some wins now at the Cup level. Off turn 4 and nothing between him and the checkered flag. Christopher Bell wins at New Hampshire.
Excellent work, guys. Excellent work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great improvement on pit road. Adam, you're the man. I don't know what you did, but you woke this thing up. Welcome to playoffs. Good job, guys.
Chase Elliott 2nd. Bubba Wallace crossing the finish line 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. getting around Kevin Harvick there for 4th position. Christopher Bell, though, gets his first win of the year, guys, and puts himself in the playoffs.
Yeah, a huge day for these guys. Kurt Busch, by the way, that strategy pitted, came all the way back and finished 10th.
Christopher Bell comes down pit road.
I honestly cannot believe it.
Getting ready to figure out how to do some donuts with the next gen car. This is your checkered flag moment, brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. As Christopher burns down a used set of Goodyear Eagles.
All those wins in Xfinity are showing off because he knows how to do donuts. Impressive.
Fourth win this season for Joe Gibbs Racing. Their 12th at New Hampshire. So through the years, through 20 races, 14 different winners in 2022. There's years that this has happened before as Christopher climbs out and celebrates the fans. They celebrate him. As he takes his longtime partner's Ream to victory lane. Marty.
What an impressive day for Christopher Bell, Joe Gibbs Racing. He came in saying, yeah, no doubt, one of my better racetracks, and he puts himself into the 2022 playoffs in front of these New Hampshire fans. How about that? Welcome to the playoffs, Christopher.
Man, that one was much needed right there. So I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a race from my viewpoint. That was so much fun. Racing with the 45, the 22, and the 9. You know, we were all running different lines. That was a blast. Man, just so happy to be here at Joe Gibbs Racing. All partners on this number 20 car. It's good to get Ream back in victory lane.
So let's talk about coming into this race. You knew you were really good at this racetrack. You said one of my best racetracks. But when you were coming to celebrate, you said, I can't believe it. Why?
Just looking at all this, looking at all the crowd and winning cup races is hard. Man, you guys are awesome. Thank you for coming out. But it just seems like we've been so close. And then we've fallen off a little bit last week. And, you know, I was talking to my best friend, and I told him, I said, earlier in the year, I felt like we were right on the verge of winning. And then the last couple of weeks, I felt like we were pretty far away. But here we are today.
There you go. Hey, I know you said in the past you're not super stoked about the lobster situation. You're going to be okay with it when it means you're in the playoffs?
I guess I'm going to have to be.
There you go. All right, we'll see if Christopher can enjoy the lobster in victory lane because they're in the playoffs. Joe Gibbs Racing, Christopher Bell officially in.
Yeah, you entered this race 16th in the playoffs, 19 above the cut line. Don't have to worry about that anymore. He takes the checkered flag. I'm sure he's wanted to win here a long time. Christopher Bell wins the day in this 20 car. A race dominated by his teammate Martin Truex Jr. But when it counted, Christopher Bell and the Ream team put it together to make it happen and win the race. Back in New Hampshire, as we look at the playoff standings, Christopher Bell's win only leaves two guys now. Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. winless. I'm sure we never thought it'd be possible. We could have 16, maybe more drivers with wins this year.
Well, think about poor Kevin Harvick. He comes here, runs 5th. He heads into the day 19 points out of the playoffs, but because of Bell's win, it moves the line, too. The line you're chasing just got farther away from Kevin Harvick. Now he's over a race of points out, over 60 points out. So, you know, this win, as you mentioned, is not just number of winners, but everybody who thinks they knew what they had to do, the line just moved again.
Yeah, and I think Martin Truex Jr. had such a dominant car early in the race, lost track position, never got it back, and then his teammate wins a race, and now he's looking, oh my goodness, it's going to be that much harder to get in the playoffs. That's how quick things are going to change, and we still got a lot of races left before the playoffs start.
Yeah, well, there were two things I thought were interesting today. Christopher Bell winning the race at 27 years old. We've seen a lot of these drivers that come in the sport in the low, young 20s and need time, right? These great – we know Christopher Bell has amazing talent, and he's just evolving maybe into the driver he wants to be, and he may need another year or two before he becomes that dominant driver he wants to be. And it's good that we're patient with that. But also the 9-car Chase Elliott racked up a ton of points going for that regular season championship. Not many guys had a lot of playoff points still just a few weeks ago. Who goes and wins a bunch of races? Who gets a lot of stages? The 9 team. They have separated themselves from the rest of this field in terms of playoff points, and that's going to be important as we go through the rounds in the playoffs.
Yeah, when you look at Christopher, too, in his career, you mentioned only his 2nd win. I believe part of that maturing that you're talking about as a driver is to get different opportunities. And now being in the playoffs, this whole year has more value to him. It's not just a new car. He's going to feel that playoff pressure, feel what it's like to go to round 1. You know, that is important for drivers to figure out what it is like because the veterans turned up the wick when we get into the playoffs. I think some of the veterans, Jeff, turned up the wick now trying to make sure they're in the playoffs.
Oh, no question. And, hey, listen, Joe Gibbs, sign this guy long term. Do not let him get away from you. I mean, you
crowded
said
there.
it. Yeah, you said it, though. Like, you invest in a young driver, and you got to give him time. And then you get a guy like Christopher Bell. He's on the verge of winning a lot of races. You got to keep him in the fold. Don't let him get away.
Absolutely. He celebrates in victory lane. Let's go down to the Peacock pit box for Marty, DJ, and Brad.
Hey, Junior, and Christopher Bell climbing out in victory lane there, punches his ticket, in theory. I said he was guaranteed, but in theory to the 2022 playoffs, pretty much considering where they are in the championship standings. You know, DJ, I know he won the road course race, his first career win at Daytona last year, but I would argue maybe the best race of his career for Christopher Bell. I mean, he managed that race amazingly and really wasn't in a position to win it until the very end and pounced on it.
Yeah, you know, it's so talented of a young driver. And you could argue the fact, and we've talked about this quite a bit in our calls and things as we prepared for the races, that Christopher Bell and his team have been the fastest and best performing on the track of the Joe Gibbs Racing drivers and teams the entire year. It's just been mistakes and things happening, bad timing with pit stops and different things that have kept them from being able to race for more race wins. What a great performance there by this young man today. He is so very talented, and this is a young man that, when you talk about the playoffs, can win at any of the types of racetracks that are in the playoffs.
And, Brad, they have been so fast all year long, and DJ's been saying it, they're quick, but pit road has been an issue. And, man, did they not only recover from last week and that wheel that fell off on pit road, wound up not being a penalty for Adam Stevens, they delivered 2 of the 3 fastest stops here in New Hampshire today. Talk about a recovery for a young pit crew, and that really was maybe the key for Christopher Bell winning this race.
Yeah, you know, this could have been a demoralizing day for Christopher Bell because he comes into this racetrack knowing this is one of my favorite. I'm great here. I have the capabilities of winning. But with the past mistakes like DJ's talking about, that can put a little doubt in your mind. But what I saw today was complete execution by this race team. They are fast, no mistakes. They were great on pit road. And when you give him a shot, like we've been saying with these track position races, you give Christopher Bell a shot, this is what you're capable of getting.
Yeah, we talked about the pit crew and their struggles. So now we have to say, man, what a great performance. I don't know how much more they might have practiced, but this was outstanding. When you have 2 of the fastest 3 for the day, flawless on pit road, you give your driver an opportunity, and that's what this young man needs, is just that chance because he is so very talented. So kudos to them. You know, and you just look back to third, where the swap was. Bubba Wallace finished third. We stood and watched their pit stops all day long, and they did a tremendous job. So really a great job by the pit crew coach and everyone involved there.
And I love what Adam Stevens told his guys this week on the pit crew. He didn't get mad at them. He said, hey, just keep it to the basics. And they were able to do that this afternoon. One driver, no doubt, going to leave New Hampshire a little disappointed. Chase Elliott so quick all afternoon long. Parker caught up with him moments ago.
In an up and down day, Chase Elliott finishes second. At one point, you got put all the way back to 22nd after a loose wheel and drove to the field. What more do you need to beat Christopher Bell in that last run?
Just do a better job again. Same conversation as Road America, unfortunately. So just, you know, I feel like just a poor run of execution on my end, you know, throughout that last run. I mean, I feel like it took me a while to get past Joey and the 45 and had to run a little harder than I wanted to, and then got in front of those guys and just made a couple mistakes and couldn't get much breathing room. So Christopher did a good job. Congrats to those guys. I know they stay close to winning, so that's cool. But obviously for us, you know, we were in a position where, you know, guys at this level really should close out a race if you got the lead like that. So just poor effort on my part.
You say poor execution, but this is your 4th straight top 2 finish in the NASCAR Cup Series. I'd have to say some things are going right. You're putting yourself in position, right?
Yeah, but when you're in position like we've been in, you need to finish them off, you know. So the top 2s don't tell the whole story. Sometimes you got to step back and look at the reality of it. And the reality is, you know, I've given away a couple races just by making too many mistakes. And, you know, you don't want to have that. So try to clean it up for these final events.
How do you clean it up?
Go to work. I don't know, everything.
Chase Elliott and his 9 team looking to clean up just those little mistakes, turn those top 2s into just first places.
And before today, Bubba Wallace had never finished New Hampshire in the top 20. Look at this run. Third on the pylon to finish. What a great day. What kind of energy does this inject into you and the team?
Yeah, I'm just proud of the team. Proud of myself, proud of everybody at the shop. They brought I'm going to give them a decent DraftKings Toyota Camry TRD. It didn't handle that great, but it had speed, and so we knew that. And so just the mental preparation, had to set yourself up for a long day, and we did. Had no idea where we were running there at the end. I knew it was inside the top 5, but just tire management there at the end, and we were able to capitalize. So just proud of everybody. Happy. It's been hell for me the last month, and so good to come out with a top 5.
There were a lot of unknowns coming into the race today. Did it play out as you expected, or were there big surprises?
No, this sport humbles you, so there's really no surprises, right? You just you got to keep the task at hand and be mindful of your surroundings and just do your job. As long as you do that, you never know if you can end up with a top 3 or 20th or whatever it may be. You just stick true to your path.
Great run today for Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, Bubba, outstanding day today. I think the car was a little better than just okay, as he kind of gave the crew credit for it. So Christopher Bell's not been looking forward to this moment, DJ. I don't, you know.
Well, we could have got Brad to go down.
Let's see what level it is.
I'll step in for him.
Look at him. Look at him.
It's as big as he is.
Look, he's like, I don't know what to do here. Morgan, though, said, I love it. I love it.
Give me some butter. Oh, that's awesome.
Got to give it a kiss. Come on, young man.
Things you'll do for a win.
It's not quite ostraconophobia, as I told you that Denny Hamlin has. He is terrified of the lobster, but Bell's enjoying this moment, no doubt, with the playoff ticket likely punched here, the win at New Hampshire. All right, let's unpack a couple of those things. Let's talk about Chase Elliott. You know, he's always been harsh on himself, Brad.
Yeah.
I want to remind Chase and everyone else who's a Chase Elliott fan. I mean, it's been first, second the last 4 races for that race team.
Yeah.
Maybe not as bad as he is saying.
It's not the end of the world.
But to his point, Christopher Bell did manage that last run way better, and that's maybe why he won the race.
Well, we saw Chase charge pretty hard throughout the day to get up to the front, and Christopher Bell just kind of took his positions and stayed there, managed that race car all day long until the end, and he advanced. But Chase pushed the car, and you heard him talk about it. I pushed a little hard to get past the 45, maybe use my car up just a little bit. But listen, they've been unbelievable these past several weeks. He's way too hard on himself. Christopher Bell was going to win this race today. No doubt about it. But Chase could have won 2 weeks ago. He could have possibly had a chance to win today. All these top 2s, man, he is the man to beat.
The fact is, it's been since 2012 since the Chevrolet won here.
Yeah.
Hendrick Motorsports has really struggled as a group. Outstanding performance by Chase, and I know he's been his biggest critic, and kind of hard on himself. Sometimes you do run a little bit hard, but you understand why. He was trying to put that distance between himself and Christopher Bell, so another outstanding run by them.
I said it with about 60 laps to go. I know Bubba Wallace finished second in the Daytona 500, but I felt like, DJ, drive of the year for him. He kind of downplayed it after the race, but I tell you what, he was terrific today.
The thing is, he was outstanding at one of the most difficult tracks that you have on the circuit, that he performed at one of the highest levels here today. There's a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. We saw him not only pass a lot of people that say they really run good here, he lapped a lot of people that we expect and have run good here. So that was really a great performance by that entire race team. They did everything right there, and Bubba did his job as a driver in a difficult situation. I know he has tons of pressure every week, but I like to see him get out, be happy about this.
Yeah.
That was a good building block for what they can do and show what they can do whenever everything goes well.
No doubt about it. This is his best run in the Cup Series. I mean, this is the best I've seen him run.
Yeah.
And really happy for him, excited for him. He executed, but DJ, and we're right above their pit.
Yeah.
And these guys knocked it out of the park today. They did not lose track position in the pits, and he didn't lose it on the racetrack. Great day. Best I've seen Bubba Wallace run. This is exciting for that 23
racetrack that is not his best racetrack. Yeah. Hey, we're here till 7:30. Plenty of post-race coverage coming up, and lots to talk about on Motor Mouth's coming up this week as well. Plenty to unpack from the New Hampshire race. Christopher Bell, the big winner here today. Rolling on with the NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive here from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A nice win by Christopher Bell today. Let's take a look at this week's Safe Driver presented by Progressive. And boy, look at this move by Christopher Bell to get the lead here, DJ. The winning pass.
That's so much fun when your car is like that. It rolls the center. You get off the brake and just let the car do what it needs to do. And Christopher Bell did the rest with his abilities.
Yeah, you said it's a great race car when you can roll the bottom like that and pass and just pull away. He didn't abuse his tires, didn't abuse the race car. He dominated at the end of the day.
And the Lobster to celebrate. I know he was getting frustrated with Adam Stevens. You heard the radio transmission, but that calming of Christopher Bell taking it easy early in that run might have been what won him the race. DJ, do I have to go back to May when you said there's going to be 16 winners? I mean, my goodness.
You don't have to. I'll keep
Cup
reminding
champion.
you.
2 spots left on points. And wow, look at that effect on Kevin Harvick.
Wow, that's incredible, boy. This is a tough day for the 4 team and all those guys. There's going to be 16. I think DJ's 100% right. This is incredible. What an incredible season. And it just goes to show you, Chase Elliott's done a great job of collecting playoff points.
Yeah.
He's going to need them.
Boy, how do you have a car as good as Kevin Harvick had? You wind up finishing top 5 and you lose all those points because Christopher Bell now locked himself into the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr., arguably the dominant car all day long, won stage 1, won stage 2, but did not wind up winning the race afterwards. Parker caught up with him.
Martin Truex Jr. led 172 laps, was the dominant race car for most of this race until you guys took 2 tires there in the final stage, and it seemed like the race got away from you there.
Yeah, that was really the story. So obviously should have done 4, but it's hindsight. You know, it's just Loudon for us. You know, it's every year we lead a ton of laps, we run really well here, and then we find a way to give it away. So I'm frustrated for Interstate, Toyota, all our partners. I guess it's the toughest decision is being the leader. You know, they're all going to do what's the opposite of you, but overall, I mean, it was a hell of a run. It's just this place, man, it's killing me.
Your teammate Christopher Bell gets the win. That moves you to the playoff bubble in 16th. Your crew chief James Small told me he was telling you guys need a win. Do you feel that way now? You need a win to make the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, most likely. You know, it's not like we haven't been trying to win though. So I mean, everybody's like, yeah, you're gonna have to win. We're like, well, duh. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We've had cars to win. Listen, Parker, we've had some really strong cars, and everybody JGR is working really hard. Obviously, look at today, and you know, our short track stuff's been off, and we came here today and dominated, and you know, the 20 winning. So congratulations to him. Obviously, they were smarter than us at the end, and Christopher's a great kid, a great teammate, great driver. I'm happy for him. I'm just really disappointed for us.
You can tell the disappointment for Martin Truex Jr. in this 19 team.
And a great finish for Brad Keselowski, 7th, but that wasn't the big story of the day. The story was the exchange between you and Austin Dillon out on the racetrack. What was that?
Hot in the cars, and probably all our tempers get the best of us. But no, we had a decent day here, Kim. Number 6 core generators RFK Ford Mustang climbed really far that last run. I think we went from somewhere around the late 20s, or late teens and 20s, and drove up to 7th there on the last run. So proud of our team for the effort today. Certainly an up and down day, and good to finish on a up mark.
Austin told me he does not like the way that you race him. Is the feeling mutual?
Yeah, I'll talk to him privately. I don't need to be a jerk over the media.
Best finish this season for Brad Keselowski in this number 6 team.
Yeah, the speed certainly there today, and then New Hampshire track with that team has traditionally, you know, not been great. Brad has always been good here, but boy, DJ, I mean, I'm sure you can sympathize with Brad. I mean, but have you ever snapped in the race car like that? I mean, to me, that was very uncharacteristic of Brad Keselowski to do that. Normally, he's pretty cool. He obviously lost his temper quickly today.
Yeah, and because of that, and he says he would rather, I think, discuss it in private, that we still don't know exactly what it was that made that. But, you know, as he pointed out, it's hot in these race cars. You get frustrated at times, and when somebody pulls up beside you and runs into your door, yeah, apparently he didn't feel like that he deserved that from whatever happened here.
Sure.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody that's driven these things, especially on hot days and in a hot race car, you find yourself doing things that you normally wouldn't do. So I'm okay. Glad he came back and had a good finish there for Brad.
Came back, had a good finish, and that's probably what he's most disappointed about. If maybe that doesn't happen, maybe he even gets even deeper into a better finish. Maybe a top 4, 5, 3, who knows? He was outstanding today, and it's good to see because they have not had the consistency overall throughout the entire season. Their teammates been really good. Chris Buescher at times, he's been faster. And Brad has struggled just a little bit with speed, optimizing speed. Today we saw the old Brad Keselowski, and it's very, very encouraging.
Well, you talk about your motor mouth moments. You think we'll be talking about this
Oh, yeah.
Plenty to talk about on Peacock. Don't want to miss that coming up this week. So for the other side of this story, Kim caught up with Austin Dillon.
And an interesting day for Austin Dillon, who shared jabs with Brad Keselowski in the car. Your team couldn't tell us what the story was. What happened?
You guys saw it, right? I mean, it's just hard racing, I guess. We've gone at it a couple times the last 2 years. One time I hit really hard, so just don't like the way certain people are racing me, and probably not the right way to do it under a caution. But thanks for giving us an interview for the Bass Pro Shop Chevy. We weren't very good today, and we'll go to fight on the next race, and we got to get this 3-car in the playoffs.
Does this warrant a conversation with Brad?
No, I don't talk to him.
There you go.
That's
and
the story from Austin Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. The wreck he was referring to was Michigan last year. That was a hard hit at the end of, I think, stage 2 when Brad Keselowski got into him. So how do you move forward in these situations, DJ, as a driver? And obviously, Austin saying, I'm not going to talk to him. I don't talk to him.
Well, that was going to be my suggestion until he said he wasn't going to talk to him.
That's out.
That's obviously out.
Here's that Michigan wreck we were talking about. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, and you find yourself with certain people, and Brad wasn't trying to wreck him right there. Obviously, that was a hard hit. That is not what you want as a driver. You get hit in the right rear. That hurts. And I don't care if you have safer barriers and how good the cars and how safe they are. That hurts. That gets your attention. But you find yourself just around people that you really can't race with. And it seems that these two have that. I don't know what triggered it today. We really didn't see it. Austin thinks, I guess, we had all of that. But we really don't know that. But this is a situation that two drivers don't agree on the racetrack a lot, and this is what brings it out.
Yeah, I just think it boiled over. It's one of those situations where, like I said, we really can't find out what happened. We've been looking, and it maybe, and listening to Austin, it came in from somewhere else. And so he just had enough. It's a hot day, tough racetrack. Brad's being aggressive, Austin's being aggressive, and Austin just decided he had enough. So hopefully these guys can move on past this. They don't talk. Maybe they can text. That's what all the young folks do today. Maybe they can hit each other up on Instagram and talk about it.
The interview I found very compelling was Parker with Martin Truex Jr. I mean, here's a guy who, yes, is at the cut line right now. He's won at 3 of the final 6 tracks left in the regular season, so obviously they feel confident they can go to those racetracks, Brad. But that shows you how tough it is to win these races this year, and they feel like they let one slip away. You can hear the disappointment. I mean, his voice almost cracking because he knew it was right there for them this weekend.
Yeah, and it gets harder and harder. Even though these are racetracks he's had a lot of success at, then the pressure really mounts. It just exacerbates everything because now he's expected to win. He has to win. He knows it. His team knows it. So now there's the utmost of pressure. You want to get this out of the way of today because you had a dominant race car. All you had to do is execute, make the right calls, and it's over with. It's not.
Yeah, what of these first, what are we in, 20 races that we've run now?
Yeah.
What have they shown us? That nothing that you've done at a racetrack previously really makes any difference with this race car and the way that the racing is right now. So you can't hang your hat on, hey, I run really good here, because if you haven't been to something, they don't know what this car is going to drive like at Pocono. You go to other places, Watkins Glen, the Toyotas have been terrible on the road courses, so he can't do anything. So I think he has to be more disappointed with this because he had the car. And as a driver, I was always more disappointed when we had the car and we got outsmarted at the end. I realized that track position was important, but that was a fast enough race car that I'm willing to give up a few spots to put 2 more tires on it, especially as quick as the pit stops are. So, I'm not going. I would not want to be a crew chief, so it's hard for me to sit here and criticize them, but they took themselves out of an opportunity to win this race.
You want to spice it up even more? Both of the drivers in on points only. Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. have won at 3 of the 6 tracks left. So there you go. There you go. Going to be an interesting day. Christopher Bell, though, in victory lane here. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. Hey, after we sign off here in New Hampshire, be sure to go to Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 for continued post-race coverage. Claire B. Lane getting the interview with Christopher Bell there. You can catch her and Brad Gilley. They'll be coming up, and, of course, throughout the week as well. And I want to give a shout-out. You know those cool shots of the burnout? You know, there's Jake right there, Jake Blau, my camera guy. He's making it happen, isn't he? Look at those shots he gets every week for you guys. And Jake and his wife now, Jessica, got married this week in Puerto Rico. So, you know, he did the race last week, and then he flew to Puerto Rico to get married in the middle of the week.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome. We have a great crew. Everybody involved. Congrats to them.
Look at Jake looking sharp in the big tux. I love it. There you are. Congrats, Jake. We love you, buddy.
Clean up, man. You
awesome
clean up
stuff.
well.
He does clean up well, doesn't he? So some pretty good stuff. So now we fast forward to Pocono next week. DJ, you and I were just talking about this. I have no clue what to expect at Pocono because you can't really go, okay, well, this guy ran well there in the past, or this track kind of applies to Pocono, because there's nothing that applies to Pocono, and we don't have a book on what this car will be like next week.
No, we haven't raced at a track anything like this with this car. And so I don't know. I know California was 2 miles, but you have banking there, and you got, you know, Pocono is so different with the 3 distinct corners. And the difficulty is, I can tell you one thing to expect. There's going to be a lot of shifting going on. There's no doubt about that. Right. But, you know, who do you look at and say, okay, we think they're going to be really good here? I'm not sure that anybody's shown that, other than I think I'll go out on the limb, and I'm going to say Chase Elliott might be pretty good there.
What do you think there, Brad?
I would surmise that as well.
Yeah, it's not a bad bet, is it?
No, I just think the thing I've learned this entire year, though, is these cars really, it's hard to pass. No matter where we go, it seems like it's really difficult to pass unless you have a great race car and you have clean air on your race car. So it's going to be interesting to see how people attack this racetrack and see what the setups are, and will there be problems with the shifting like we saw today? I mean, we saw.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Because we have not really seen shifting issues. Boy, it cropped up on, 2-3 cars today.
2 or 3 cars, and now we're going somewhere where it's, like DJ, it's all day long and it's hard. So is there an issue there? We'll see.
Yeah, I wonder what Team Penske is thinking, because, you know, they have been so good at the flat tracks this year, DJ, and they show up today. Austin Cindric is the best car in 13th. Ryan Blaney said in the middle of the race, I had no idea we would be this bad. And they got outrun by Kevin Harvick. They got outrun by Brad Keselowski. I mean, I wonder if they're going, man, what did we do wrong today?
Yeah, and of course, Joey Logano ran okay for a lot of the day. They had, because they were stuck back around 9th or 10th, I think the luxury of having a win allowed them to take some chances to get themselves better track position, seeing how difficult it was to pass. And so the strategy put them further back. But, you know, they didn't perform the way that we thought that they would, judging by what has happened earlier this year. So I think that's the thing. Everybody's learning more about these cars, and it just makes it hard to see, other than Chase Elliott being really good right at this point in time of the year. Everybody else is still searching quite a bit.
Yeah, everybody's searching, and the issue becomes with the crew chiefs and trying to figure this out, and the engineers. And sometimes you just overthink it and you make a mistake. And that's kind of been the scenario all season long for a lot of these race teams. A couple of them have hit on it. One of them is that 9. I expect that 9 to be tough these next few weeks and probably win a couple more races.
You know, interesting day for Kevin Harvick and his race team. I honestly, DJ, for a lot of this race, felt like this was shaping up to be Harvick's day. Did you have that feeling as well?
Yeah, I thought what we were going to come down to was Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick battle in a long run, and Harvick was so good on the long runs. You could see him right as they'd get to the end of those stages that he was chasing Martin Truex Jr. down, but both of them decided to take those 2 tires. Harvick pulled out, got a little bit of damage on the right front. I don't know how much that hurt him, but I don't think the 2 tires were going to win anyway. But it really was shaping up that way for 2 drivers that needed a win, but that didn't happen. Can they carry this? Are the things that they're learning going to transfer over to some of these tracks that are coming up for them?
You know, with Kevin Harvick especially, he's magic here. He's great here. So this, as we talked about in the pre-race show, this may be his last salvo. Can they carry some of this stuff? I don't know. I haven't seen it all year long. I'm not encouraged. He doesn't come out of here today with a win. I'm really concerned for that 14.
I found it very interesting what Martin Truex Jr. told Parker, that he feels like they have to win in order to make the playoffs. So then does that automatically, DJ, say, hey, everybody below the cut line, you're going to have to win? I mean,
Okay.
68 points is a lot.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to have 16, but I think we're going to get to 15. You don't want to be 16th when we go to Daytona. We always say that. You don't want to be in that 16th spot because we got a whole list of drivers that have won at Daytona that don't have a win yet this year. And then there's a whole nother group that knows that's their one shot that they could possibly win. So including your driver, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So there's a lot of potential there. You don't want to be that one person on points 16th at Daytona.
What did you say? It's 9 drivers that have won at Daytona in the
that
past
don't have a win.
Don't have a win this year. I mean, that's crazy when you think about it, Brad.
Unbelievable. So, yeah, the Malox kicks up tonight.
It goes to 8, though, because no, I'm sorry.
No, Bell,
it's
road course, yeah.
So he got his road course, yeah.
Still 9 drivers who have won at Daytona in the past that do not have a win this year. So I don't think Martin Truex Jr. is very far off to say, hey, we're going to have to win if we think we want to make the
right.
Yeah, if we think we want to make it. And that's the driver who has finished second the last 3 years in the championship standings, so no doubt about it. But I think for Christopher Bell, a signature moment, and we talked about it a moment ago, bigger than his first career win. I think this was a moment when, the pit crew had not been good much of the year. He said over there to me in the burnout interview, he said, I really thought we were getting to a point where we could not pull this off, and they did it today.
Yeah, well, he made a couple of runs at Chase Elliott there, and I think a little maturity that you saw in him. He couldn't ever quite clear him. He backed off, cooled the tires down a little bit, got him a better run, and came back and made the pass there.
You have to be perfect at these races anymore. We saw Kyle Busch spin 9 times and get back to 10th, Brad. You're not going to win, though, anymore. You have to be perfect.
Crazy day of racing here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Christopher Bell now makes it just 2 spots left for those getting in on points. Plenty to talk about this week and plenty on NBCSports.com as well. Coming up next, Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane here on USA. We'll see you from Pocono next week.